Hello, friends. How's it going? And a welcome to this Sunday stream. We're back. Final stream of the week. And man, what a big week it has been. And of course, the climax is the biggest thing of the week. Like, literally. This will be the biggest thing by far. But yeah, so far so good with the week, I want to say. Well, obviously yesterday wasn't fully ideal with the subset, but you know, I'm glad I managed to stream a little bit at least. Now, today though, we're still on that weekly tier list grind, of course. Finished up the night classes last week with Lancer, so they're all wrapped up now. Yay. But now we begin the big cavalry classes, starting with the riders today. Now, again, I've had some weird health hiccups here and there this week, starting on Tuesday. I don't really know what's going on with my body, but it's clearly disagreeing with me, so that's bad. And even as I'm talking right now, I'm having a small headache. But let's just hope it stays like that, so that way I can do the whole thing, you know? But of course, you know, if it gets much worse, to the point that, you know, I probably should go lay down, then, you know, that has to happen. Which means, you know, this list could be split into 2 weeks, maybe. But that's like the worst case scenario. I'm still optimistic that, you know, I can persevere and just, you know, do this fully this week. Also, Fallen nice try, there's no TTS right now. I already disabled that stuff. I think the alert box is working on this this scene though, but the TTS works differently, so I have to disable it beforehand because it's like a universal source thingy. Again, it's weird to explain this to people that don't stream, but yeah, it's a bit different. So I did all my prep already before the stream, basically. Right, anyway, hopefully everyone's having a good weekend so far. Good Sunday and all that. Ooh. You know what? I just realized. I'm kind of doing it in a dumb way. Why do I disable the TTS on my OBS and when I could just, you know, toggle off the seal in Twitch? That's probably a way better way to do it. I just realized that. Huh. Funny how the brain works. Well, maybe for next week. Daryl, shit, you know what? Let me do it right. I assume Daryl can't access that. I'm not, maybe he can, but I'll just do it right now. So no one wastes their points. And you can refund Fallen's points as well. So you can clearly tell my brain is, you know, questionable right now. But surely that will make the hot takes even funnier, of course. Alright, so yeah, rider tier list. If we manage to do the full theme, I'm expecting like 6 hours minimum. Or at least 5. But yeah, probably quite a bit of overtime today. But hey, buckle up, boys and girls. Grab a drink or a snack or whatever. And let's freaking do this thing. Probably should not dilly-dally too much longer because, you know, again, it's very, very long. Do subs not use TTS as well? They do, but the alert box is, you know, that's fine to disable from the scenes alone, which handles the TTS from those as well. Actually, now that I think about it, no, it doesn't. But yeah, whatever. I did that already, so I disabled the TTS on, yeah, because it uses the third-party one. But yeah, it's fine now, it's fine, okay. We're all good. Hello. Hello. Ooh. There you can see them. It's 46 of them. Same number as Lancers, by the way, for those wondering. 46. And yeah, and I thought Lancers was going to be the shortest list, but it ended up being the longest. So funny how that works. So again, it's tied for the lowest number this year so far, but I'm sure that's not gonna make this any shorter at all. Which, you know, if it is like that, then, you know, it is like that. Solo this time? No. Dude, if I were to do this solo, I would not even do this today. There's no way in my current condition I could do this solo. So you know what? On that note, let me jump on the call with my co-hosts. Let's get them here as well. Hello,
Hey.
hello. Oh, hello,
morning,
beautiful
good morning.
voices. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Did you guys get some good sleep?
Yeah.
Emphasis on some, yeah, but yeah, a little bit.
All right. Good. Again, apologies for the early morning sessions. If anything, right now I can relate to you guys in like feeling not 100% physically. So yeah, we're all gonna be a bit drowsy in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Well, I still got some of this Starbucks coffee.
Oh, yeah.
It is even more expired than last week, but I haven't opened up this one, so it's probably fine.
Yeah, I'm sure you're fine. I mean, if you survived last week, you're basically immortal now. You gained immunity. That's how science works, clearly. Don't quote me on that or use that in a court of law. All right.
Someone in chat saying, ew, Starbucks. I agree, ew, Starbucks. I would never get this stuff if I did not get it for free.
True, free
it's
stuff
not a
is the
taste
best
thing,
stuff.
It's
True.
just like, bro, like, Starbucks is so fucking pricey, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, it is, like, I could go to McDonald's and get a nice coffee for $1.50, or I
For
could go
Starbucks,
to,
you pay for the brand for sure, not
yeah.
the drinks.
yeah, but to be fair with McDonald's, if you're getting iced coffee there, you are gambling. It's either going to be like some actually like good fucking like Kino coffee, or it is going to be you take one swig and there's like a ton of ground up coffee in the bottom of it. And there's no in between there. It's never okay. It's either amazing or it's terrible, or literally
enough.
undrinkable.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's not expensive regardless,
Yeah.
compared to Starbucks at least.
Yeah.
Right, so yeah, did you guys do any prep?
Not really. I was a bit busy
Yeah.
last week, but it's
I
fine.
am currently about to use Andromeda on some advanced quests. Like, I didn't get her until like the last day because I ended up going to pity. Because I
Oh, wow,
got
rip.
spooked on that banner like 4 times. I got 4 different 5-star spooks before I got her. Which
Okay,
is,
so your SSR
well,
rate was amazing, but your rate
yeah.
up wasn't.
Yeah,
Because if you get 5 SSRs in like 900 quartz, that's really freaking good.
Yeah.
Like,
To be
actually.
fair, like, I was happy with some of the spooks. I didn't really care for like half of them because they didn't really do much anything. Like another Tamamo NP level. I like Tamamo, but oh boy, that 250 health that I get from her NP, I don't think it's gonna be that worth. I'd rather get.
Yeah, I can relate to that. Also, speaking of Tamamo, maybe next week on the tier list. Wow, foreshadowing.
True.
Because pretty sure Caster is after Rider on the order.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, depends on.
Unless we have to do part 2 next week, then.
Yeah, that's why I said maybe next week, because I don't know yet. But anyway, frick, dude, we should probably get started because it's gonna be a long one.
Hell yeah.
And let's just hope my headache doesn't get worse. Because I really would like to do this in one sitting. You know, that's the ideal thing, of course. And if this ends up being 2 parts, I'm not even going to upload part 1 this week. I would just wait until both of them are done and then just combine them into one thing and then upload that. Because I feel like that makes way more sense. So that's another reason why I really would like to do this in one sitting.
But dude, you can get AdSense for 2 videos instead of 1.
Nah, it's fine.
Alright.
So yeah, as usual, I'll do like an intro thingy. It's mostly the same as the previous weeks. I always adjust a little bit of stuff here and there to, you know, match the week better. And, you know, if there's anything new and whatnot. But yeah, again, there's going to be that part where I, you know, give you guys the mic figuratively. And you guys can, you know, do some kind of an intro. Maybe plushie first if Otto still wants that. I don't know. You guys figure it out. And after that, we'll just do the rest of the intro and then...
Like 2 seconds,
good.
So.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. But yeah, as for chat as well, I won't be really reading too much chat today, of course, and alerts are also disabled, so the flow doesn't really get disrupted. But all the subs, resubs, you name it, I'll just read them at the end as usual. And oh well, now that the one I see is from Darku, so thank you for that before we begin. But yeah, the rest will be basically handled from that or like that. God, my brain is damaged. Oh no. Why that icon for Albatross? As copy, he sometimes does some twists on the icons. You can see Columbus has the grin as well. I think Sakamoto is combined to have Oreo-san as well. There's some Easter eggs here and there, but you should be able to tell who the servants are anyway. So it's fine. I don't mind. I think it's funny, Okay. Let me see. Where's my notes? Here we go. Awesome. All right, let's initiate the intro. It's time for writers. We're back for another consecutive week of the 2024 servant tier lists again. If you have been missing these, and you want us to do these next year as well, just press the like button. Easiest way to support. Really helps out. Click on it. It's below the video. Nice. And also, if you want to help out in other ways, check the links in the description, including the top one. Now, first of all, if that start wasn't obvious enough, I'm having quite a rough week this week. I don't know really what it is yet, but I'm not feeling too amazing physically many of these days. Even right now, I'm kind of having a small headache. So on that note, if it gets too bad, I might be forced to split this list into two halves for this week and next week, but I'm hoping it's going to go fine. That's why I haven't uploaded much this week as well, by the way, for those wondering. Next, I'll be repeating myself again for some of this stuff because, not everyone will be watching all of these lists. So first of all, I want to say I'm taking a very casual approach this time around. I really want to treat these lists as just a fun podcast type of thing for, FGO enthusiasts. And of course, that means I really want to emphasize people to not treat these lists as any kind of objective opinion. We're here to just, blabber about the fun game that we all like to play. Now, I'm going to announce that I have, or I'm happy to announce that I have both of my lovely co-hosts, Plushy and Otto, back this week with me to talk through the servants. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, doing good.
Yeah.
Go on. Go on.
I like Plushy's intros are always so short and sweet. Why not?
Wait,
Yeah.
oh, you're done?
Oh, sorry. Hey.
There you go.
Hey, everybody. Plushy here. So I'm glad to be back after a week of break. And it's always been pretty fun. So yeah. Nice to be back. To talk about more servants. Yeah.
We both just woke up, so we wake up at different rates though. So yeah, hello. I'm Otto. Otto being on YouTube, and not much to say other than that. We have a podcast together. Yeah.
There you go. Again, check out Otto's podcast as well. A fun fact that he actually does it on the same day I do these tier lists this year, which is on a Sunday. So check out his Twitch and whatnot to get more information on when they happen. Let's see here. Notes. Thank God I edit the intros. Otherwise, this would be a mess. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Where was I? So yeah, I'm not gonna go through any big list of criteria for the ranking. I'm sure people already are familiar with, how the placements are done for the most part. And before we begin, because I already know this will be a long session, I highly recommend grabbing something to snack and drink on if you are a gamer and plan on watching or listening the whole thing through. Excuse me. But if you're a sane person and don't want to spend hours listening to me talk nonstop, I understand. So for you, I have lovingly prepared timestamps of every single servant covered in this session. So feel free to open the description of the video and jump around with those. But also be sure to check the final placements timestamp at the end before posting any angry comments, just in case. And finally, I want to give some shout-outs to everyone that pitched in. Shout out to Mr. Copy for this amazing template that we're going to be working with today. Awesome. Shout out to... Let's see, where's my thing? Here we go. Jord and MC for the looping sheet. We'll be referring to this as well, even if, they don't obviously feature all the combo or the combinations and whatnot, but, it's more like guidelines, if anything. Also, shout out to Trevor for the crit damage sheet, the refund sheet, and the single target MP damage sheets. All very cool and nice work. Also, shout out to Boopa and Space Z for the stat sheet that I won't be really showing because it's on my second screen because, it's not that relevant for it to show. It's just numbers of average stats for the class. But yeah, that will also be linked in the description, so do check that. And of course, big shout out to Plushie and Otto for, being crazy enough to spend this much time with me talking through servants in an arbitrary video game. And of course, their channels and all the sheets, whatnot, as I said, will be linked in the description. So if you ever want to look at any of them, easily will be able to do so. And with that, I think we can begin. Yay, awesome. Now, servants are, again, placed in the order of lowest rarity to highest, and then release date second. And this time we have 46 riders, which I believe is the same number of Lancers from last week. But this time we have more than one new servant. It's not a whole lot, but it's more than one. We have 3 new servants, unless I miscalculated, but I think it's 3, so yay, more new stuffs. Awesome. So yeah, frick dude, I guess we can begin. Now we just go unhinged, for the lack of better word. Okay,
Yep.
So yeah, we do have a 1-star rider. Just one. But one nonetheless. Always nice to have all the rarities represented. So we're going to talk about Mr. Barty Boy, first of all, Bartholomew Roberts. One of the many pirates you will be seeing in this tier list, that's for sure. So what is he? He's an interesting case. He's well, on like black and white, he's like a AoE quick DPS thingy. I wouldn't really call him a farmer, even though apparently some people use him like that. But if anything, his main purpose will be like esports stuff, in my opinion, like his most viable use. But let's give him a fair rundown here first. So stat-wise, there's not much to say. He's a 1-star. The stats are going to be like terrible regardless. So there's no point in getting even averages for them or any comparison. He's got a double arts, double quick deck, which, fair enough. You might not even be relevant for his main use anyway, but at least he can do a full quick chain with his MP. Yay. First skill, he's got the good old Voyager of the Storm. A lot of pirates like this skill, you'll be seeing that too. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 17% MP damage for 1 turn and 17% attack for 1 turn. Again, it's like an AoE mana burst with the numbers toned down a little bit, so, that should say a lot. In case it also wasn't obvious, I don't think this skill is very good. Has a bit of use at esports, maybe, here sometimes, but even there is like only 1 turn, so eh. Second skill has actually been buffed, so on a 5-turn cooldown, he first of all reduces his own absorb by 100% for 3 turns, then the full party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 10% battery. Now this, if people didn't know how absorb down works, this doesn't mean that it's a flat minus 100, or rather, well, actually, no, that's exactly what it means. I mean, like a flat 100, but 100% is what it does. So, riders having a high natural absorb, around 200, he has exactly 200 himself. That means he's basically at 0 absorb if it's a minus 100%. So, that's how that works. So, even if you have allies that are not riders, they'll be fine with this active anyway. He won't be stealing their stars, so cool, I guess. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. He himself gets 20% quick for 3 turns. All enemies get a up to minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. And then a 20-star bomb. So his skill set is like a mix of, some selfish stuff in here. But, a lot of team utility as well. Which again gives him that esports viability as well. Being sacrificed after using his stuffs. And with 1-star stats, I guess it's feasible too. Fun. Alright, passives, 4% quick up for self, cool. It's his main card type if you choose to DPS with him. More gains, more damage, yay. 10% debuff res up. It's the lowest rank, so there's not much to say, but you know, cool to have, I guess. I'm not even sure if every writer has that. Probably most do, but yeah, it's the lowest rank, so eh. He's got anti-berserker on the append, so again, if you actually are using him as a DPS, you know, it's still one of the better appends, because, you know, 2.0x damage from the normal classes. From most classes, even. The MP then. So AoE quick, 6 hits, 20% defense down for 3 turns on all enemies after damage, and then his fun power mod on the MP on OC. The base 150 to 200 range, he does bonus damage against bronze enemies, so 1 to 2 star enemies. Interesting. He's like the slayer of the poorest when you think about it. The anti-friend point gotcha.
Those 2k HP casters. Thank you, sir.
Indeed.
So yeah, definitely support like 1-star DPSing. It's very cringe. Even if you have them grailed, it's just not much. There's not much there to work with. As a person who uses like low stars supports fairly often, because I like try to limit myself with how I play. I do find him in particular useful sometimes, because oftentimes, like, I want to go for a turn 1 NP, and he can help set up a turn 1 NP because, like, okay, maybe I'm using a 60% CE, and then Chengong, and then I got the max append, so that means I got a total of 100% charge there. But the the problem there is he's competing with
Matahari.
Matahari
Yeah.
and also Mary Anning,
Oh, true.
who also
Okay.
does the 10% charge.
Mm.
So like if I don't need the 10%, I'm always going to be picking Matahari, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my take is very similar to Otto's. Essentially, you know, as a low star, I would prioritize picking them up as using them as supports rather. And it just has so much overlap with Matahari. They're both 50% crit up givers, but Matahari is able to give 40% defense down combined, and you know, one of them is single target, the other 20% is even team wide, and also like skill seal and whatnot. And uh even the MP, you know, is more supportive. So I he's a little bit of in an awkward spot. 10 charge is 10 charge, I guess. But yeah, there's I don't think there's enough to set her apart from someone like Matahari, who is just more powerful as a low star crit buffer with just, you know, better numbers in general. And unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, I don't use him that much anymore. I do still use him you know, occasionally when I do need the 10 charge, but usually I don't. Like, I have better low star options than him, unfortunately.
Yeah. Again, competition definitely hurts him. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I still think he's like all right though.
Yeah.
He's just not better than his competition. They still need to give him like at least one little thing to help him stand out. So, like I know everyone talks about his third skill being AOE or something with the.
Yeah, I was about to say it would be nice if the quick was AoE.
Oh,
Yeah.
make him a quick bow. That will actually be really interesting. Yeah, a low star
Mm.
quick support. That'd be pretty decent as well, I'd say.
Then he'd be like a quick version of Anning, kinda.
Yeah, and Anning, I mean Anning still has to work with non-males. So like,
True.
Yeah.
you know, there is still some place for him even today, just because, you know, the 10 charge, and like Otto said, if you need the 10 charge. But yeah, I think he yeah.
I'm picking
I
one
don't
of the
know.
C's personally for placement. Like, he has uses, but certainly he's hurt by competition. Maybe a flat
Yeah.
C?
Oh, where did we put Mary Anning again? Was it?
I don't remember. That was last week, and I don't remember. I think she was like a B
Yeah,
plus
it
or
was.
something.
Okay.
I think B plus.
If it was B plus, then yeah, like C or C plus would be fine for me.
Mm.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I'll go with C for now.
Yeah.
At least he can be used, so he's not completely hopeless.
Yep.
Okay, and with that we conclude the 1-star servants. Yay! Awesome, speedrun is real. Totally. We'll be done in no time. Alright, moving on to this 2 stars then. Now we go back to day 1, because we didn't start with day 1. Right, let's talk about Mr. George. He's a tank. That's it, he's a tank. Pretty much straight up. I mean, some people like to do the dragon, anti-dragon memes as well with him. I still think that's exactly what it is, a meme. I don't believe in it. I still don't. All these years later, you should bring another support instead if you want damage. But at least he can do tanking. So there's that. Anyway, 9.2k HP on a 2-star is actually pretty good. Which sometimes may be a problem. That's the funny part about tanks, Sometimes you want them to have high HP for them to live for long. Sometimes you don't want them to have high HP because, you kind of need them to die. It depends on the use case. So, yeah, depends. He's got double arts, double quick on the deck. His MP is not very spammable anyway, but, gains. Really bad hit counts, though. Almost as bad as it gets. First skill, good. 5-turn cooldown, 3-turn taunt on self, and then 40% defense up for 3 turns. Like it's as basic as it gets, but it's also a very good tanking skill. It's got all of the, it has everything you want. It has a good uptime, and it has good combo with the taunt. Again, well, maybe sometimes you would not like the defense to be there, I guess, but I feel like for the most part, if you're gonna bring him, you kind of want him to tank some turns at least. So yeah, I feel like it's a good thing anyway. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 100% mental debuff rest for 3 turns and a 2k heal. Again, a bit of added value because, for those that don't know, if you have a taunt, then, single target enemy skills that are debuffs will be directed at the taunt as well. Obviously, AoE just ignores it, but if they have single target debuffs, then he will just tank those too. And if they happen to be charms, for instance, this would counter them, unless they somehow have like an unresistible charm, I guess, then rip. So a bit of synergy there, and the heal can help too. I feel like for the most part, people would probably use this for the heal anyway, but sometimes you'll get use of the debuff rest too. And then third skill, he has a base guts, 7-turn cooldown, 1-time 5-turn guts, revives with 2.5k. In some cases, you might even be able to recover from that. It's not the highest revive ever, of course, but combine that with the defense and maybe the heal incoming afterwards. There could be some scenarios where he lives, maybe even up to a second guts proc, because the uptime is still pretty good. So there you go. It's a very tanky skill set. Very basic though. You don't get much out of it, but yeah, works for tanking. Passives, 20% debuff res, very cool. Again, pretty okay combo with the taunt. And then 8% quick up is okay. At least he has 2 quick cards, but they're basically base cards anyway. 1 hit counts. He's got anti-berserker on the append. Again, it's good affinity, but George, of all people, to DPS, yeah, not really. Probably the worst of the entire list to DPS. And the MP, so before damage, makes the enemy a dragon for 3 turns, 200% chance, so unless they're immune, you're basically guaranteed to land it. And then also he gets base OC, 20% defense up for 1 turn, scaling up to another 40%. The MP itself also doesn't very hit hard because, he doesn't have any damage on his kids, so yeah. So that's George for it. What do you guys think?
So one of the complaints that people often have with him is how he has higher absorb because I'm not sure if we've mentioned it up until now because I haven't been paying a lot of attention, I guess. But riders have the highest absorb in the game. So since he does no damage, him taking the stars can be a bit annoying, but generally what I use him for is I use him for when I'm not doing damage anyways. Because there's always going to be downtime. There's always going to be downtime where you're waiting on your skills to come back. Like Castoria has all of her skills down. Your own servant has all the their skills down. he just goes out there. He's very, very likely to live for 3 turns, 2 or 3 turns, and sometimes that gets you all the way up until the next cycle of skills. So, yeah, his Bonsi is pretty good too. Although I do find it kind of awkward at times because, like, if I'm using other sources of invuln, it can be a bit awkward because I have had a few runs in because, like, I was relying on an invuln to survive multiple NPs after he died, but since I couldn't apply a 1-turn invuln, it's a minor complaint, honestly, and most people probably won't suffer from that. But it's just something I've ran into.
Yeah,
mean-
it can cuck you from the invul, like you said, but if anything, you know, if it doesn't cuck you, the big thing anyway is the damage cut, which is 1k for 3 turns and flat 3 turns. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage cut. So, yeah, it's gonna reduce the damage you take by a lot, needless to say. There's definitely one of those bond Cs that's actually very much worthwhile for both esports and actually even his normal case, like for a max level copy, it's one of the better options, assuming he's gonna die at some point in the fight.
Yeah. As people know, I'm usually pretty like harsh on tanks. Especially like pure defensive tanks that doesn't have any other support ability. But I mean, you know, he's cheap, he doesn't take up cost, and his spawnsy actually incentivizes him to die. And you know, his gut, like taunted guts, is it has weird interactions. It doesn't really guarantee even 1 extra turn of survival, but still on George, it's a nice tool to have. You can always just space out the taunt and the guts as well. I don't know. I guess it's the community like perception talking, but I never see him as kind of a redundant pick. Maybe nowadays I do pick him less, but at least for solos, you know, he's always going to be a pretty okay pick for as a level 1. There's a lot of things you can manipulate with him as well, like quote unquote solos. You know, there's a lot of runs where you want to take some hits with him. You can equip him with like Volumen. Even at level 1, he can like take 1 turn of abuse before going down, and it's just very convenient to have like the taunt skill on the first skill. I'd say a lot of weird stuff that you want to pull off, sometimes you can just keep him at like lower levels in order to do that. And so I still managed to find a lot of interesting ways to use them. And once again, that Bond C is so powerful, especially for like non-female servants that can't use Habatrot to kind of abuse that for like some solo runs. I know a lot of people don't count Habatrot included runs as solo runs because it's kind of cheating, but yeah, like
Kinda.
well, yeah, it is cheating.
Yeah,
But, like,
10,000 health and then 5k guts and an invuln, like, yeah, it feels kind of like cheating, not gonna lie.
yeah, it's basically
Yeah.
having a huge head start. But for like non-females, George Bonsi is still probably one of the strongest choices you can have
Yeah.
as a head start boost. So I like him quite a bit. I will say though, like especially nowadays, a large part of that is because of the Bonsi. Of course, being a regular 3-turn taunter is still valuable, but I still stand by the fact that I think like taunters are a little bit less valuable than they used to be. But still, yeah, he's a good servant, especially for a low star.
Also, regarding what Rice said, that the dragon trait applying his value for someone like Creamhild who wants to taunts anyway. Yeah, I never said like the dragon thing itself is the terrible part. I'm saying I would never bring him just to amplify damage. Obviously, like you said, the taunt would probably be the main part why you bring him to help Creamhild because she's so fragile, and then you take the dragon potentially as a bonus. There, that's fair, but I would never bring him like with Sumanai just to increase his damage like that. I would just do something else.
I'm actually kind of curious on that because like I personally don't. Oh, I use Draco, but like I personally don't use servants that actually have the not power mods but like actual tie-in damage bonuses against dragons. And I see a lot of people use like Ruler or Moriarty with Hustrea, like legit for anti-evil, but I don't actually see George a lot, which is, I guess, because George doesn't have any other team-wide support ability, like Moriarty can do Arse down or something.
Yeah, that
I
could
guess that's the
definitely help
difference.
for that. But
Yeah.
just for the trait alone, even for someone like Sumanai who double benefits from it, I don't like it. I just don't like it.
Yeah, I don't see it that much either. So I'm just like legitimately curious why that is the case. But probably the damage doesn't work out because he doesn't provide much other than the dragon trait itself. Is my assumption. But yeah.
I'm probably gonna bring him down a little bit from last year. I'm thinking like maybe B plus or A. Like he's still good.
Yeah. I definitely. I still think taunts are like their values are decreasing a little bit by the year. So I'm okay with going down.
Yeah. For reference, he was A plus last year. I think I'm gonna go with A for now. We'll see. Yeah. He has a lot of uses. Sure. Useful George. And then we're gonna move on to the only other 2-star rider we have, which is Mr. Blackbeard, aka Edward Teach. There he is, basically the actual, fairly, relatable self-insert in all of FGO for most of the player base, at least in terms of, tastes. He still is way more fit than most of the players, let's be real, myself included. But, regarding tastes, I'm sure. I mean, you don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. I'm just saying, okay? Anyway, what are we dealing with here? He's an AoE buster.
Person in this community, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah, of course, Otto, of course. Anyway, AoE buster DPS, not really a farmer. Again, some people say they use him for farming. I don't see it. Sorry, I just don't see it. But yeah, let's give him a rundown anyway. Obviously, his attack is pretty low because he's a 2-star, so, it's always awkward when you have bronze servants that want to be DPSs, especially if they want to be like just they only have like DPS tools. Like they're always going to be awkward to use because their stats will be such a drag. They're just always going to be lagging behind everyone else. Anyway, double buster, double arts deck, which I think will be the most common deck we'll see among riders, because I think it's also called the rider deck because it's probably the most common on this class. So yeah, it's also my favorite deck. Very cool. I always say that because, like on my first impression as well, I like the deck. I really do. It's just a nice mix of good stuffs. And, the best card types. Sorry, Quick, as much as I love you, it is true. But yeah, for him, it should be okay as well. And much like Bart, his first skill is another Voyager of the Storm. So he has a slightly worse one. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the team gets 16% attack and MP damage for 1 turn, down from 17. Wow, such a big difference. Still a bad skill though, in case it wasn't obvious. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, he gets 27% attack for 3 turns for himself, and then a one-time unlimited guts with 1 HP revive. And then minus 50% debuff rest on himself for 3 turns as a demerit. So yeah, he's one of the... there's not that many... I think there's like less than 5 or 5 at most of servants that have an unlimited guts in this game. And a lot of them are because of this skill as well. And yeah, he has one of them. And the attack is still... It's good uptime and it's a solid chunk too. And the debuff rest down, the demerit, it's not even that big. So... despite the skill being basic as hell, it's actually not bad. It's still a fine skill, especially for a low star. It's like luxury, if anything. So, yeah, it's fun. Third skill, the real Sib skill. So the 6-turn cooldown, the party gets 2k heal, and then female or female-looking allies get another 2k heal on top. What a terrible skill. It's very lore accurate, but man, that is a trash skill. 6 turns? This should be 3 turns. Are you kidding me? Even less than that, maybe, if this is all it does. Wow. Talk about some old gameplay design. It's not good. This is bad. Because it doesn't even give him... He himself doesn't even get the extra heal. And you would never bring him as a support anyway. So I don't get what's the point. I guess you get to keep your, supports alive better. Granted, they're females, so... yay. Such a weird kit for someone that wants to be a full DPS. I just don't get it. It hasn't really aged too well. He has 10% debuff rest on the first and only passive. Again, Magic Res E, so almost has no passives either. Almost. Anti-rider. What was that?
Negative 40%.
Yeah, true. With the second skill, yeah. Wow. Combat that. Anti-rider on the append. Don't bother. Just no, not happening. His MP has been buffed though. He gets 10 star bomb on base, normal effect. Cool. And then the overcharge is a. I love the effect. I hate the execution. So base 40% chance to drain enemy gauge by 1. And again, it's individual calculations all on enemies. And even the max overcharge of 500%, it's only up to 80%. Oh, I hate these. Because again, they're so unreliable. It's a great effect though. But man, all of these drains that are this low or even low to begin with, no, it doesn't feel good. Man, I personally, I've never seen the hype of Blackbeard in any way gameplay wise. I do like his character. I think he's amusing in events and whatnot, but gameplay wise, I think he's kind of trash. What do you guys think?
I mean, I don't actually know who goes first, but I guess I can go first here. Because I don't have that much to say about him.
Mm-hmm.
I really think, yeah, low stars, pure DPS is always gonna be rough. Like, unless you're someone who has like insane damage potential, even as a low star, like maybe like Paris, for example, then I don't really see a reason to use someone like this. His most unique skill is probably the skill 2 because it's like really high uptime, infinite duration guts. But on someone like him with his kit, it's not really that useful. Unfortunately, you really need stuff to complement that kind of effect. For example, like Kama has a 6-turn cooldown one. Obviously, it revives with more HP, but like it's really valuable on her because she's a great solo servant. She can even charm people and then buy turns in between. But of course, that's not going to happen with Blackbeard anytime soon.
Wait, are you saying he won't be buying turns with his 2k heal with 2-star stats? Wow, shocking.
Yep, and he revives 1 HP. So like, it's pretty unfortunate. The 2k like barely heals over probably a normal dot debuff or something. So it's kind of unfortunate. I don't really see him seeing a lot of play. Even in like 3-star below only clears, maybe bronze only clears, but unfortunately I don't. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of his gameplay.
I'll be honest, I would rather use him over Columbus. But he's his own can of worms. I feel like he gets a bit much hate. Like he has a really basic kit for sure. But like his second skill is pretty good. But I understand why people have a lot of gripes with him. It's just I don't know. Like there isn't much high demand with writers these days because there's so many good options. So him falling to the wayside, he needs some sort of thing to stand out. So like as it stands, it's just
I'm honestly maybe tempted to just put him into E. Like he's not unusable, but why would you ever pick him? I would never see a reason. Why? Like you said, there's so many good writers. You're bound to have someone better every time. Every account has someone better. I probably pick a better class, like a better class or better servant for another class that is neutral than him, rather than like him against casters. I don't get it.
Okay, he's better than Benkei. There's no way he's.
I mean, there is that, yeah.
Yeah, because Benkei is E tier, and like
he's the thing is just there's nothing that allows him to stand out as well. Like usually I feel like for low stars to like stand out, they need to, mostly for supports, but also they need to have some kind of weird gimmick maybe that is like kind of unique. He kind of doesn't have it. I guess infinite duration guts is kind of a cool gimmick, but not on a weak DPS. I guess I shouldn't call him a weak DPS because his MP damage is actually post MP buff is actually pretty funny because people will never let me forget that I'm pretty sure he does more MP damage than like Ryder Carmilla or something. It's pretty funny. They keep bringing it up, but But like other than the MP itself, it's just not doing much. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's E. I legitimately don't think he's E. But like I don't know. It's like D plus whatever. I don't see a use case for him.
I would go D then. I don't want to do D plus either.
I'll fight it.
Yeah. It's just that again, I just don't see a reason to ever pick him, even if he's not hopeless, like, you know, Benkei. Or Jill Doray Saber, you know. Or Jekyll, spoilers for future. But yeah, he's not good. No uses in my eyes. Someone did say maybe if he has like an event damage bonus. Small use case. But there you go. That's why he's not E. Okay. And with that, we conclude the 2 stars, by the way. Wow, again, speedrun. This is amazing. Call the leaderboards. We're coming. But yeah, immediately let's just segue into the 3 stars then. There's definitely more 3 stars than, you know, the previous tiers combined, or previous rarities, I should say. Not a whole lot in writers anyway, though. But yeah, first of all, we got another day 1 servant. We got a big fat favorite, at least character-wise, in Medusa. We covered her Lily version and Saber versions, and I guess sister version, one of them, already this year. But yeah, here comes the OG. Let's see how she fares in 2024. So what is she? An AoE quick DPS. Not really a farmer. You can maybe brute force something, but it's going to be ugly anyway. So I'm just going to call her a DPS. Now I can actually get some reference data, because I think for 3 stars it's already starting to be kind of interesting. So for 3-star riders, her attack of 7.2k is definitely above average, and among 3 stars it's not bad anyway. So that's nice. She's got a double arch, double quick deck, which I'm not sure if I like, honestly. I think a double buster, double quick would have been cool, especially for riders having that high absorb. But oh well. Alright, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. Petrify one enemy for 1 turn, 100% chance on max rank. Now, it's in most cases, it's basically the same as a stun, but, you know, if the enemy has something like a stun resistance thingy, then Petrify obviously ignores it, but debuff resistance still works the same way on both, for instance. So I want to say 99% of the cases is the same thing as a stun, so in some rare cases, it could be better, because I don't think there's a Petrify resistance. I don't remember ever seeing one. So, who knows?
So Gatia has like, I think 50% stun resist and then charm immune, but he has no resistance for Petrify.
Well, there you go. There's the 1%.
So yeah, oftentimes if people are doing solos, she's like kind of a must-have. And also Domon, for whatever the fuck it's worth, because like she, like I think actually I want to say he's stun immune. Now that I think of it, I'm not entirely sure.
You mean the
Not
tree
charm
guy?
immune. Yeah, tree Domon. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure. Did I use a stun unit on him? I kind of forgot.
Well, anyway, sometimes it's better, yeah, for sure. So there you go. There's some examples. Yay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter really. It's very specific cases, and I don't think I'd use her anyways unless esports.
Anyway, second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack for 2 turns. Unfortunate. I think this is the same one that Ana had, I think. Or was it Canis? Maybe it was Canis. I forgot what version Ana had, but yeah, maybe same as well. Anyway, unfortunate uptime, have to say.
Is that a recorder?
I don't know. There was some kind of a noise, but yeah.
No.
Interesting. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 20% battery and then 30% MP gain for 3 turns. You know, helpful for spamming the MP a bit more, but the MP itself is like whatever too, honestly. But yeah, passive, 17.5% debuff risk, cool. 6% crit damage, also cool. 11% quick up, yeah, why not? Nice bonus. Mostly for damage on her, because again, her hit counts are so like whatever, but still a nice number. And Divinity E- is like, yeah, not really gonna do anything. Anti-Saber on the append. would not really bother. I don't think it really is anything significant. And the buffed MP, so all enemies get a minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on base normal effect, and the overcharge on base is a 50% party-wide star gen for 3 turns, scaling up to 100%. And it's a one-hit AoE. So that basically fully, eliminates her looping potential, sadly. And obviously the gains for stars too won't be good. An AoE quick with 1M hits, that is a tragedy. You don't even get the nice stars or anything. Like, it's just so sad.
Exist in this day and age. I do kind of like the interaction of it being an AoE star gen thing, but I feel like Brynhild did that a bit better, for what that's worth. I mean, single target Lancer versus 3-star AoE rider, but I don't know, she kind of suffers from day one servant design. Like, they weren't sure what they were doing with quick servants. They were either like the best thing ever or the worst thing ever.
Yeah, pretty much.
But
Man, she really is tragic. Again, she's not terrible, but my question is pretty much the same as Blackbeard. Why would you ever bring her? I don't really see a reason. She hits a bit harder because of better stats, but she still doesn't have any. I mean, the Petrify, yeah, sometimes, but
so, like, if you're like farming doors, like she has use.
yeah, the door farming utility, amazing, never seen before.
I mean, it's more than Blackbeard can say, so
Yeah,
there's a little something there, at least, if not much.
like maybe if the battery was a 30, there would be some use cases. I still doubt it though. Like, I'm not that familiar with like pure low star comps. Maybe there are some low star comps where if you're fighting against a caster, you just want to throw a bunch of riders in, and even then, maybe she isn't even the second choice for that. So I don't know. Just overall pretty mediocre AoE rider. For like normal case use, unfortunately, I don't think most people use her. Yeah, like once again, one hit MP quick. Might as well not be a quick servant, right? She's only quick because she is Medusa. Other than that, there's absolutely no reason for her to be quick. At least in my opinion, like her entire design for her kids. So yeah, kind of unfortunate here. I don't think she's amazing.
I just see her as like a more usable Blackbeard, but even then, very heavily overshadowed by competition. I'm thinking D+.
Ooh, that's
Dang.
rough, but I mean, that's fair. Like I can't really tell you. At least me personally, like I could just be lacking in experience. But me personally, I've never used this servant.
Same.
Yeah,
Never.
it's just
either account. Not even my free to play.
Yeah.
Never. Just never use her.
Yeah. And at least she got a cool saber form. There we go.
Yeah, they kind of redeemed her gameplay. True.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could understand if people want her in C, but like, what difference does it make, right? Like,
Yeah. Like, I still think the usability is glaring, which I'm gonna emphasize here. So she's gonna. I think last year she was a C, so I'm just gonna bring her down a minus. I think every year she just looks worse again. Just buff her more, please. Please do.
yeah. OG.
Like, everyone loves her. Come on, buff her. I mean, you really Saber, that's cool, but come on, buff Ryder too. And give her some of the nice costumes from like the events or Holo Ataraxia or whatever,
Oh, true. Yeah.
Possibilities are endless.
The maid one. Yeah.
Among many others. Alright, Medusa done. Alright, let's talk about the Boudica next. Kind of an interesting servant, actually. She has seen some changes over the years, so nowadays she's basically, well, a lot of people always call her like a budget Mashu, but I think nowadays she does have other uses as well. She's just not like a worse OG Mashu, so we'll give her a rundown here.
I feel like she's more offensive these days.
Yeah, for sure. So she's got 10k HP, which on a 3-star support is actually pretty good, because you don't really care about her attack. even if she gets some of the buffs herself too. She's definitely never going to be picked for DPSing herself, but yeah, 10k HP, not too bad. Double arts, double quick deck, I think is fine. They're not going to give her triple arts, so I think this is as good as it gets, because again, you don't really need her for damage. So if anything, getting more arch chains out of the team is also nice, because she does have an arch buff too. First skill has been buffed, because thank God, like I said in the Lancer tier list last week when we were talking about aesthetic appreciation being one of the worst skills ever, I think this was either equally bad or maybe the worst skill in the game before that, because it was only Roman damage for herself for 3 turns. A super niche back then that we didn't have the command code, no Roma servant, no nothing, and it's for herself only as a support. No. But now, after the buff, at least it's nice, way nicer now. So 5 turn cooldown, all allies get 60% anti-Roman damage for 3 turns and 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Now we're talking mostly for the crit damage, but you do have some uses for the Roman AoE as well, of course. I'm sure we'll talk about it once the kit has been run down as well here. But yeah, actually a usable skill now. Second skill also buffed, 6 turn cooldown. One ally gets a 1-time 5 turn guts, revives for 2.5k HP, and also 2k max HP. Pretty good utility, actually. I really like that they made this targeted, because, she is meant to be a support after all. I mean, obviously you can use it on herself still too, but now, always nice to have that flexibility. Good uptime on the guts too, very nice. And third skill, full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns and a 5 turn cooldown. So, uptime good, effect good. That's about it. Everything else kind of basic and maybe even lacking to this day, but at least everything she now does can be put on to the party, which I really like. Nothing in the kit is like herself only anymore necessarily, so hey, good support design. 12.5% debuff risk for herself on the first passive. Cool bonus, 10% riding. Helps a little bit to getting the MP. The MP is not even that great anyway, but if you get it, cool, I guess. Anti-saber on the append, forget it, she's never gonna do damage. MP buffed, MP5 gives you 20% defense up for the full party for 3 turns, and then overcharge on base is another 20% defense, this time for 1 turn, and then 20% attack for 3 turns for the full party, both scaling up to 40% respectively. So again, it's very similar to Mashu's MP. But it's a cool little bonus if you get it. But I would never really prioritize getting this MP during a fight. Unless you're going to go for some kind of a defense stack to absorb MPs or something. Otherwise, it's just a cool bonus to mitigate and do a bit more damage. So she's interesting. I feel like mostly nowadays she has attention because of the Roman thing. Because we have Roma as a servant, we have the command code, and we have Draco as a servant. Those are the 3 things that kind of put Boudica in some kind of relevancy nowadays. So do you want to talk more about it, Plushie? Because I assume you're probably more familiar with it.
Yeah. I mean, I think she is a top tier support, so... as crazy as it sounds, people are gonna say, but the Roman command code isn't consistent. Well, it kind of is. Like, yes, you can't get it immediately when you want to, but it's eventually gonna rotate to that card. And you can always time the first skill after you have attacked them with the Roman card. Mainly, I assume you're gonna put it on your DPS. And Boudica is definitely not a support that needs extra staying power, right? Like Boudica, her entire identity before the whole Roman thing is being a tank, so she can definitely keep herself alive, keep the team alive, for you to fish for that one card, at least for the initial trigger of that first skill. And the first skill is insane. Like 5 turn cooldown, 50% crit up for the entire party, even if it's just for your main DPS, it's still good. And 60% anti-Roman damage, which is universal because of the command code, essentially. You can even think of this as a 110% crit up. If you add it up together, it sounds insane because it's the same buff bracket, so it's not as good. It doesn't multiply, but still, like 110% crit up for the entire party on a 5 turn cooldown. That is insane for a 3-star. Obviously this being on the first skill does give her certain places as a esports as well, because there are some quests where it's very hard to kill off your supports, and having her at level 1 is really nice. And But even just at like as a normal support, if you can have if you have like, obviously this is, hugely varied depending on if you have the Roman command code or not. But if you do have the Roman command code, which technically is free, I mean it is free. I don't know why I said technically, but obviously some people who didn't do Lilim Harlot, it will be a little bit annoying. But like, just if you do have the command code, even like as a normal support, she still has all the things she used to provide. 20% arts up on a short cooldown as well at 5 turns, and the MP giving 20% attack up per MP is actually not horrible for support, especially for a low star. And a little bit of defense always kind of help as well. So I think Boudica is a top tier support. Like in certain situations, I will use her over like higher rarity supports for sure, because of how much number that first skill is able to provide, and how she's able to provide it even at level 1. So I think she's A plus for sure. At least for me, I think she's absolutely wonderful as a low star option because of that one command code. Like this command code is huge, by the way. Like if you don't have this command code, I'm not gonna rate her that high. But yeah.
You got anything, Otto?
I like her second skill. Like I saw it like as soon as they dropped that buff. Like some people were really just not seeing what is so valuable about it. Just like having a targetable 5-turn guts, like it's battle continuation for anyone. The heal is like negligible, but like as long as she is out there, that can be out there on someone because it's 6-turn cooldown as well. That being said, it is a little bit less valuable these days because you've got stuff like Habitrot, although that you're not always going to be using females unless you're a Coomer.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I've used her specifically for some clears where I need guts because sometimes Paracelsus having the 3-turn is just not gonna cut it. But having it 5 turns means you've got a lot more flexibility. You can precast it a lot earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have too much to say about it. I think Plushy covered most of the bases.
So you said A plus, but I might be going A just because sadly the availability of the CC is not that amazing. So in that sense, it does hamper her, not always being the best. But yeah, if you do have it, it is free, of course, if you played the event. But until they make it a bit more accessible, I can't really rate her super high. But I feel like I can, still praise her high anyway.
Question. So I think the answer is going to be yes because it's always been yes. So with Herc, we do count the Bonsi, right? Because I feel like if we're willing to consider the work put in for a Bonsi, I feel like it's fair to say like this is just an event. Like you get to a certain point in the story, then bam, you can get that code for free. So I feel like that's fair to say.
No, in a way, I'm gonna argument that because in Herc, you have the servant. That means you always have access to the Bonsi, no matter what. It's just you pop in the backline for about a month or two, you do all quests with him, you got it. That's it. Zero effort, basically. Just take one slot. This, though, is like the opposite. The effort is not very big because, getting it from the event, you would only play like 1 or 2 days of the event and then you get it. But the problem is the availability. You don't have it always. So it's like the opposite of Herc, in my opinion, if anything.
Well, you see, the thing is, we're getting that event reran, unfortunately, because that was like one of the most popular options for the rerun.
True.
Because people just
it's still not permanent, but it does help. Yeah, it does help. You are right in that.
Yeah, we're probably getting a rerun. That's my bet at least.
I'm furious that people are giving up on like some fun stuff like Tesla Fest too for that.
Yeah, people are. I mean, I guess this is a justification because, like, before I'm just saying, oh, people only voted for the Draco banner, but I guess this is the second thing that people might have voted it for. Even though I do think a lot of these, that's hard to say. I was gonna say maybe they'll add it to the shop, but it's hard to say. So yeah, I mean, maybe the rating can increase if we do get it in the shop in the future. I guess. So,
yeah, would be kind of crazy though. But yeah, well, I think I'm going to settle with A. Some might say too high, some might say even low. Like Plushy might say, maybe a bit lower. But you know what? I do see the potential. Even if it's not the most accessible potential, it does exist. It is real, and a lot of NA people will be watching this anyway, so they have ample time to prepare it for it anyway. Now they know about the CC if they did it, so it's from the arcade collab event we're getting next year, so don't miss out on it. It's very good and very nice to have. Okay. So we'll go with there for now. Right, moving along here. Kind of another big favorite of the community as well, character-wise. We got Ushi Wakamaru, Minamoto no Yoshitsune. There she is. The childhood version, or at least the babe. So, yeah. Single target quick DPS rider. 7k attack, above, you know, most of the 3-star riders, and decent for a 3-star anyway. It's a double arch, double quick deck. If anything, I think that's my main gripe. I really wanted her to have double buster, double quick. I know I sound like a broken record, but especially now that she has more crit focus as well, it would have been so cool. Because her gains are not even that high to begin with. But, you know, if that's like one of the biggest issues, then, you know, could be way worse, right? Now, skills, first of all, 5-turn cooldown on the first one. Full party gets 20% MP gain for 3 turns, and she herself gets 20% quick up for 3 turns. Pretty solid, 2 nice, useful buffs. Obviously, one of them is for herself only, but yeah, good uptime on both. It's simple, it works. Second skill, also buffed, in my opinion, her best skill. 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then a 20 star bomb. Very nice synergy. And again, there's not really any big need for absorb either, because she is a rider. So, you know, unless you're using Rhinus with her or something else like Boudica, then you're probably going to land most of the stars on her anyway. So, hey, cool. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1-turn evasion for herself, and 100% star gen for 1 turn. It's a big number, but when you look at her hit counts, it's not the biggest deal ever for the star gen. But you know what? It's still a defensive skill on a card type that has not the best defensive options. So, you know, kind of, you know, completes the package of the skills. Like, is it still the best skill set ever? Yeah, no, absolutely not. But does it have, like, all kinds of nice things going for it that make sense for her? Yeah, I think so. Alright, 15% debuff rest on the first passive. Very cool. 11% quick up as well. Again, mostly for damage, but, you know, sometimes helps you with gains as well for both star and MP. Anti-Lancer on the append. As much as she hits hard on the MP mostly, I probably wouldn't really bother with this too much. Although, again, she is permanent though, so at some point you're probably gonna get this for free. But, like, I'm talking like, you know, practicality, I suppose. The MP then, so I guess in this case they don't default to the buff version for some reason. Anyway, buffed MP, so it's just damage on normal effect. Oh well, 1 hit, and then the overcharge is 50% star gen for herself for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 90. So yeah, the MP hits hard, but FX-wise, man, it is not good. But it definitely hits very hard. In fact, it's one of the hardest hitting we'll see, at least on this criteria. Just straight up. If we look at the damage numbers, yeah, they're up there for sure. Hard hitting MP is real. I mean, I think Ushi is a good old reliable. She has hard hitting MP, her quick crits are not bad. Just a great 3-star, right?
Yeah. Personally, I think I might have rated her a little bit too high last year though, because like, yes, she has a very balanced kit. She has like kind of everything you want in a DPS, sort of. You know, she has a bunch. She has like, you know, quick up. She has crit up, the 2 different types of buff. She has attack up, 3 different types of buff actually. Instant stars, hard defense with the to tank an MP with the evade. Just overall really balanced kit, and she has really hard hitting MP, of course. But there isn't anything that I guess my standards are pretty high here, because like she doesn't have anything like Robin Hood, for example, to make her damage like really stand out even amongst some of the welfares. Like her damage is good, like even like I guess like on par with most of the welfares, sometimes even eclipsing them. But like other than damage, she just doesn't have anything too crazy. The MP upgrade was kind of disappointing, how it didn't really give it anything other than the damage. It didn't really give it any bonus effects, which, you know, I feel like the MP was lacking before. So like it's all reliable, but it's almost like you can pick most other welfare writers to kind of do the same thing that she wants to do. And they would just fare just fine and probably even better because of their stats or because their MPs is not a quick MP with one hit, right? Like this is another case of the quick MP with low hits doesn't really take advantage of the star generation, even though she actually has star generation boosting on her MP as well as on one of her skills combined. But her hit counts are just really low to take advantage of any of this. So unfortunately, I don't know. She's just okay. She's like above average, but she's just okay. Like probably if you're doing like a pure low star run against caster bosses, she'll definitely be one of the top picks. But other than that, I don't know. She's like A to A plus, I'd say, at least to me. Like maybe even just A.
Well, before I do my take, do you have comments, Otto?
I don't really have much to add here. She's a very straightforward servant. She's just solid, like good damage. She's got like her own survival. She's got like a little bit of team support. It's just, I mean, she's good.
Yeah.
I feel like, nah, maybe I don't feel like she's that overhyped. Yeah, she's like, yeah, she's good.
Yeah.
Personally, I think among 3-stars, she still definitely stands out. She's one of the best single target 3-star DPSs in the game for sure. But I feel like I'm not going to place her EX this year like I did last year, I'm pretty sure. And I also a big argument to that is, like you were saying, Plushy as well, like compared to some of the welfare, she doesn't look as good. And I'm pretty sure when we rated her last year, Kentucky Rider was not in the welfare shop. I'm not even sure if the shop existed back then, but he was definitely not in there. So I think nowadays, if you do have access to Kentucky Rider, you would probably use him instead, because now he's, so much more accessible than... Because back then, the rerun from, I think, Onigashima's event was like 3-4 years ago when we did the tier list. So, a lot of new players and even some people that had been playing for a while still didn't have him. So, but, nowadays, not the case anymore. You can just grab him if you've farmed enough of the evocation currency. So, personally, I kind of still see her as like an A+. I think she's totally, worth the hype. She's a great 3-star. Works just, in a way, it's kind of good that she's not tied to a niche because she can be used as an all-rounder in any way. But she's not exactly like top tier anymore in my eyes because of the accessibility of Kentucky Rider. So that's how I see it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, not necessarily. My argument not necessarily have anything to do with like Kentucky Rider specifically, but I get what you mean. It's just like, yes, she has good damage. Like I feel like when people bring her up, other than talking about how balanced her kit is, because her kit is really balanced. She has like everything. She has like everything that you want. You don't really need to make up for anything as for with supports, I'd say. But other than that, people can only talk about her damage because that's about the only highlight she has other than her like pretty standard but decent kit. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Also, as a side note, I just realized my mouse was never visible this time, but hey, it's back. I can point stuff better, I guess.
Restart the recording.
Yeah, just wrap it up. Okay, go back. Start again. Insert intro here. Yeah, that's good. Anyway, yeah, Ushi, A+ in my eyes. Alright, next servant. The Kid Alexander. Young Iskandar himself. So AoE, quick DPS, and in some people's eyes, kind of a quick support as well. I don't see it. Unless you're only running like low stars, I'm not seeing it, personally. Yeah. But yeah, we'll give him a fair rundown here anyway. 7.3k attack. That's probably one of the highest among all 3-star riders, if not the highest. Definitely one of the highest. So that's pretty decent. Yeah. Also the same deck as Ushi. Double arch, double quick. Again, not sure how I feel about that, really. Oh well. First skill, base Charisma C. 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 16% attack for 3 turns. It's weak, it's boring, it's basic. Only thing that it has is the good uptime. So, yay. Second skill though, this is an interesting one. So on a 7-turn cooldown, it's a base 100% chance on max rank to charm any humanoid enemy for 1 turn. And again, for those that don't know, about 99% of servants are humanoid. So that's pretty cool. Way better than, like, you know, charm against male or female, because this has way more use. And then also comes with a full buff strip on the target too. So of all single target charms, this has to be one of the best ones from a skill for sure. It's good, very versatile, and has nice utility. So this one actually is pretty cool of a skill. Obviously the downtime is big, but chances are it's going to buy you a free turn anyway. So cool, yay. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% quick for 3 turns. So there you go. He gives you attack and quick up for 3 turns. Quick support. Yeah. Oh, I mean, the uptime is good, but yeah, that's about it for all that he supports. Plus the utility from the charm, if you count that for supporting, yeah. No, the buff strip actually is not against humanoid targets. It's against anyone. So on the off chance you're fighting enemies that are not humanoid, like, you know, normal enemies, like let's say a soul leader, you can remove their buffs too if they stack up like crit chance or something. You can do that. You can't charm them, but you can remove their buffs. First passive, 12.5% debuff rest for himself. Then he has 11% quick. And then a divinity, which is like whatever. Oh my god, the voice crack is real. Oh my god. Yeah. Normally I don't edit these, but I'm tempted. Anyway, I'm not going to do that though.
Let us know if you want us to fill in for you for a minute.
Yeah. Sure. I voice crack all the time anyway. That's really, it's funny you should say that though, but yeah, I always voice crack. I never, like, apparently, you know, matured from puberty, which, you know, makes sense. I'm definitely a man child, so good. All right. Anti-berserker on the append. Very, very nice. Cool. And the MP, buffed MP, mind you. Same as Uchi. Doesn't look very buffed to me, but yeah, so it's just damage on the normal effect. Boring, one-hitter AoE. And then overcharge, 15 star bomb on base, 35 on max. How boring. How bad. Just not good. It does hit okay because the upgraded MP and it's quick and he has a 3 decent attack for a 3-star with some buffs, but man, it's like, he just feels so much worse than Uchi in comparison as a DPS.
I don't think he's much better than other than the buff strip. I don't think he's much better than Medusa. I'll be real.
Yeah.
Like, to me, they're like almost, because like there are some cases where you'd actually take the petrify. I mean, I guess not, because petrify. Yeah, there are some cases where you'd rather take the petrify because like charm is a mental debuff, and these days they really like to counter them. You know, I would still blame a couple of specific SSRs for that, like Van Gogh and Kama, who really abuse mental debuffs. But I don't know. I think he's really not much better. Maybe when you need the buff strip. Other than that, I don't know. He's not exciting. Maybe I don't know. I just don't use like pure low star teams that much. So maybe he has a place there because of the team utility. But other than that, I don't know, man.
He's like Taigong Wong if you remove like 2 of the best things about Taigong Wong.
You know, the charge.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the team charge and 50% battery, and he doesn't have good niches. Like,
yeah,
I mean, I like buff removal, but I'm gonna be honest. Like, this might sound really weird, but like people in my community are already very aware of this. I prefer using Phantom over him for buff removal.
I mean, Phantom has utility.
Yeah, he's got like stars per turn, and he doesn't take stars. Like usually, if I'm dealing with buffs that are annoying, it's because I want someone else to DPS. And he's not really going to be doing much DPSing himself, so I'd rather have like 8 stars per turn and someone who dies easy over.
Well, he does have the 2 AoE buffs for 3 turns, so it depends on your use case, whether you pick him or Phantom, I guess, but I feel like in both cases they're limited uses, but I would probably place him above Medusa anyway, like a C? but that's about it.
I'll put him on the same tier. But yeah, that's okay. He can be
Yeah.
used against Wood Woes, where he can charm him and remove the last gut stat. Sorry, I was replying to the chat. Steno can solo the super recollection one. So are you gonna put Steno in EX? Like, you know.
True. We need to make like boss case tier list, and then it would be wild for some of the rankings.
Like super niche case, who has the coolest clear in the game? That gets ranked the highest. That would actually be kind of interesting, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah. I think his DPS is mostly the same as Medusa, but he has that added utility and team presence. So I think that's why I'm gonna place him like a plus above her.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's not a big difference. It's a half a tier when you think about it. So there you go, Alexander, and then the big grin himself. Next up, I like this guy a lot. Mostly character. Gameplay is like whatever, but character-wise, he's always fun. He's like Moriarty. I love both of them. They're awesome. And Dolman. You know, all these clearly evil guys that are always scheming, but you can't help but like them anyway. So yeah, we got Columbus next. Yeah, true.
Like
he actually the developers, they love him. Yeah. Interestingly enough. Columbus dude himself. AoE buster DPS. And if you're crazy enough, you can even brute force him to loot, but just don't. 6.5k attack. That is definitely a letdown compared to some of the peers so far. And among 3 stars, not that great either. He's got the standard rider deck of double buster, double arts, which I think is totally fine for him. Good deck. Voyager of the Storm is back. 5-turn cooldown. This time it's even lower number. We keep going down. So now it's 14% MP damage and attack for the full team for 1 turn. Again, not good. So you have 2 combined buffs to 28%. It's not even 30 now. Ouch. That's not much at all. Unfortunately. Alright, second skill. 7-turn cooldown. He gets a Guts for 1 time, 3 turns. Ouch. And then revives for 1 HP. Ouch. And then he gets a 30% battery. Cool. This battery should be on some other skill though. It's a shame. It should not be on a 7-turn cooldown. And the Guts should be at least a minimum 5 turns if it's a 1 HP revive as well. Heavily undertuned skill. Does not really make too much sense.
And that is why I prefer Blackbeard, because he has a really good Guts skill. He doesn't have a battery.
I was when you said you preferred him, I was like, why? But then I kind of forgot how the Guts works. And I was like, oh, I can kind of see it now. Because his Guts is definitely better. Lower cooldown, it's unlimited. It's just so much better.
Yep.
And why doesn't this have HP anyway? Why is it 1 HP? It's a bad Guts. Why 1? I don't get it. I guess it's lore stuff, but yeah, whatever.
Why pirates do that? I think pirates have 1 HP Guts. Like that's the weird rule for some reason.
I think
you might be right.
That Guts that skill in particular, because it's the same as Spartacus's, and I think his is also.
True, you might be right.
It's just Spartacus has a normal Guts duration because his is better.
Yeah. Anyway, the third skill. This one actually is not bad. 6-turn cooldown. He gets 20% buster for 3 turns and a 15 star bomb. Sure, is the best uptime ever? No, but at least this is main card type, and star bomb with riders always pretty pleasant. So overall, the kit, it looks worse and worse every year. I'm not gonna lie. When he came out, I was like, you know what? He doesn't look that bad. But now that I look at the skills, I'm like, was he really always this bad? Maybe it's because we keep getting better and better as kits overall, and not always, of course. Not every new kit is good, but like it just looks worse and worse every year. Ouch. Anyway, passives 12.5% debuff res and 8% quick up. Yeah, not great on the passives either, needless to say. Just some stuff that doesn't really do too much for him. Anti-rider on the append, no. Buffed MP though, I actually, for the record, I do like the OC a lot. But yeah, there's nothing besides damage on the normal effect. And the OC is 50% AoE crit chance down on all enemies for 3 turns. It's getting up to 100%. Kind of an overkill on that range. Because it's crit chance down, but at least if you're fighting enemies that are, prone to have a lot of crit buffs, then it's actually really good. But otherwise, 30% is usually all you need. But yeah, it's a nice effect compared to some of the other ones we've seen so far. 5 hits as well, so you get some stars out of it. Not a whole lot because he doesn't have any star gen buffs or anything, but yeah. Probably still more than those one-hit quicks AoEs. He's also story locked. I didn't mention that, but yeah, that's also a big problem for him. He is not that accessible. Damn, he looks worse and worse every year, sadly.
I might not even use him if he wasn't story locked. So like,
Yeah, I don't
this
blame
kind
you.
of an issue.
Plus, you're
Yeah,
being too nice. You wouldn't use them.
yeah, okay, yeah. Look, yeah, I wouldn't use him. But
Oh, yeah. One more like tiny thing I have for Blackbeard over him. So Domon. We've barely mentioned him on these lists, but I do feel like
Oh,
he
is
is
it
a
because
little
he's
bit worthwhile.
chaotic evil?
Yeah, neutral
And he's
evil versus
yeah.
chaotic evil. I feel
I
like
didn't even
Domon is
know
just
it was
such a
chaotic
big
evil.
boost.
He probably looked
Yeah,
it up.
yeah. It seems like an odd thing, but like you're going to be using them against casters, so it makes sense to use Domon in those situations. Like right now, I'm doing a run where I'm using Domon with the Yuri pirates because they're chaotic evil as well. But more on them later, I guess.
Yeah.
It's
Man, she just looks so bad after every year. I might put him next to
I'd put him in
Medusa. Yeah.
damn.
I'd use because like okay, I don't know if we're accounting for this because like it was kind of the same issue when we were talking about Bedivere, but like if we're considering the story lock, oh man, he looks really bad. Like he looks
Yeah.
horrendous because of this story lock. But yeah, I'd put him with Teach.
Yeah, I might actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's sad. They like him so
Yeah.
much. Why is he so bad? He doesn't even have any other variants either. I'm surprised. Like they even made a Lily one, but that doesn't it's not playable. So I don't get it.
Don't worry. Eventually, he'll just get
Yeah.
the
Maybe White Day. Who knows?
True.
White Day time.
I mean, let's be real. They're gonna release Perseus for White Day. They have to at this point.
Oh, Andromeda, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be like that. If not this year, then definitely next year. But who knows? Sad case, but fun character. And speaking of story locked, next one also story locked. We got the big red horse, red hair, Lubu's mount, and sometimes apparently Lubu himself clearly likes carrots. AoE quick DPS, but much like Columbus, they share a lot of things, not just story locked. Low attack, 6.4k. Ooh, could definitely be higher on a 3-star, sadly. And him especially, I really want it to be double buster, double quick, because he has a lot of crit focus too. That double arts maybe not so good in comparison. Oh well. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets, well, they did this thing again. So he gets 30% quick for 3 attacks, 5 turns, and then 50% star gen for 3 attacks, 5 turns. Yeah, they did it again later. They brought it back. The good old Emiya Alter dilemma. That is ugly.
It's even more because it's one of the only attack base. I think it's the only attack based star gen out there. So
it might be actually.
Like even an arts card that is going to make nothing.
Yeah, that makes the arts cards even worse. That's why he should be double buster. Come on, dude. Whatever. Yeah. All right, second skill, 5-turn cooldown. At least the 1-turn evasion of 5-turn cooldown. That's the best part about this skill. Then let's see. He gets 80% chance to get 600% absorbers for 1 turn, and then 80% chance to get invul pierce for 1 turn on max rank. Why not just make it 100%? It's even if you get all of these, those are 1-turn effects and a 5-turn cooldown. It's not. It still would be like whatever. Why is it 80%? I don't get it. Why? Like, not only did they first gimp him with this attack-based things, they're like, okay, what's the next thing we can do to gimp him? Oh, RNG. Let's do that too. Let's give him all kinds of weird, stupid stuff. But yeah, 1-turn evasion and 5-turn cooldown is still good compared to most, so that's the one nice thing about this skill. Everything else... Like, again, he's a rider. The absorb is not even that relevant to begin with. Unless, again, you're running Rhinus or some other stuff that might steal your stars. But for the most part, it's not relevant. All right, third skill. 5-turn cooldown. 30% crit damage for 3 attacks, 5 turns, and 20% attack for 3 attacks, 5 turns. Like, he's so 1 turn. In some cases, he's less than 1 turn, because again, this is 3 attacks. He doesn't even get it for his extra attack. You do a full Brave Chain, his extra attack doesn't get it. Neither does the Star Gen. I don't get it. And his extra is a 5-hitter. It could use the Star Gen. Bro, what is this kit? It's so stupid. He's like less than 1 turn uptime sometimes. How? As a DPS. What? Is so unfortunate. Just make them all 3 at turns and then remove the RNG and then he might be okay. Not even amazing.
Salieritis, I'm telling you, man. Let's make it all 3-turn, 3-time effects. You're only gonna win it 3 times after all.
Yeah. At least his 1 passive is really good. Riding EX, 12% quick up. So that's like really nice. Good. Alright, Anti-Berserker, also good. If you actually use him as a DPS. If you're like a Gudako from like Grand Carnival or something that grails him. His NP though ignores defense. Again, that's always cool utility. And then Overcharge, oh boy. More RNG, so base 60% chance to a skill seal all enemies for 1 turn. Now this one does scale up to 100%, but ain't no way you're gonna hit 500% on this guy. Even if you bring like overcharge supports, it's still gonna be like whack. So good luck with that. And it's for a skill seal. Why work so hard for a skill seal? It's not always even a good thing. Sometimes it's even a bad thing. Why? Why is it RNG? Skill seal is like, it's most of the time it's just okay. Well, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't understand this servant.
He's another case of just like Columbus. Like, even if he wasn't story locked, and people probably wouldn't use him, and then add on the fact that he is story locked. Damn, that's really bad. Like,
Yeah.
it is. I don't know, man. This servant is kind of whack.
Hey, at least his MP is now 1 hit, is 4 hits, so you get some stars out of it. Yay.
Yeah, with that.
Trying to find positives here.
That 3-time 50% Star Gen, dude. Like, if you use it on the NP turn, it'll actually do something.
Yeah, he's whack, bro. He's like Columbo. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. He could be technically better than Columbus, but like, damn.
I like the.
He has less
I prefer
uptime
the
though.
evade over that shit gut skill. So
Yeah,
like,
I just hate his uptime, and his stats are shit too. So why bring him? He doesn't even help the team. I feel like I'm gonna give them another friend on the D tier.
Damn.
Oh no.
Damn, bro.
3 Stooges, holy crap.
Look at them. What a wild trio.
I see the problem we've had up until now. We haven't had any art servants yet.
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, I guess next one will remedy it. I mean, George, if you want to count him, and Boudica as a support, but yeah, very slim picking so far.
They're art servants, and they're A.
Wow.
I mean, this is it's a coincidence.
Yeah,
It's
true. Yeah.
I don't know, man. That Castoria synergy with George, I guess.
Oh my god. Let's not even meme about that George DPS, okay? I'm moving on. Alright, last 3-star. Still, they haven't added more. So we got my friendo, Mandricardo. So yeah, speaking of arts, finally we got some actual arts DPS. Single target arts DPS. There he is. Now, that could be higher. It's not as low as, the previous 2. But 6.7k is still like, it's not the highest. He's got double arts, double quick deck, which I think is fine. Yeah, no worries. I think the deck is fine for him. First skill, now we get some better stuff. So 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% defense for 3 turns, and the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. So it's basically an upgraded charisma that helps him. Yay. It's actually not a bad skill. You get the good old attack defense combo and good uptime. Even if the defense is only for himself, still. Good. We like it. Yeah, the buff is new, I'm pretty sure, compared to last year's tier list. I still don't like I don't like this skill, but yeah, let's see. 6-turn cooldown. It can only be used when he's 50% max HP or less. So there's the first condition right there. Then for 1 turn now, it used to be like, worse than that, like 1 attack, I think, or like just 1 of instance of all these. But yeah, for full 1 turn, he gets 50% attack, 100% crit damage, and then he gets this debuff on attack for 1 turn, which removes enemy buffs, enemy defensive buffs when attacking for the duration of this turn. And then he gets a 1-time, 1-turn sacrifice, but it is now delayed as well, because I'm pretty sure he died instantly last time or something. But yeah, now it's delayed after the turn, so he can do a full turn now, and these effects last for 1 turn. So his potential for a really sexy Brave Chain is real, but I still hate this skill. I don't want my main DPS to die. So for the most part, in my eyes, it's a dead skill. I don't like it. Even with the guts, which you could use to prevent this, you would still need to provide it from an outside source anyway. And even then, there's no guarantee he can live for long after that. I don't like it. And of course, I should mention the delayed sacrifice is a buff, so you can't remove it. Unfortunate. Anyway, 3rd skill. 5-turn cooldown, he gets blue and green for 20% for himself for 3 turns, and then a 1-turn taunt. The defense up becomes a little bit more valuable with the taunt as well. Also helps with his MP spam. Granted, he can live the incoming assault, which shouldn't be too hard because, he's an arch servant. Just give him 1 cast story, a 3rd skill. You're already good, No worries. Magic Rest C, 15% debuff rest, cool. 8% quick up, also pretty cool. Not bad passives. Anti-Saber on the append. I don't think he's worthy enough for neutral DPSing. Alright, MP. So he gets 10% attack down for 1 turn. I believe this is after damage though, right? It should say before. So, for the MP, it doesn't really matter. For the Brave Chain, it does a little bit. For the MP, not so much. And then before damage, he gets a 20% rainbow on base OC for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%. Pretty okay. I mean, it makes like now every one of his Brave Chains is always good, basically, because of that. Granted, it includes the MP, of course. It is a 4-hitter as well, so he actually does refund a little bit from it. Especially as, in fact, he has the highest refund of all the single target riders in our list. No, it shouldn't be too surprising, though. So yeah, he's basically, usually he's compared to Ushi, of course, because they're, 3-star single target DPSs that are probably the best ones, because, there's not that much competition to begin with. But he's like, I like Ushi's kit a bit more on paper, but his MP is also more spammable. So there's that, because it refunds way better. So, yeah, but I hate his 2nd skill still, even after the buff. Sure, the turn you're going to use it on is going to be way better now. Granted, you have his cards, which is also more RNG, but it doesn't... I still hate the sacrifice on it, because he's supposed to be like a main DPS.
I don't know if this is a hot take. Like, I feel like this might even give him more niches if his 2nd skill just straight up allows him to sacrifice himself.
Like on use?
Yeah. No. Just
like without the HP condition.
Yeah. Like because in a normal in normal situations, if you're using him as a main DPS, you're not clicking this anyways. So this is just adding a needless sort of restriction to a situation where you don't necessarily want him to be in anyways. And it like maybe if you use him, he could be single target Arash or something. Like I feel like that would give him some kind of weird niche in some farming comps or whatnot. But like as of now, it's just way too difficult to trigger. And also I think Ryoma not just returning to the welfare shop, but also getting an MP upgrade kind of hurts his exclusivity as a like free arts single target writer. Because like the reason why people really like him that much, at least in my opinion, I could be wrong, is because of the arts MP, and arts MPs always gets a little bit of a sweet bonus just because you can work with Castoria and whatnot. And nowadays I feel like Ryoma with the upgraded MP would definitely be a better fit for that kind of job. So I don't know. I don't think he's that amazing, but he's not bad either for sure as a 3-star.
Yeah, he's still good.
I'll probably put him in like a B, a B, B.
I think B
B.
plus is totally fair. What do you think, Otto? Do you have any comments on Mandricardo?
He will never be my favorite arts writer. Hmm. I like that taunt. Like that does that can either work towards the Castoria synergy because of her targetable invuln, or you could use it
Sure.
to get him to lower HP. Either way, it's going to help him get more NP gain. I think that's a pretty cool thing to place on a servant like him. I think it's fair to just like ignore his second skill for the most part. Like I think between his first and third skill, like if you look at the people he's comparing to, like he doesn't have that many. Like he has a decent amount of effects for his stuff, and he loops fairly easily. So like oftentimes with an art servant, you just want like someone with decent cards / refund, and then bam, you're fine. Because
Yeah.
Castoria gives you so much. It's just there's that little flavor thing there. Like if you're not only using him as a DPS, like you can also bring someone else as a DPS. He can help buff them, and once he kills the one caster on the field, he just dies off, and he can also play a little utility.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty neat. It's just he'll never be in my heart.
Okay, fair enough. To address one comment in chat, they were saying he should be A. Ushi has competition with Kintokichi so high. Well, the thing is, last year with the welfare shop didn't exist. Now it does, and it has both Sakamoto Ryoma and Kintoki Rider in it. And Ushi already came down from EX to A plus because of that. And I think Mandricardo was A last year, so I think it's totally fair for him to come down to B plus. So they both get like a minus for them having. They also buffed Ryoma's MP, like Plushie said. So I think he's just way better now. So I think it's totally fair to bring them both down a minus because competition is way more prevalent now. They have permanent competition in those two welfares. So I think it's totally fair. But he's still good. B plus is not a bad ranking. It's still legit. But I just, sometimes the second skill is dead, which is not ideal. But yeah, you can work Mandricardo for sure. All right, with that, we conclude the 3 stars and the low stars in general. Yay, pachi. Okay, so yeah, now we start the long journey ahead with the big 4 stars. There's actually a lot of SSR writers too, and it's like half and half, pretty much. In fact, is there more SSRs?
There could be.
There's 17 4 stars. Okay, one. Actually, no, there's more than that. There's 18
really like
4 stars.
Random stuff writers for SSR. Like there's so many modern ones as well. Like not necessarily last year specifically, but like just within the recent 2-3 years, there's so many writers.
I think it's equal. I just did a fast count. I think there's 18 4 stars and 18 SSRs. And that includes welfare. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, we should get on it. Yeah. Okay, so back to day 1. We're going to talk about Marie Antoinette. AoE quick DPS. There she is. Now, let's get some stat reference for myself again. So, among 4-star riders, 8.2k attack is low. So that's not good for a start. Among 4 stars is not that high in general. She's got a quick double arch stick, which I don't think fares her well either. She does have crit focus too. I would have loved to have seen Bubble Buster. Broken record, I know. But it is what it is. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. 80% chance to charm one enemy. I do like that the charm can be used on anyone. There's no requirements whatsoever. But I hate that it's 80% on max. That sucks. But then the party gets a free charisma, 20% attack for 3 turns. So that's cool. So it's so close to being a very nice charm. But now it's just like, why? I don't understand. Alright, second skill. 6-turn cooldown. Now, talk about defensive skills though. Invul for 3 attacks for self, and then 600 HP per turn for 5 turns. The healing is like whatever. Quick math, what is that? 3k healing over 5 turns? It's not that much. It's pretty low. But man, 3-hit invul, no limit. I mean, the cooldown is higher than PFA, but man, that is a beefy skill. Especially on team, it's gonna be really hard to kill her, even as a quick servant. So, cool. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% mental debuff success rate for 3 turns, which I guess, quote unquote, solves the issue of the first skill. So it's not completely hopeless. And then she also gets a 2.5k heal. I always don't. I mean, it's nice that she has some way of doing it, but I never understood why introduce a demerit for a servant if they're gonna be forced to put their own plaster on anyway. I don't get it. They just gimped the numbers. Did they want to give her less effects? Because this could have been some other effect besides mental debuff success rate up, if she had a base 100% anyway. I mean, granted, yeah, this is now 110% on base, which fights some resistances too, but I don't get it. What's the point of giving, crippling the servant if they're going to fix their own problem anyway? Just make it fine on base and then give her some other nice effect instead. So, yeah, I don't get it. Anyway, kind of a mixed bag of skills. She's got some offense, some defense, but kind of wonky, in my opinion. Needs more. 15% debuff res, 11% quick. Pretty okay passives, at least. Not too bad. Can't really expect more than that for a day 1 SR. Anti-Avenger on the append. Nah. Upgraded MP. So, hey, full party debuff cleanse on the normal effect. Pretty cool utility, in my opinion. Then also party gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns. And then a base 1k heal on the OC, scaling up to 3k. Effect-wise, it's not bad, actually. Because the heal... Did I mention the heal is AoE? But yeah, it is. Yeah, so it's basically a support MP that does damage. In fact, I feel like nowadays, maybe if they were re-releasing her, they might make her a full support, which I think they should have back then already. This was a full support MP. There could be some... I think she would have way more uses, honestly, depending on what they would change over the damage.
Yeah.
She can take care of herself. She's got that charisma, that charm, crit damage, cleanse, heal. There's a lot of stuff going on, but now she's a DPS, so she's in this weird spot where, yeah, she has a lot of team utility, but I don't think I would still bring her as is, really almost ever. And her farming, from what I remember, is she even on the sheet? Well, she is, but yeah, the numbers are pretty trash. I mean, this is a super scope setup. You can definitely improve on this, but it's probably not going to be very generous anyway.
Yeah, basically everything that shows super scope there, you can go triple Scotty with the 50%.
Yeah,
CD.
basically. Yeah.
How it works. So the numbers are a bit misleading with that, and I think...
But since most of them are like that, you can still get a comparison between them anyway. I mean, a lot of them are obviously between SSRs, but still, yeah, you can see some comparisons.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. As far as looping goes, I have run numbers with her in particular. It's it really just comes down to the lack of a battery that makes it hard to compete with modern quick loopers. But I mean, as far as AoE riders go, I don't think we really need that many farmers. So I definitely prefer her for challenge quests.
Yeah.
Because we have so many farming riders. It is actually insane how many. At least half of the ones you see here are capable of 3-turn looping. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I just don't have enough experience with this character, but she definitely feels like she lives very well in a team, but what does she actually do after not dying? Well, yeah, her MP does have good utility. I'd say debuff, cleanse, heal, crit buff. It's all really nice effects, to be honest. But I guess this is what makes her kind of okay. But in general, unless you're using her as a pure support, I wouldn't go for it. It's one of those 3-turn invol characters that just stick on the board and do nothing, kind of take up space. I would say her caster version has that issue even more. But maybe I don't know. I just think I'm not that big a fan of her gameplay in general. it's just very slow, and what she provides is actually not quite enough for what she wants to be, at least in my opinion. So yeah, as you said,
Yeah.
maybe she should have been pure support.
Yeah, once again, she's like definitely one of those servants that isn't a solo DPS, and by solo DPS, I don't mean like a DPS that only solos. I mean like someone you
Main
use
DPS.
alone. She's
Yeah.
best paired
Yeah.
because she's very self-reliant on her. Like she doesn't need help staying alive, and then she has some stuff that benefits the team. It's just yeah.
It
Yeah,
is.
it's,
The debuff cleanse is a bit of added value because if she was arts, it wouldn't be as valuable because of Castoria, obviously. But yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
nice to have that.
Yeah, it's a weird trade-off because if it was arts, it would be a lot more spammable. But then Castor already has the cleanse, so it's kind of
Yeah,
weird.
FX
I
wise
guess
it would be
she could
worse,
use
but
it later.
MP wise it would be better.
Yeah.
Mhm.
she's
I think
like,
I'm gonna go with C
okay.
plus. Yeah, she has some nice things going for her, but you can probably find better options.
No.
Oh well. All right, more day one. We got the punchy Saint next in the less punchy variant, but it's still the same girl under there. So we got Martha next, the Rider one. She's got 8k attack, which again, not good if you're gonna look for to DPS with her. And on that note, it's kind of hard to classify her in one single role. She is an AoE DPS, but at the same time, she's kind of a utility support as well. So it depends. Sometimes you're gonna pick her for her skills. Sometimes you might actually try to DPS with her, or boost, your damage as well. It depends. But as a DPS, I don't think she's all that great, sadly. But let's see what she's made of. She does have the caster deck though, the triple arts, which is interesting, I suppose. And because her MP gain is so high, even the terrible hit counts, they're not even all like she can actually use her MP sometimes, like in a decent rate. So funny how that works. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Unlike Vlad Lancer and King Hassan, she does not have a good version of this skill. I mean, it's still not bad, but it could be so much better. So now she gets the 100% debuff res for 3 turns, and then a 2.5k heal on a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah, it's all defensive, but it would be nice to get all that defense and the attack as well. Let's be real. So, Second skill. Yeah, best buff in the game, by the way. So it's an AoE heal of 2k on a 6-turn cooldown with a full cleanse. The only thing the buff did was increase the healing by 500. I can't believe this actually happened. Like, I don't understand. I'm guessing in the developers, they were like, oh, we should roll out way more buffs regularly now. Like, we're going to buff every servant, everything about every servant, to give players more incentive to do these quests. And they're like, yeah, let's start with Martha. Let's give her a minor buff there. And then they never did this again. This is a terrible way to do buffs. Terrible way. This is probably the worst buff in the whole game. I can't think of another buff that was as bad as this. Even the shit MP upgrades that we've seen so far from a lot of the year 1 buffs that only increase damage in some cases, even those are more useful because it's still more damage. This is a 500 plus heal. It's nothing. It's a black grail tick. What?
I mean, the one thing people bring up is Maid Altar, which we'll see later.
Oh,
I think
right.
I think her buff. I don't know.
I think it's better than this though.
That's what people like to make fun of. At least I'm not saying it's like specifically the worst, but yeah, that's.
Bro, I don't know, man. Like that Frankenstein getting plus 10% defense down for 1 turn against 1 target as an AoE servant. That still takes the cake for me.
I mean, they're all terrible
like
buffs.
500 health. I mean, it's technically 1500 if you think about it. So it's not too bad, I guess.
But yeah, if it wasn't obvious, I don't think this skill is all that great. It's mostly used for the cleanse, which it's good for that for sure. You have a cleanse button, but the heal is like whatever. It's a bonus. It's not amazing. It can work, but the buff was pointless. Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full buff strip on 1 enemy, and then reduce their defense by 30% for 3 turns. This is like a much better version of Torture Technique, because it comes with the buff strip. Pretty cool. Kind of a mixed skill set, but you do get that utility in there. Again, mostly for the second and the third skills. Sometimes you need that stuff. 20% debuff res. 11.5% quick up. That's like whatever. Divinity C, yeah, no thanks. Anti-Berserker, for the DPS Martha enthusiasts. Go for it. Buffed MP, so 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage for herself. And then overcharge, 20% defense then on all enemies for 3 turns after damage, scaling up to 40. So yeah, this was needed if you wanted to DPS with her, because the MP was like the biggest noodle ever. I'm not saying it still hits hard, because it really doesn't, but at least the buster buff before damage helps with the damage upgrade. It's also a 1-hit AoE buster, yay, because voice crack, hello. It's not a very pretty MP. Again, I think she should have also had a support MP. Just make Ruler the full DPS version and make Rider like a full support. That would have been cool, actually. She's in a really weird spot.
Like,
do you use
I
her for
think
utility
DPS,
a lot?
Not really anymore. I mean, she does the unique thing of having cleanse plus buff removal, and it's full. It's not like if Santa Gale had full buff removal and full cleanse, yeah, it would have been done. She would have been over. But in very rare cases, maybe, just maybe, that is a very it's not that good when you have to specifically try to cook up a situation for it to work well. You know what I mean? Like,
so counterpoint.
Okay.
The times that she has been very useful have a couple of the times she has been most useful have been caster bosses. Like, she is very clutch when it comes to the Demeter boss fight, because she can remove the max HP and the buff blocks.
The buff block is specifically,
The defense, that shit'll just rock you. And then also she's very useful in the Woodwoes quest, because you have to deal with charms and terror, and also the last bar has the double guts. So that can save you a lot of time there. There's also, I don't know, there's just a lot of situations where both of those things come up at the same time. Like, another one that comes to mind is Beast Korean from Olympus, because there's another guts gimmick on the last bar, and then you also have to deal with more terror and debuffs and shit. So, she's deceptively useful, I would say. She's replaceable. Like, if you have Tristan does the exact same thing. It's as well as like a dozen other things, but she has like a decent amount of damage boosting, between like 30% and then another 20% from her NP. Her NP doesn't do much damage, but she can still help you do a bit more damage, as I've observed with Demeter. She's got some actually pretty decent use cases, from my experience.
I mean, but I guess the buff purge is nice, because like it's a really good uptime for buff purge on a skill. Like, 5-turn cooldown is legitimately really good.
It doesn't get better than that, right?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they don't actually give those anymore.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point. I forgot about because like when I last used her on the Woodwoes fight, I used her to remove the Pierce Emblem, which was like the second or third bar gimmick, and then I still also used her to remove the guts, because like it came off a cooldown. She lives long enough, because she's got like 2 heals, so it's she's worth keeping on the field for a little bit, because she's got like a little bit of healing, but she's also got 2 really solid pieces of utility.
So there's also the case that someone in the chat pointed out, the case files Barbatus race, because you get those random debuffs on you at the beginning of the fight, and I think he could also maybe buff himself too, if that could be relevant too for buff removal. But yeah, some of those buffs were like, they were minus 50% card types and whatnot, which would prevent most one shots if you were going simple counts. So there's another use.
Yeah, on paper she just doesn't look that great, but she's had some really good in practice moments, I would say.
I'm thinking like between C+ and B.
I'm fine with
probably
B.
I think she has more use cases than Marie. Marie is probably a better like DPS or like
It's probably not
standalone
much of a
unit, but-
difference in their DPS, in my opinion. But yeah, I think she might have more
Yeah.
use cases. Yeah.
Yeah, just because of that utility. It's once again like I'm pretty sure this combination doesn't exist yet, but full buff cleanse, full debuff cleanse as well. Like those two put together is still pretty potent.
Yeah,
but
like
yeah.
when it comes to like having both of those things on one servant, like oftentimes you'll have to pick two separate servants to deal with that, and like one of those is provided by Castoria to be fair, but buff removal is still kind of rare. As far
Mm.
as supports go, like there's only like 3 or 4 that have buff removal, and then like that's like
I mean, some do it on
Some
AoE as well, but yeah, that's a whole nother topic. I think one thing that's also kind of nice about her, she's a good backliner. Because remember, when she comes in, she can immediately deal with potential buffs that enemy has gotten over the turns. She can also get more use of the heal, because you're probably damaged after some turns. The cleanse. So I feel like she's maybe more useful after the first initial turn. So as a backliner, she's not bad either. Coming in later.
Probably.
Yeah, I like the idea of her getting like a team charge. It's sort of like a side grade to Asclepius in some ways, because he
just buff
has
her,
that same
give her
ability.
like a unique version of the protection of the faith, because her version is kind of like whatever now.
That'd be
Make it like charge, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. All right, now we stray a little bit. Oh, what would you say?
She could pray for someone else for once.
Yeah, true. Interesting. Make her convert. That would be a controversy. Anyway, moving a bit away from day one, but still very much year one. In fact, the first half of the year. More pirates. We got Anne Bonny and Mary Reed. We covered their summer version in the Archer list, but now the OG rider. So single target quick DPS servant. 9k attack is pretty much average among 4-star riders, more or less. They got double arts, double quick. So again, a lot of really old riders. They have this deck, which I think most modern riders or most riders after like year 2 or so have like double buster, double arts. But yeah, they have this deck as well. Not a huge fan, honestly. Again, they also have some crit focus. All right, first skill though. This is an interesting one. So 6-turn cooldown, they get a Guts for 1 time 3 turns, 1 HP revive. There's another one, by the way. They get a 1-turn taunt. They get 30% MP gain for 3 turns, and then 50% star gen for 3 turns. Compared to what this used to be, this is one of the better buffs for sure. It was so bad, but yeah. Very cool combo, not just for the new effects that they added, but yeah, obviously if they're lower HP via the taunt, or you know, just getting hit, but the taunt makes it more consistent, their MP does more damage, of course. So yeah, pretty cool skill now, I would say. And obviously MP gain, even if it's not MP gain from damage taken version, it still increases your MP gain from damage taken. It doesn't scale as much as that one does, but it still helps for that too. And obviously helps with phase cards too. So that's cool. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, 100% crit damage for 1 turn for self, and a 25-star bomb. There you go again. Where's the double buster, dude? Anyway, cool little skill. It is a big downtime, but it's some big numbers though for these effects, and they have good synergies. So yeah, and you combo that with some other stuff. Yeah, not bad. Like the third skill. Again, not the best down uptime though, but yeah, 5-turn cooldown, 30% attack for self for 1 turn, and 600% absorb for 1 turn for self. So it's an interesting package of skills. Downtime is definitely real between the second and the third skill, but you know, it's a lot of burst though. It's not bad. And then their MP, with the help of the first skill, can do some damage too. 12.5% debuff res is the only passive they have, so that's pretty weak, unfortunately. Anti-rider on the append. Unless you go for that 1 HP setup, probably not really relevant. And speaking of the 1 HP setups, we got the MP, which has been buffed. So on base, there's nothing besides damage. Surprising, because again, it's a really old buff. And yeah, this was literally just a damage buff. They changed nothing. But the overcharge is bonus damage or bonus multiplier based on missing HP from 1200% to 2k. Funny. So obviously, the lower HP, the more damage you do.
So this is a
Huh.
fun servant. I was literally just using them because, like, as I said earlier, they have Dome 1 synergy since they're chaotic evil.
Mm.
They're definitely one of those ones that have actually aged a bit better than people have realized.
Yeah.
Because like the addition of mighty chains and then like other quick supports and other quick support. I mean, and they're so their NP does get a bit of focus and a bit of shit because like it's only one effect, but the way and then like it's also you have to enable the gimmick somehow. I don't really see the low HP thing being a requirement. It's not like you gotta have 1 HP for it to do anything. For me, it's more so like it's like the lower like that's a bit extra because they already have decent NP damage as is because they have an upgraded NP. And then like if they're under 100% HP, they're just doing more damage. So they just have the bonus of like if they're not at max HP, then more damage. Also, another thing that I've seen people give them crap for is, which is I don't quite understand, is their NP gain, which it's basically slightly better than Ushi's, and I don't see the same people complaining about Ushi's NP gain. So, just gonna leave that there.
Yeah.
I mean, me personally, I think their kit is very focused on just one turn burst, which I guess is a good fit for them. But there's one thing I really don't like, which is the Taunted Guts. Like Taunted Guts interacts very strangely. It can still get them killed if not handled properly. So that could be a bit of a nitpick because the taunt is only one turn, so it's not like it's but like if you really want that first skill to reliably proc the gimmick at max potential, it can be a little bit annoying, but I guess they're just fine. But like as a normal servant, their kit really doesn't offer much other than burst damage, which like it's not necessarily always a bad thing for a servant to be like that, but I don't know how to put it. um hmm This is I don't know, man. I guess I don't use them enough. That's my excuse. There is just I don't really use them
No.
enough. And personally, I think the unless you have them at like a really decent MP level, it might not be worth the effort. Like with so many welfares being competitive as well these days, it's just
Yeah, that is true.
I was about to say the competition for them is still the biggest problem. Even if they themselves are not a bad servant, we have a lot of solid single target riders.
Yeah. And then like my experience, like even though I definitely use them, I probably use them more than anyone like watching this right now. But
Chances
to be
are.
fair, I am used to NP5 performance, so I probably have a bit more positive of an experience. So I gotta identify my bias there. But I know the one turn damage thing is a bit of a focus with some people, but like I think it's more so like you can alternate between like burst turns with the NP and then burst turns with crits. And that's sort of like how it's kind of how quick servants oftentimes go. They'll just alternate between doing NP damage and doing card damage. It's Buster's thing, but they do it more consistently. That's anyways.
I don't know. I
That's
think it's just
generally
whatever.
speaking.
They're also like probably hovering around the B and C plus. Like maybe they do have bigger like damage potential if you want to like, because like having the ability to do funny numbers might be
Yeah.
but could be a plus. I don't know. I think B is fair. I guess I don't really see them really pulling off anything crazy though either. So
I think it's just one of
Ace.
those cases where it's like a solid single target DPS, but overshadowed by a lot of competition.
I mean, I don't even know what's I just like usable. I guess the upgraded MP does kind of push it towards solid. But
Yeah. So someone in chat was I don't mean to focus too much on what people are saying in chat, but someone or a couple people have been saying like, okay, why not just use riderless? So the problem that we're facing when we're ranking these types of lists, like you can make a case for like 99% of servants to be just like don't like they're bad, don't use them because there's a welfare better than them. Like we have to operate under some expectation, we have to predicate our argument by like ignoring that servant to some extent, because if we always take like such a reductive view on it, then we're never going to get anywhere. It's just everything's bad except one thing.
Yeah. It is at the same time. It
feel
is
like
a fair comment, but at the same time, we don't want to see a list where 70% of servants are D plus or lower. Because that would be kind of stupid and lame.
as I just hope that this doesn't turn into the Saber list again with
Yeah.
Iori just shitting on everyone and it just being annoying.
Yeah,
I mean,
we'll see.
I don't think any of the welfares have that's offensive prior. I could be wrong. I don't know. Like none of them are that broken, at least in my opinion. So, but I get what you mean.
It is reality, yeah, but at the same time, we still obviously we do put a lot of emphasis on comparison, but I feel like if a servant is still fine and completely good, like yeah, sure, they might not perform as well as this servant that you might also have access to. I'm not gonna put them in E tier because of that, So it's just how I think it's better to rank them like this. Anyway, next servant for that. I mean, I put Mary and Anne on B, by the way, but we'll see if I move them later.
Yeah, I'm fine with B. Yeah, I think that's fairly generous. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I might maybe C plus later. We'll see because we get more like comparison. But anyway, first welfare servant time. Speaking of which, I guess we got Santa Alter. Saber, Alter, Santa, whatever you want to call her. AoE, Buster, DPS, and I guess you could even farm with her, but she's still in an interesting position. They buffed her very recently as well, interestingly enough. So let's give her a fair rundown here. Now, 9.2k attack, so much like Salter, Saber. Her attack is not as crazy high as hers, but it's still good. Among 4-star riders, it is above average for sure. She's got double Buster, double Arch deck, which, there we go. Standard rider action. We're starting to see some of it. Cool. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, is a targeted skill. Heals the target by up to 3.5k and gives them 30% star gen for 3 turns. It's just weak. And this is like the highest rank of the skill as well, because I think Jalter Lily had a worse version of this. It's still not good. It's just so weak. Like the numbers are way too low and the effects are kind of like not even that good. So, Now here's the buff though. I personally like this buff. Like I'll be the first to say is, will it really make her that much more usable? Maybe not. But do I think the skill is really good now? Yeah. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 10% battery, overcharged by 1 step for 1 time, 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and a 30 star bomb. That's a lot of stuff, and a lot of good stuff too. So on a 5-turn cooldown, that's really good in my opinion. Very good. Maybe a bit misplaced on a servant, sadly. That might be the main issue, but is still a really strong skill now after the buff. You can tell it's a modern one. Ooh, feels good. Third skill though. Ooh, 5-turn cooldown, 45% buster up for self for 1 turn. Oh, that's it. That's the whole kit. Like skills 1 and 3 are like, I want to flush them down the toilet. Skill 2 is like, I'd sleep with this skill. Yeah, I said it. Okay. Okay, move.
You probably wouldn't have to flush twice.
True.
Yeah.
Anyway, 20% debuff res, cool. 10% quick up, maybe not so cool. It's there. Anti-saber, nah, on the append, nah, no thanks. Ooh, the MP. Ooh. So she
Yikes.
does have the funny damage mod though, or the base, like the, thing. It's higher than usual, like Salter does. So I guess that's why it hasn't maybe been buffed yet. So it does more damage than a non-buffed Saber, or not Saber, Buster MP. And then the overcharge is 10% refund on base, scaling up to 30. But yeah, it's kind of basic. 3 hits AoE, doesn't even do that many stars. Even if you give the first skill to herself for that star gen, it still won't really generate many stars anyway. Ooh, like I love the second skill, but that's like the one nice thing about her. Everything else is kind of doo-doo, I'm not gonna lie. The MP hits okay, especially if the mana burst, of course, because her attack is high, free MP 5, higher mod than usual, and then this, but that's like one turn every so often.
I was
Every 5
thinking, what
turns.
if the overcharge was 2? Maybe that would have helped her farming, because that would make her MP get 20 back
True.
one time. But like
Yeah.
it's just meme territory still. Like in my
Actually,
opinion,
no, it doesn't help with that because it's one step. It goes to 15% instead of 20.
Yeah.
Oh, you meant 2
okay.
steps. I thought you meant 2 times 3 turns. Okay, okay.
Then
Two
on turn
steps,
2,
yeah.
she could get 30%.
Ah, right.
Yeah, but
Sure.
I'm not even sure if that helps.
Yeah.
Like overcharge is a nice. I think if it was 2 stages, I can find some interesting usages with her, because I really like building like multi-core farming teams with Tonalico, and she really appreciates overcharge. But 1 stage is a bit awkward. And the Saber Altar, I think you put it really well with how the buff is misplaced. I think in terms of buffing servants, they should actually allow servants to get multiple buffs at once, because there are servants that are just so far behind that even if they got one like really decent buff, it's just not enough to actually bring up their relevancy. They need multiple at once. And with the way how they buff servants right now, they don't even like. I think the closest they've ever done back-to-back buffs was for Suzuka's Saber or something, and I'm
Yeah.
not even sure how like
Keywords.
sorry. Oops, sorry.
No
I'm
worries.
not even sure how close those 2 buffs are, but like they definitely should allow multiple buffs at once. Otherwise they're just wasting like pretty decent buffs on servants that are way too behind. And she would still probably just be a beat stick for like as a writer AoE. That's
Oh yeah, they did
about
it for Ozzy too. Speaking of this list too, he got 2 buffs very close to each other.
Yeah, he really needed them. By the way, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, game. Anyway,
Yeah, man, I love the second skill. It's just it doesn't really help her in particular. At least not yet. She would need way more, like you said.
Yeah, 20% is just such a small number too. Why do they make a typo?
Well, to be honest, it's very loaded for a 5-turn cooldown. So I feel like 20% is fine. Like, look at all this stuff you get for 5-turn cooldown.
Like, you look at that, and then you look at like Bart's second skill. You got the 10% charge. You got 50% credit instead of 20%, and then like you don't have the overcharge, but you do have star manipulation there. And he has stars on a different skill. Like I do not see in a situation where that's better. But to be fair, Bart's not going to do any NP damage. So
yeah, this is a hard placement.
Dude, you don't understand. They really went ahead and buffed the best single target rider to make sure he's the best single target. Okay, no, this is a spoiler, but
yeah.
Anyways.
This is a hard placement. Last year I had her on a flat D, which I don't know. Maybe that was a bit low anyway, because she still kind of hits hard on the MP. But I don't know. Like this probably doesn't change too much anyway. Even if I really like this skill.
D plus is fair. D plus to C is fair, I guess. I mean, I
maybe
don't
C. I feel like D plus is a bit dirty with the buff. Yeah.
I'm fine with D plus, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, like I think Bard is a great point of comparison actually, because
I like C.
He's a 1-star, and then he like does something similar.
And she is now all the shot. She's always available too, which helps.
We rated Proto-Ku too low. He just guarded both of my Nobukatsu's debuffs without his skill active.
Did we? I don't know. I feel like Proto-Ku is like one of those cases that hasn't aged well at all.
Yeah.
Like someone also in the comments of that Lancer tier list pointed out that Proto-Ku is the more offensive focused Ku, but Ku still does more MP damage than him, like the OG one.
The buff. Yeah, especially after the
well, they both have MP buffs still, but yeah, he has the attack buff from the gut skill. Yeah.
So like,
it's funny.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, like,
Man.
it's a mixture of 2 damage types, to be fair, but whatever.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I was more towards D plus, but yeah, I mean, it's close.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Anyway, fun times. Let's
Fan favorite.
yeah. I mean I'm in that club as well. But yeah, we're gonna talk about Astolfo next. The one and only. One of the more famous characters to come out of the Fate franchise in general, mostly because, you know, I guess there's not that many famous traps out there in the anime-like genres, so it's definitely one of the more well-known ones. And what do we have for gameplay, though? AoE quick DPS, 8.9k attack, just hovering below average among 4-star riders. He's got the full triple quick deck, and gotta say, I don't like it. His quicks are so bad too, so... Ooh. I mean, it's easy quick chains, but yikes. First skill, not good. 5-turn cooldown, 28% attack for 1 turn. What? That's illegal in 2024. This should be banned. Do something about it. Second skill, 8-turn cooldown, 90% chance to stun 1 enemy for 1 turn. Again, very nice that it doesn't limit the targets, but what? It's not even 100% when it's an 8-turn cooldown? Like, come on, bro. What is that? That's disgusting. Third skill is the funny one, which a lot of people don't know exactly how this works properly, because it's not the most clear skill out there, but here's how it works. On an 8-turn cooldown, by the way, first of all, you get 50% battery. That's pretty cool with the buff. You get 10 stars per turn. Okay, well, actually, I shouldn't say that, because now we should talk about how the skill actually works. You get 3 buffs. You get a star regen buff, you get a star gen buff, and you get a crit damage buff. These will always appear to you. A lot of people think that because it says 65% chance is like Imperial Privilege, where it checks on use. It doesn't. You always get these 3 buffs. The problem is the checks happen at the start of your turn, but there is no indicator if they ever worked. I mean, the stars one is easy to tell. You can see if you got stars between turns, of course, because, you know, you just got bonus stars. But for the star gen and the crit damage, you can't tell. You just don't know if they're active or not in the turn you're going in. It's stupid, in my opinion. But anyway, numbers, though. 10 stars per turn, 60% 5 chance. 50% star gen for 5 turns. Again, same activation chance, and then 40% crit damage for 5 turns. So again, it checks every single turn, but they should... I don't know why they... Because a lot of... Like, for instance, Umu Caster, right? She has the conditional MP gain when you're, like, low enough HP. You always get the buff, but it's, like, grayed out when it's not active. And when it's active, it's, like, lit up. Why isn't this one like that? You don't know if you have a bonus star gen or crit damage active. Again, would be cool for the stars. So, but at least that one you can notice. But yeah, you just don't know until you go. It's weird because they're always lit up on your bar, even though they might not even be active. I don't understand. It's weird. They could easily fix that.
Design.
It is.
I was like, oh, because it's early syndrome. But I was because the only like example I thought of was Tonalico for the attack up. But like I forgot Umu Caster had that all the way back.
Yeah, same here, by the way. Same here.
There's no excuse, but you know, look on the bright side with his hit counts, the star rate up.
Yeah, true.
Whether it's activates or not, it
yeah, the star gen is like whatever, I guess. But the crit damage would be always cool to have, honestly.
Yeah, it's so bad. Why don't they fix? I mean, I guess.
But yeah, the weird workings aside, on an 8-turn cooldown, it's still not a bad skill. Mostly because they added the 50% battery, which was very much needed, by the way, because his gains are dog water. But yeah, it's passable as a skill. Some people might think it's like, oh, it's amazing, but it's not. It's not amazing. If it was 100% on everything, then maybe it's pretty good. But as is, Yeah, bad skills overall. Just bad. Alright, Magic Res A, cool, very nice. 11% quick is very nice. Mostly for damage, though, because again, his gains are so bad. But hey, he has 4 quick cards, so that's a pretty nice chunk of damage. And then 8% crit damage, also a cool bonus. Most riders don't have crit damage at all on their passives. Anti-Saber Append, nope. MP has been buffed. And the MP is definitely the best part about him. So the weakest thing is the OC. So on base you get 10 Star Bomb, scaling up to 30. But then on normal effect, besides damage, ignores defense. Awesome. And then 3 hit evasion for self on every use. I mean, obviously if you have an evasion, including this one, when you use it, it doesn't refresh or overwrite. But man, no limit, no nothing. Like, it's just 3 attacks as long as it takes. Like, wow.
PFA
Like,
on MP.
it's sad and good. Like, it's good obviously because the effects are good, but it's sad because they gimped him so freaking bad because of this MP. They absolutely destroyed his gains because they were like, oh, we can't have that be spammable. And again, maybe for the best, because it will be kind of broken. It will probably like be one of the best soloers if the boss doesn't have sure hit buff removal in Vulpierce. But like, man, it still doesn't warrant this bad of a gain set and this bad of a skill set. Like, it's not that amazing. It's really good, but it's not like game-breaking good. And no, it doesn't stack. That's what I meant. Like, you know, again, if you have any evasion up, be it hit-based, turn-based, even CEs, like the bathing under the sunlight one, if you use this MP, you don't get this. You don't get it. It will whiff. Even if you have this, like, let's say 1 attack left of this, you don't get to refresh it or stack it or overwrite. You have to have no evasion when you use this. So just, again, if in case I didn't explain it properly. But yeah, damn. Good MP, but everything else is just lacking. And he looks worse every year for sure. One of those cases.
I mean, even for solos, I think 3-time evade is like... It's actually a lot of times it's just a 1-turn evade because like you're the only one taking the hits. But I mean that's beyond the point. I think yes, PFA or protection from arrows on MP sounds insane, but damn, like you said, all the gimping that happens just because of thing, just to prevent him from spamming his MP, is just absolutely horrendous. The 50 battery used to be kind of rare on AoE servants, so like people really liked him after he got the buff because they it's a 50 battery on AoE. Not anymore. It's not at all rare. Right now, the standard is 50% battery on AoE, and you have to be able to loop your MP pretty well. And no, he's not even close to that. So his deck is also not that great. Just overall, I don't know, man. I think he's pretty horrible servant nowadays. There's almost like no use case. Like,
To be fair, like he did invent what I call a sulfo looping, which is super
it's
scope.
just fake looping. Yeah. Manual 300.
Yeah, the brute
300%
force, right?
charge. Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
manual
so he
300
can have some of the most consistent quick looping out there. That's one way of looking at it.
This is anyone with... Actually, now with Oberon, that's just anyone with 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like he did it before anyone else.
Yeah, I would definitely
did
not
do it
place him as a farmer, like Sonic in the chat is saying. He's placed as a DPS, but even then, he's like has aged so badly. Yeah,
He's got 3 terrible skills. Like
less than 30% attack for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown. How?
With his gains, if you're like soloing with him, or like no, with his gains, if you're like running a team with him and without like additional battery charge, even though it is protection from arrows on MP, he might not be able to use it that much more often than Ku's protection from arrows. You know, it's only a 5-turn cooldown, and he can't get his MP back for the life of him.
Oh,
It's just...
question. Did you mention his defensive NP gain?
No.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's also very unique in another way.
Did they give
For
that
some
too?
reason,
Yeah.
instead of getting 3% per hit taken like every other rider, he has 1% per hit taken.
So
It's
yeah,
like, why?
they
were so scared of that MP, dude. Holy.
They're very scared of it. They're so scared of that.
So like even in solos,
my
he's gimped
God.
because he's getting 1/3 the charge from being
Yeah,
hit.
like someone who does like this whole thing, who is like, oh, AoE spam MP and then never take hits, much better than he does. Obviously, it's not fair. In my opinion, is Jinako, right? Like Jinako, with the... I mean, the MP gain's not amazing, but like it's not a Stoffel. And one turn invul sometimes is better than
Yeah, with Jinako, if
DFA,
you're fighting
for
a class
solos
that
who's
has
being pretty
decent refund, and then you have like a smiling face MLB, and you do a full arts crit chain with the MP, you can maybe refund fully, but usually you don't refund fully, or unless the enemy also has like multi attacks. But it's still way
Yeah,
more
and then her
doable than
kid
a
is not-
Stolfo.
And their kid is not this, of course. I mean, she has
Mm.
really good skill kit actually, but that's probably beyond the point. But you know what I mean. It's not up to standard. It's not worth gimping so many things just because of
Yeah.
that one MP effect. It's no longer worth it.
So I'm thinking D plus is down from Sela from last year. Every year just looks worse and more competition. I love him. I even have a Grailed version, like on my JP account, but gameplay wise, yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah, has not aged well at all. Like,
He was peaked when he got that buff to get the 50% battery, because then back then farming wasn't looping anyway, and he was actually like decent at it.
yeah.
But after
it
that,
was an early
just
buff, right?
yeah, it was an early. I think it was like less than a year after his release, probably, or a year at most. So that was
Yeah.
still early on,
Yeah,
pretty
it
much.
was early. Yeah.
That was before
That tells
Scotty
you
for
how
sure,
important
where
buff
looping
timing is.
begun. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, that's a great so early buff to give him some kind of spotlight in the history.
I mean, that was
of
them
the-
realizing that, oh, we gimped him way too bad for the MP. We gotta give him a huge battery
Oh,
now, but
boy.
that damage was already done, so rip Bozo.
Yeah. Rip Bozo, yeah.
Anyway,
Oh,
moving on to
crap.
someone that looks a little bit better, at least, gameplay-wise. I mean, I love both, character-wise as well. We got Kentucky Rider, the next welfare. We briefly talked about him earlier. I mean, it's impossible not to mention him in a lot of these comparisons as is, and we'll talk about him later too, of course, even after the placement, but there he is. Single target, quick DPS, 9.8k attack, first of all. Very good. Is that the highest so far? It was either him or Rider... or not Made Alter, Saber Alter, Santa. But yeah, that is a nice number. Pretty high. He's got the double Buster, double Quick deck, which, in retrospect has aged pretty well, I want to say, for sure. And his gains are still very good for both Stars and MP. So if anything, the top side is one of the best things about him. And the MP, free MP, of course. MP5. Alright, first skill, 5 turn cooldown, 30% quick up for self for 3 turns, and 50% star gen for 3 turns. Again, they just work on him. It's a basic skill, but both effects are definitely not wasted. 50% battery, 6 turn cooldown on the second skill. I mean, it's literally as basic as it gets, because, a 50% battery is kind of a standard for a 6 turn cooldown. Usually it has other stuff too as well when we look at more modern servants, but, still a big battery, I guess. Does he really need it though? Not really. If anything, I prefer something else on this skill instead. It's good for Berserker, but Rider, I don't think he really needs this much. I mean, it's nice, because, it can give you a better boost for start, but a lot of times you don't even need it. Third skill, also not too impressive. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 120% offensive debuff resistance for 3 turns, and then a 3k heal. So again, you can't really nerf his damage easily, I guess. And then he can heal himself a little bit. But yeah, the skill set is probably the worst thing about him, honestly. It's not that impressive.
Yeah.
It barely does stuff. But, it works. It's mostly a numbers guy. Divinity C is the only passive as well. And yeah, I guess they were too scared to give him riding, even though he absolutely should have it. Because of, he literally drives his motorcycle in his MP as well. But yeah, they were probably like, he can't have more quick up because he already has so much anyway. So yeah, the passives are also bad. Anti-Berserker Append, because, nice. Make his MP deal more damage. And speaking of the MP, there it is. So it's very basic. Just damage on the normal effect, and overcharges 10% quick up for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 90%. So the overcharge is an interesting scaling. On base is not much, but it has some high potential too. It's only a 4-hitter, so it doesn't generate too much refund for itself or stars. But the face cards definitely cover that anyway. So yeah, I mean, he's still so good. He's good. Right? He's good. It's a great servant.
I feel like that's a kind of a common trend with early quick servants is they have really good internals, but like their skills are obviously being power crept because that's just how power creeping works. Even in a game like FGO, which power creep is almost minimal, sometimes in my opinion, even. But the like yeah, he doesn't offer much in his skill set. I don't know. He basically, I would say, he needs like supports to make up for most of the like either survival or like whatever.
A crit damage is the thing he needs for sure.
No, crit damage maybe, yeah. But like the deck still functions well with Summer Scotty. I don't think obviously I don't think he's bad. I just think
Yeah.
like obviously the community thinks he's super. He's like one of the best things ever. I do not believe he's one of the best things ever. But there are some interesting utility like the nature body offensive debuff resist. It is mildly useful for weird fights where they like debuff your damage when you attack them. For example, I think that works. I'm pretty sure that works. I hope it works. Maybe.
What did you say about it?
So basically, something like Beast Kama, where like whenever you attack her, she debuffs like your attack like a bunch.
Yeah,
like,
if it's an attack down, then it works. Yeah, it works.
Yeah. So like that is some kind of niche case where like there's a lot of rapid fire offensive debuffs coming. Then this is actually kind of a nice skill. This almost like a debuff immunity even for that kind of stuff. But I mean, I don't know. He's just okay. Like he's just like he has good internals, and you need like the more the supports can make up for what he's lacking, the better. Basically, that's my take on him. I don't know.
So I've got some great things to say about him. So I think he is kind of boring. He's very much carried by his internals, but I think he is a very interesting case because he points out some fucking double standards with a lot of people. So on NA, he is still super popular. There are tons of people that will tell you that he is like the best welfare, not just rider, not just single or whatever, the best welfare. And they will also turn around and tell you that quick is garbage when he is literally like the things that he does, the things he's good at embody what quick is good at. It's being able to generate stars and make and do NP damage and spam your NP and do crits and just back to back. There's a ton of servants that come out these days, a ton of quick servants that are capable of doing very similar things to him. But since people do not have experience with them, they assume that Kentucky is very unique in this regard.
He was unique when he came out, basically.
Yeah, he was unique when he came out. He is not unique anymore. I'm not gonna say power crept because like the thing he's so good at is he has the 50% battery, and then he gets carried by his internals. But then you have servants like Jack and Okita that are also carried by internals that don't get the same pass.
Oh yeah, Jack Jack does absolutely does not
Jack
get
makes
the
less. Jack makes more sense because she doesn't ramp up, but Okita, you can't shit on Okita and Kentucky. And
I don't really see people shitting on Okita though. I mean, she does not maybe talked about as much as Kentucky, but that's also because more people probably have Kentucky because he's a welfare.
I've seen some. I've seen some people fighting over her placement. All right, like I feel like we did a good job defending her this time around, but she's always been a point of contention just because, like, okay, she's really bursty allegedly. People shit on Kentucky. No, people don't shit on Kentucky. That's the thing. People don't shit on him because back in like 2019 they used him and they didn't have anything better and they thought he was the best thing ever because of that. It's just like I think he is solid. It's just like a lot of the positive arguments that people give him can be applied to most quick servants these days. So you guys in chat that are saying like EX tier and shit, if I see you guys saying quick meta is dead later on, then fuck you, okay? Just fuck you. Be consistent. Like,
Okay.
there's no expectation placed on you for that, but please.
I mean, like it's just good internal. Like the one thing I will say is that the deck is pretty nice. The deck
Mhm.
that is also why I like it's like Okita. It's like one of the things when I talked about Okita, compared to other single target quick sabers is her deck. Her deck is absolutely. I mean, obviously she has other things like the 30% defense sounds is huge that ramps up in challenge quests. Like my god. But yeah, the deck is certainly really nice with Summer Scotty. But yeah, like Kintoki definitely is lacking a lot of stuff. I think people have a lot of hope for Okita, and then they're more so they don't really think she's bad. They're more so like disappointed with her buff, I would say, rather than actually thinking she's bad. So, but yeah, Kintoki Rider probably a bit overrated, but I don't even know how the community feels these days, to be honest. But
Yeah. I
probably
do
ECS
I do want to say there's definitely a lot of rose tinted goggles going on about him, of course. But I still think he is a very good servant, a very solid servant.
I just really don't want EX.
Yeah, I honestly
Yeah.
I was about to get to that. Last year I had him on EX. I think this year I'm gonna place him in A plus. And I mean, obviously, it might cause some, contention, but I think he's still very good. I just don't I don't think he's necessarily top tier. I think he's really good though, and I would
I don't
not
think he's
put
top
him
tier,
below
yeah.
that. Yeah.
I mean, the welfare MP5 will help him in this argument, like once again, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have put him in A plus if it's
Yeah,
not
for
for the
sure.
welfare. I guess for the welfare, I can understand A plus. I mean, Ushi's there as well, so it's all right. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, you still can't really go wrong with him though. He's still good, and he might just be the best single target for someone else's account. Depending on your roster, he could be your best single target still. So for riders, that is.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
He still has a lot of use cases. Like I say all this, I'm like very aggressive about all of this. I don't mean to shit on Kentucky.
Yeah, because we might as well not repeat all the good stuff because we've talked about him for many years. Everyone knows how good he is, so we might as well mention some of the things that people don't talk about. So yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to summer times, I guess. Actually, wait, is this the first summer? Oh, it's the first summer servant. Yeah, I don't know why I said back. Okay, I'm stupid. Well, back in terms of other lists. Yeah, fixed it. Okay, now I don't look dumb. Anyway, Surfmo. There she is. AoE Arts Rider. Definitely a farmer. I guess you could DPS with her as well because the MP is, it's still nice to have a spammable MP on DPS as well. But I feel like most people just use her in farming instead. Notoriously high refund. That's like the one big thing she's famous for. Now, 9.2k attack, pretty good. Again, higher than most, or on average, 4-star riders. Pretty good. She's also got the double arts, double quick deck, so we're back to that. I don't think she really needs the gains deck. She already has so much gains from the MP alone, but sure, why not? First skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns, and that's it. I mean, yeah, it helps. A lot of times you don't even need a lot of help for supports in terms of like refund at least. Damage she could use for sure, but refund, she's good. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown for some reason for a 1-turn evasion on self and 50% star gen for 1 turn. This is so bad. Like, why the flip, pun intended, is this a 7-turn cooldown? This could be just okay on a 5-turn cooldown. Because then it would be on the better side of the 1-turn evades. But even then it would be like, okay, 50% star gen for 1 turn on an AoE art servant? Cool. Like, okay. 7 turns? You're high. This is why I don't really like her as a DPS. This is so bad against bosses. I mean, not that you really need too much defense on an art servant against bosses anyway, but yeah. Bad. Just bad. Makes no sense.
And people give Ushi's third skill a bit of crap.
Yeah, it's like, even that is like so much better, yeah.
It's so sad.
Alright, third skill, also 7-turn cooldown. Guts for 1 time, 3 turns, 1k revive, and then a 30% battery. Again, basically only used for the battery. That is not a good uptime for the Guts. It is a 4-turn downtime, effectively minimum. Ouch. Why is it not a 5-turn one? At least make it that. But yeah, the skills are not pretty. They're kind of ugly even. But, you know, for looping, they work, I guess. For DPSing, yikers. Alright, skills. 17.5% debuff res, cool. The other passive, though, 5% arts and star gen. Most notably the arts, because why not? She's got to have more gains. Appendage against sabers. Nah. Her damage is not that great. And the MP, then. No effects on the normal side besides damage and the overcharge. Hey, we're back to, what was it, Blackbeard, right? That does it. 50% chance to AoE drain by 1, scaling up to 90. I think the scaling is a little bit better because I think his was like 40 on base. But yeah, I still hate this. This sucks. Sucks. And they're also individual calculations, by the way, which makes it even worse, arguably. I take a 50% full coin flip on the enemy team rather than individual calcs on 50 with my coin flips. But it is a 5-hitter, so of course, with her 0.71 refund and some arts buffs and, you know, support help, she will refund like crazy. In fact, she is one of the highest arts AoE refunds in the entire game. If not the highest. Who was? I forgot who would like the top ones, but yeah, she has to be up there for sure. Crazy refund. She might even almost fully refunds from like 2 targets, which is very interesting for an arts servant. But yeah, I feel like the main problem with her is, obviously the DPS thing aside, where she's not going to be that amazing. The damage is the big problem in my opinion. And she's also limited. And a rare servant that doesn't get too many rate-ups. So, I mean, if you're one of the enthusiasts that has like a 120 copy with MP5, you're probably, you know, enjoying life. But for anyone else, you know, damage could be higher, I suppose.
Yeah.
I feel like she has aged.
Not very good. I mean, her alternative timeline dad made sure that her unique trait was doable by every other AoE art servant, so that's why she fell off. Her best trait was obviously how consistently she was able to loop her MP, and her skills are just horrendous. Like the cooldowns are so bad, as you said, and like the effects are just barely anything. And the MP isn't even upgraded. I think upgrading the MP would help because of, you know, like the more you are able to loop your MP, the more, you know, the upgraded MP would help because, you know, you get the most value out of it. You're using it every turn. Like, and the drain isn't even guaranteed. Like, she maybe would have been interesting if she could be like an infinite drain machine, for example, because of how easily she can loop her MP, right?
Yeah.
So maybe, like, if you have her on arts teams, oh, the enemy never gets to MP. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be a different kind of stall team, like an immortal team.
Yeah, but she just doesn't have something like that. She doesn't have any buffs, for that matter. So I think, you know, a buff at the right place could definitely bring her back into relevancy. But like in this day and age, when sometimes we're complaining about like Artoria for being potato, yeah, Mordred's is not going to look too good. So especially with so many free options, another AoE arts one, you know, not as good as looping, but massive battery to compensate for that, and of course a bunch of other utilities. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think she's aged up.
Yeah, we'll talk her soon enough, which definitely doesn't make Mordred look, you know, that good in comparison.
Yep.
There's like 5 other AoE arts writers out there. Like none of them
the welfare one, I assume Plushie was also talking about.
Yeah, I'm just talking in general. And,
okay.
Like, all of them have better damage than her, and most of them can loop the same types of stuff, if not better. Like, it's just
because now battery could be worth more if it's not a 333 node, right? Then good refund.
Yeah, and also if it's not a 333 node, you're probably dealing with higher HP margins. So
yeah,
and
she's not killing
it even more.
You know what the funny part is? Now that since you mentioned the thing, she's actually like the arts Astolfo. Like, think about it. Astolfo was good when he got that buff because, you know, it was hard to loop, right? He had big battery, so he was actually used for farming. Mortar as well. Before Castor came out, there were not many options for arts looping. She was one of the only actual legit ones because of her really high refund. Because refund was the issue back then. Nowadays, it's the opposite. Like, we can make do with so many batteries from supports that you prefer to have more damage instead, which is now, like, the issue that she has, if anything. So, yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
Like, they used to, like, the thing that made them great is not so relevant anymore, really, in this day and age.
Yeah.
So
Very unfortunate.
So I agree with you, but it is kind of a funny thing to point out because like their problems are kind of like opposite.
The best refund in the game versus the worst refund.
Yeah. True. It is funny at the same time like that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking C plus or B.
I'm put her C plus. I don't actually see a use case for her. It's just like maybe at 120 MP5, you know, like, oh, I can finally make up for her bad damage. I don't think she. I might use Marie over her.
Is she better than Maid Alter?
Yes.
Maid
Or not Maid
Alter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sant Alter.
You know who
Yeah.
I mean,
Sant
Yeah.
Alter.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's a good argument.
Because
I'm
I
not
think
sure.
so.
Because I kind of would rather have that one hard NP
Big
burst instead of like the 2 or 3 tiny ones that can't clear waves.
I mean,
Yeah.
she might not do 90 plus plus, but she can do some other farming. So I feel like, you know, she's still good for many farming areas in the game. Whereas Santa Alter, not really for like any of them.
One though.
Yeah, that argument really arises with the MP1 versus welfare argument. But other than, I mean, I don't know. It's like the same. I like once again, I wouldn't actually use.
You know what? Sure, I'll
her
plop
over
them in the
Marie.
same tier. Actually, freaking.
I actually wouldn't
See.
use her over Marie.
Oh shit! I just realized someone in chat said her niche is doors. She can't even do doors at NP1.
Yeah, because on the highest difficulty, you have the big
rail,
door at the end.
and
Yeah.
There's no way in hell NP1 is doing wave.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
there's
not.
a big door now.
And at
I
that point,
forgot.
why would you bring a looper if you can't even like loop the waves?
You can't even kill you.
Also, you know what's funny? This is also another thing that has aged in an interesting way. Because again, she used to be looked at as, you know, god tier arts looping, right? And then on the flip side, her other version, Mordred, was like, what is she? Is she a DPS? Is she a farmer? She's like nothing. But nowadays, she's like very solid in both looping and DPSing. So like, how the turntables, you know, memes.
Yeah.
Like they're now like the opposite. Yeah. But honestly, it makes sense because she's the 5-star. So yeah, maybe it should be like this. All right. Well, there you go. Maybe they'll buff her at some point. Who knows? There's going to be that one guy in YouTube comments like, what? You think they're going to buff the best arts looper ever who lives in like 2019? It's like, yeah, there's going to be a comment like that.
They gave Archer Artoria a battery, so anything's possible.
Yeah.
Like,
true. Anyway, speaking of summer, I guess we've jumped from summer 1 to summer 2 between the 4-star releases, because now we're going to talk about the next welfare, which is Summer Ishtar. There she is. Honestly, this is a side note, but I'm always kind of sad whenever I see these big, you know, Rin-face simps who have like their grailed space stars, Ereshkigal goals at Ishtars, but no one ever grails Summer Ishtars. Like, you're a fake fan, bro. I'm calling you out, okay? I do this on my support reviews as well. Like, bro, if you're really dedicated, you're gonna grail that Summer too. And let's be real, she's freaking hot, dude. Like, look at this. You're just a gameplay lover, let's be real. Like, come on. She's got nice feet. Still. That's the Ishtar trademark. Right. Come on, bro. Like, go all in. I'm calling people out. I don't care, dude. Like, if you're a real fan, you grail her too, okay? So, yeah. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. I'm just farming dislikes over here. Anyway, Ishtar, Summer, Welfare. Arts, not arts. I'm Mordred still. Quick AoE DPS. Not really. I guess you could probably farm with her, but it's probably not pretty. From what I remember, her refund is kind of dog. Refund. Yeah, it's super tight on this with triple Scotty. Okay, so maybe mostly a DPS. Anyway, double arts, double quick. not super good for her, I think. I would like to see Double Buster as well. Like, I'm such a broken record. But also the stats. 9.6k attack is actually very good for a 4-star rider, so that's cool. FA, please. Okay, I'll show it to you for 2 seconds. There you go. Boom. Take a screenshot. Alright, skills. 5-turn cooldown. Full party-wide Buster, Quick, and MP gain. 20% each for 3 turns. This has honestly still aged pretty well. That's a good skill. I mean, honestly, even if these were for herself only, it wouldn't even be that bad. Like, it's really good uptime and 3 solid effects. And this is, all of them are party-wide. So actually, that's a great skill to this day. Wow. Second skill though, 4-turn cooldown. She gets a 1-hit evasion. No duration though, I suppose, but yeah, okay. And then 50% crit damage for 1 turn. Kind of a step back from the good skill, but you know, at least the cooldown is pretty short, I suppose. And it's not her only defensive option. But yeah, kind of mixed. But you know, at least she generates a good chunk of stars, so the crit damage probably will get some value. Chances are. Because you probably won't be using this on turn 1 anyway. Why would you? Well, I guess the evasion could be, but you're not going to. Let's be real. Anyway, third skill. Her version of the goddess metamorphosis thingy. So on a 6-turn cooldown, 1-hit invul. Again, she doesn't get the full turn because they like giving her 1-hit defense. Then she gets 50% crit damage, 50% star gen, MP gain, debuff resistance, healing, all for 1 turn. Healing as in healing boost, not like her max HP healed. And then a delayed buff, so after 1 turn, she is stunned for 1 turn. But this is not one of those really shitty demerits that are treated as buffs like Mandricardo. This can be cleansed. This is straight up a debuff. So you can cleanse the stun itself when it happens, or you can cleanse the delayed effect before the stun happens. Both work. They're both straight up debuffs. Again, pretty bad on the uptime, but yeah.
It's proof that Tamamo is better than Ren. Yeah. Proceed.
I mean, that buff compared to this is pretty much night and day. Kind of sad, but yeah. The evade is not targeted, no, it's self-only. I wish it was, though. This is also self-only for the invul and everything else. But yeah, it can be okay on some turns, but a lot of those effects are kind of, you know, whatever. They don't really help maybe too much. They're just nice bonuses sometimes. So having that 5-turn downtime is pretty rough, though. But it's not the worst skill set ever. Especially the first skill is very solid, so... Yeah, and they're like the command code for the stun is also... very usable.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but yeah, you can remove the debuff.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Okay,
yeah, we not just I did not mention the command codes, but yeah, good to mention that. Yeah,
same thing.
Because you can just straight up do the debuff removals or have the stun immune one, but you know you might as well go with the debuff removal for the clock itself.
5 main codes now that can deal with.
Yeah, you're not sure on those for sure. Anyway, passives, 12% quick up, very nice actually. Her quicks are not even that bad. 10% crit damage, very nice as well. And then she has the good divinity, so 22.5% debuff res. Actually, very solid passives. Maybe the best ones so far, overall, of the servants we've seen on this list. She's got anti-ruler on the append though, so I would not really bring her as a support straight up, so MP, free MP 5. So again, you know, gimped welfare MP right here. Like most of them, not all of them, but most. No normal effects besides damage, and then the overcharge is 20% quick up for 1 turn on self before damage, scaling up to 60%. Is a 4-hitter, so it's going to generate you some stars and some refund as well. But for looping especially, the refund is really tight. Sometimes a bit too tight even. But hey, she's not a bad DPS in my opinion. I think she's a bit overlooked. Her numbers are good. Her skills are fine. Passes are good. MP does decent damage. Not even that hard to spam overall if you take face cards into account. So I think she's kind of overlooked. What do you guys think? I'm not saying she's amazing, but yeah.
I think she just has bad uptime. Like that's what people's issues with her is. And like maybe in today's standards, that first skill would have been like 30%. Maybe I don't know for welfare, but like for like a decent skill, maybe the numbers for the first skill could have been 30% nowadays.
Well, if they were self only, then maybe. I feel like AoE
Oh,
would be
true.
really
Yeah.
strong if it was
Yeah, you're right. It is
30%, like
pretty.
too strong.
Yeah, I just think like maybe she doesn't have enough like team wide stuff to justify using her as a secondary DPS. I mean, I could be wrong there. I don't use her that much. And like I know one thing that people love to bring up is esports, keep her at level 1. But I think this is not up to standards for esports nowadays. Like most people don't really use this anymore, unfortunately. Especially like I saw someone say UE synergy as well. But like if you need a spread buster and quick buff on your quick DPSs, well, congratulations, the best quick support has that. So it I don't know. I think she's not bad for sure. But like she does suffer from early day welfare syndrome. Like you said, you know, they really try to gimp the MP just because it's for MP5. They don't want to give it any effects.
And now we have
instead
MPs
just...
like Ioris, which is like, yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, it's really dumb, but that's just how it is, I guess. I don't think she's horrible. I think she's just kind of forgettable as a servant. Like as a DPS, just I don't know. Like that's the problem with Goddess Metamorphosis, to be honest. Goddess Metamorphosis is a lot of like random effects that a lot of times you don't actually care about. Like Thorn Gear, like it looks like a lot.
You're basically
It's
never
like,
gonna get full value out of it. It's so hard.
Yeah. So like it's just it's an awkward skill. Even though you can remove the stun now, which is kind of huge to be honest. But she's just all right. I don't think she's anything too amazing to be honest. I think she's like probably B tier to me.
I think she's better than Marie for sure, so I might agree with B.
How about you, Otta?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say about her other than Tamamo is superior, but that's opinion. Whatever, who cares? It's just I like the 2-hit. I like the evade and then the invuln. I like how those two interact because they can stack, but I don't really. Yeah, like I guess it's just a kind of a higher damage version of Marie with less utility. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, basically, I'd say.
Yeah.
Less survival for more damage.
Yeah,
Well, I
like
feel like the
Marie
survival
has...
is enough most of the time anyway.
Yeah, Marie is just like chilling. Like she's not.
Yeah, she's like too chill if anything. Just do like more offense.
Yeah, she just sits there and not really get killed. But that's just a flavor of the Marie kind of character. I guess we'll see if Marie Alter ever comes out. That'll be funny if she's like super defensive.
Yeah, I mean it's her trait though, so I'm sure she's gonna have that one busted defensive skill at least.
No, probably.
But yeah, I went with a B for those listening in, at least for now. We'll obviously do the shuffle at the end as usual, but yeah. Now, next servant, also a welfare on the 4 stars, the back-to-back welfare, and someone who looks better this year for sure compared to last year because of the introduction to they are now in the welfare shop with a pretty cool buff as well. So we got obviously Mr. Sakamoto Ryoma with his partner Oryo-san. Single target quick, or not quick, I always say the previous servant, I'm stupid. Single target arts DPS. Frickin' hell, dude. First of all, stats could be better. 8.5k attack is not the most generous attack stat, but it's not the worst either. But I wish it was a bit higher, though, like around hovering 9k or something. I like the deck, though. The double buster, double arts, them being single target arts. Pretty solid. Per skill, we're back to charisma still. So 17% attack for the full team for 3 turns, 5 turn cooldown. That's it. Again, it's just a weak skill, sadly, but you know, it's not like you know, aesthetic appreciation. I can't defend it anyway. It could be way better. Alright, second skill, 5 turn cooldown, full party gets 10% battery and also 20% debuff rest for 3 turns. This could also be way better. Like, you look at this, and now the buffed Maid Alter, and not Maid Alter, frick, I'm too ahead of myself, Santa Alter skill, like, it's so much better than this. Like, it's not even close. They're both 5-turn cooldown as well. They share the 10% battery, but like, then you get 20% MP debuff res here, and then look at the other effects you get from the Santa Altar one. Ouch. I mean, I get that it's a buffed skill, of course, but yeah, this should be buffed too. Do a similar treatment. Why not? Would be cool. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party-wide 20% arts buff for 3 turns and a 15-star bomb. This is probably his best skill. Yeah, for sure. But it's still not very good either. So again, skills, they're not terrible. They're all like kind of underwhelming. Third skill is maybe okay, like passable, but these could definitely be, or maybe even should be buffed as well, honestly. So yeah, just a whole lot of just okay stuff, really, is what it is. Passives, 15% debuff res, 11% quick up, and then a divinity buff. Could be better passives too, at least for the deck type, but you know, it's okay. Anti-archer append, nah. And here's the difference, the main difference to last year, besides the welfare shop edition. So the MP buff, so I believe, yeah, it used to be RNG. Yes, okay, so the tick down is now guaranteed on the target. Love that. Great change. This should be universal. Everyone should get this treatment that has MP tick down. Even Summer Mordred, although I'm not sure, maybe that would be broken. Anyway, I digress. The Overcharge got a small buff as well. It's a 10-star bomb now on base, scaling up to 30. But the big thing is the damage upgrade and the guaranteed tick down. Very nice. And considering it's an arts MP, that's fairly spammable as well. That guaranteed tick down, very nice. I like it a lot. It's a 4-hitter as well. So let's see. Refund should not be atrocious either. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think he definitely looks way better now. Yeah, he's not completely like overshadowed by Kintoki and Liz now. Is he like amazing? I don't think so, but I think he's very good. You know? What do you guys think?
Like, here's the thing, right? It's kind of like how people have been giving Hokusai Saber a pass just because she's arts. I think because of the MP upgrade, he's just even better than her as an arts servant. Like, yes, his skills are pretty underwhelming. That has always been his like weakness, because his skills are just so boring, low numbers. But like because of the arts advantage, there are legitimate cases where I would definitely take him over a Kentucky Rider even. Just because it's more comfortable to use arts teams for like more brain dead kind of gameplay. So yeah, I think he's looking pretty good. Just because of the MP upgrade alone. Of course, the MP upgrade itself, it doesn't just add damage. It also makes the drain guaranteed, which is pretty huge for so if you want to go like kind of slow with this kind of arts servant. In terms of the nullifying MP is not that important anymore, obviously, for arts, because Castoria can just use an MP and you can nullify it for free. But still, there's some MPs that have like either buff removal or they have like really annoying crippling debuff effects or whatnot. So being able to delay is still nice. So I don't know. I like him a lot. I think post buff he is pretty nice. Definitely up to standards. And if he wasn't arts, obviously he would still be kind of whatever. But because he's arts, a lot of this kind of makes sense now to me. I still don't know where to put him though. Like probably A.
I was thinking flat A, which is way up from last year.
Yeah. A.
I mean, go ahead.
Dude, holy shit, he needed the NP upgrade so bad. It was so funny because like at NP2, Murasaki was like just him but better. And then she got an NP upgrade, so at NP1 she was him but better. So now we're back to at NP2 she's him but better. So like the comparison, I have to keep making that comparison, I'm sorry. Because they have so much overlap. She's better at looping. She's more debuff focused, but she has tools to work around debuff resists, as we will soon see. And she has a trait. It's just like, I think A is okay for him. Like B plus or A range for me would be fine, because like like I said it earlier, like with Mandricardo, it's like a lot of the time you just need like decent damage on an NP and like the ability to get some NP gain back, and it's just like
Yeah,
whatever.
I personally think now I would definitely pick him over Mandricardo with this MP upgrade. Because at least he doesn't have a dead skill, even if the skills are not amazing. And the MP hits actually pretty hard with the free MP5 now. And, you know, the drain is so nice. So I think he's in a good spot, but not like, you know, still maybe ideal. He could be better still.
So you say that, but Mandricardo has one skill that has like 3 effects on it, and one of those effects is just his first skill, but better.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you're not
really
wrong. Yeah.
His skill really sucks. I don't. But yeah.
Well, and that's why he's not higher than 8. All right, time for a funny one, I think. Yeah. I mean, we are gonna do this talk, of course. So yeah, we got Summer Carmilla. We're back to Summer already. Wow, shocking. AoE quick debuff specialist, DPS. Not really a farmer, but an interesting servant. I do give her that. All the memes aside, I think she has a lot of unique stuff going on though, which I think still gives her a spot in the game for sure. But yeah, 9.6k attack, pretty good if you actually do want to use her for DPSing. Higher than most 4-star riders. She's got the double arts, double quick deck, which I'm not personally sure how I feel about that, but I'm sure Plushie will comment on everything later anyway.
I hate it.
Well, that was a fast one. Yeah, thank you for the input. Okay, fair enough. Okay. All right. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Single target skill seal for 1 turn, 100% chance on base max rank. Then also 50% minus defense down against crits for 3 turns. I really like that actually. And then 15 star bomb. It's so cool to see a unique like defense down. It's like it's really high because it's obviously only against crits and not like MPs and normal face cards. But it's so cool to see them do stuff like this. I like it. Very unique. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. So one enemy gets this delayed buff for 1 turn, and after 1 turn, they get a tick down. And then also your party gets 25% battery after that 1 turn as well. Wow. And then also that enemy gets a minus 30% crit chance down for 3 turns. It's pretty cool. I mean, obviously sometimes or maybe most of the time you like that instant battery instead, but, you know, it's not even that big of a weight. And you quite benefit from it. It is interesting to me too that it's a single target thing though. Like she's very single target focused on these skills, but her MP is AoE, which is, you know, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but she's got a lot of nice, you know, messing around with the enemy going on, which I like. All right, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Now this is AoE, so it drains HP from all enemies, 2k. So that's like, I mean, damage-wise is like nothing from a player's side, but the healing can be actually quite nice. Because I think it's per enemy, right? So you can get, if it's like 3 enemies, you get 6k, right?
Yep, and if you're against like those funny 6 enemy nodes,
oh yeah, yeah, it's bigger than Enkidu almost. Like that's crazy.
Fun fact: this skill is broken because she is one of the only servants in the game that can damage Gajuna in that one story node in Lost Belt.
Oh, because his HP drain.
Yeah, because he has like uber resist, and you can't do any damage to him whatsoever.
I guess Sith had a similar skill too.
Yeah, Bavanji has that. Wow, it's the servants I like that has drain.
Nice. Coincidence.
Same thing with Beast Kiara. Like in the first few turns where you can't do damage to her, and she can tickle her. I don't advise tickling her that much.
Can she? Hold on, let me try that.
Yeah,
I've never tried that on
I did that.
Anyway,
I need to make a video of it. It's so funny.
Yeah, dude, that sounds funny. All right. Also, a AoE 30% defense down for 3 turns. So at least there's some stuff AoE. And honestly, it's, you know, I like the flat defense down. The non-crit one is AoE because, you know, it definitely helps with her MP as well. Because you obviously can't crit with an MP. Not yet. Ooh, foreshadowing. So yeah, it's an interesting skill set. I do like that it's very like enemy debuff centric. In fact, it's like super heavy on that. More so than like most servants in the game.
Yeah.
Passives,
Our
we got
entire kit is only debuffs. There's not a
Yeah.
single buff, I think.
Yeah, so maybe not the best for farming, obviously. Anyway, 10% crit damage on the passive, and then 8% star gen. She brought her assassin passive, but honestly, since she is quick centric, it's actually not that bad to have some bonus star gen, and the crit damage helps with damaging too. She's got anti-rider on the pen because you wish the assassin had this instead. Right, MP though. You want more debuffs? You got them. All enemies buff blocked for 1 time, 3 turns, and then also minus 20% quick res down for 3 turns on base OC scaling up to 40. Do wish that was before damage though. I think they could have done that, but oh well. But yeah, a lot of cool and useful debuffs. She's a very. I still have a hard time ranking her honestly because she's such a unique case. Like she's all about debuffs. She's like Kotaro as a writer.
Yeah, I would say she's more of a support than a DPS. Like,
Yeah.
yes, you can use her to crit, because that's skill 1. It even though it is single target, it only affects crits, so it might as well just be single target. And it's almost like a team-wide 50% crit up, in a way, if it's only against one target, because like, you're putting the debuff on the target, so everyone can benefit from hitting the target. So like there were a time back in the day when she was really relevant in like min turns as one of the better like crit supports because she can generate stars, she can skill seal, that allows her to die easier. The delayed batteries sometimes can be more useful than immediate batteries because like some servants will just be missing the extra like 20 battery on the second turn because of their lack of refund, so it could actually help them on the second turn instead, because there's more immediate batteries than delayed batteries. I think this is probably the only delayed battery. I'm not sure, I could be wrong.
You
Other
might
than
be
the
right.
battery per turn effects, obviously. But like I feel like at least nowadays there's just better options for support. I wouldn't really bring her for support outside of casters in most cases because like she can still do some damage against casters. The buff block can be pretty nice as well depending on the boss. But like overall, she's no longer a top tier like esports servants in my opinion. Like she used to be a top tier esports servant, but now she no longer is. And like having a full debuff kit is just very dangerous when you're fighting against any boss that has like high debuff resist and god forbid debuff immunity. Her entire kit just does nothing. Her MP also does nothing. That's
or they have a
hilarious.
debuff cleanse.
Yeah, for sure. I remember fighting like the CEO tower, like that challenge quest. I'm pretty sure they had like debuff immunity for a while, and her entire kit just could not do anything. Right? Like maybe it was Desica, I forgot. But like, yeah, her MP has no bonus effects. Her entire skill does nothing. Her entire skill is 1-star bomb. So that is also kind of a weakness of this character. And obviously,
and then an HP drain.
Oh yeah, HP drain. So like, and like overall, she's bad looping, horrible refund, one of the worst refunds in the game, absolutely horrendous.
Damn.
Not usable in farming. No immediate battery, obviously bad for farming. None of the buff sticks. So like, yeah, she's just bad at farming. So you're never gonna use her for farming. So I mean, overall, I don't think she's horrible. Like her utility, she still has so many utility in her kit. But it's just I don't know. She's a very interesting design because I guess that's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to like throw out all the debuffs and leave the field. Because she drives away into the sunset. But in reality, what you do with that is you just taunt her and you have her killed immediately after she used all her skills. But yeah, she's all right. I don't think she's horrible. She's like B.
Yeah. I could see a B. Honestly, funny you should mention the drive off into the sunset thing with the D-Bus, because we're going to have a second servant later who also drives the car, who definitely doesn't drive off anywhere. But yeah, it's like a different case, but yeah, pretty funny anyway. Yeah, B, I think B is fair.
For TAs, I would definitely rank her higher, but like for normal use, probably B. Yeah.
Yeah.
for
So
TS.
her buffs are a lot like they scale a lot like waivers, I would say, and by buffs I mean debuffs, because he's got like 50% crit and 30%
Yeah,
attack, and
yeah, it's a nice
more
number.
stuff,
It's a
and
really
then
nice
blade
number.
charge. I like I like it. Um, I was gonna argue for B as well because that's where we. I know it's ironic. That's where we put Liz last week, and I was like, I can't really see
Oh,
her being ranked lower as a support, as a damage support.
Oh, for sure.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
fair enough.
I think it's fair.
Oh, I guess it's time already for
Hey,
Plushie's favorite, am I right? Not my other co-hosts.
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm sure
The actual-
I'll let you do your thing, but I'll go through the kit first, okay?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure you have a lot to
Yeah.
say anyway.
Won't be obnoxious
I mean,
like
I'm probably not gonna argue too much if you saw my placement last year anyway. But
Okay.
yeah, obviously I'm gonna talk about Murasaki Shikibu next, the summer version, aka Rider one. So she's an interesting case. Single target arts DPS. She's got 8.7k attack, which is probably the worst part about her, and that says a lot. It's still not a bad number, but I guess it could be a bit higher. But let's not give them ideas. Double arts, double quick, totally fine because she likes that MP a lot anyway. So I don't think the gain stick is bad for her. It's nice. First skill, 6-turn cooldown, 100% base chance on max rank to skill or MP seal one enemy for 1 turn, and also give them a 30% defense down for 3 turns. Pretty solid. I mean, she is single target, so usually best case scenario you're fighting one boss anyway. So very nice delay and amplifies everyone's damage. Not too bad. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. 500% chance to reduce one enemy's debuff resistance by 100% for 1 turn. So it's like Karna basically with his first skill. So ideally you would start with this. So because unless they're debuff immune, you're basically guaranteed to land that debuff res down. And with that, because it's the first line in action as well, you're basically guaranteed to land everything unless they somehow have more than 100% debuff resistance. So that's kind of cool. So what else does it do? 1 turn of skill seal, and also 30% arts res down for 1 turn. Pretty interesting. There's a bit of downtime, but it combos well with the other stuff, I suppose. So it's not too bad. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then a 20-star bomb on use. Pretty good for that MP spam, of course, and especially nowadays you do want to spam that MP because they buffed it for some reason. Anyway, only passive that she has is a Riding B plus for 9% quick up, but hey, at least she has 2 pretty decent quicks, so that's nice. She's got anti-alter ego, which I'm sure Otto will comment on this too later. I don't personally think this makes any sense gameplay wise, but he might even have some arguments because he's kind of crazy. But yeah, I think this is a bad append anyway. Regardless,
I've got her almost perfect. I don't have the cards maxed, and I don't have her third append.
Okay, yeah, I guess that explains a lot then, yeah. But yeah, they buffed the MP, so what do we got now? The worst part about the MP is the 60% chance to drain. I obviously don't like RNG, but considering it's a spammable MP, it's not the worst thing, but it has other nice things going, so it's not the only effect, luckily. So, base 150% Earth attribute damage mod, not just limited to servants, all enemies with that. There's a lot of normal enemies too, of course. That's a normal effect, doesn't scale. And then the scaling overcharge is minus 20% arts res down for the target for 3 turns, scaling up to 40 home base. It is after damage, but again, because she's a boss killer and not a farmer, it's not the worst thing ever that it's after damage, because it helps you, spam more. And it's ramp up as well when you think about it, even if it's after damage. So she's really good. She's really good.
So that being said, about her not being a farmer, she actually does function really well in multicore and in multicore. Who am I kidding? Because a lot of the time, you're using one arts looper and then you're plugging Castoria, and she can easily get 1 or 2 NPs out of the splash charge. So, and since she has anti-earth, that's really helpful. I've used her in a ton of farming nodes. Mine's Bond 14. But I think I think she is I think she is fantastic. So where do I start? So her arts cards are incredibly good. Like they're already over 2%, and then like the quick cards are meh. To be honest, and the Stargin isn't that great because she's a writer, but like the 2 arts cards, very good. And then she's got like multiple arts resist debuffs that she puts on the enemy, which increases them even further. So you're going up to like 2.6 something percent, and then like you activate all her skills, you use her NP once, and then bam, she's at 3% arts cards. She's also a writer, so she's got the absorb to take advantage of her third skills stars. And then like also I gotta say, when it comes to looping with servants like her, I prefer the charge per turn over immediate battery. Because like you're going to be that's going to be applying to all 3 turns. That means you only need 80% charge to get an NP.
It really
And
depends on your setup, I'd say. Wait, do you mean farming or like CQ?
just in general.
Oh, in general, yeah. In general, it's really good. Like if you use like Draco or something, you can really feel that kind of powerful of effect be really powerful. Yeah.
Yeah. I know that the 60% chance to drain is a bit of an annoyance with some people, but I feel like it's like of all servants that have that problem, she has the least offensive uh, problem with that because she has both NP seal and skill seal. So like, okay, like in the enemy is about to NP, and okay, you want to drain. Well, they're NP sealed, so even if you fail the drain, they're not going to NP. Or like, oh, maybe they have an NP charge skill, they're 1 turn away from NPing, like, oh, you failed the drain. Well, well, they can't use a skill. And then also, even if they could use a skill, again, NP sealed. So like you got tools to work around it. And I really like that. And also, one of the problems people take with her versus Ryoma, who has like a shit ton of overlap with her, is she's more debuff focused, he's more buff focused. And generally, you do want to be more buff focused because you have when you run debuffs, you run the risk of like, okay, maybe you miss because magic resistance is a thing in this game for some reason. Well, you're not going to have that be as much of an issue because she basically guarantees all your debuffs. Because she's got minus 100% debuff resist down, and it's 500% chance of applying. So they could have 100% debuff resist, and she can guarantee all of them.
So it's mostly about the
those-
immunity and the cleanses, not the resistances.
Yeah, and even then, like, so people bring up immunity, like debuff immune as a gimmick a lot of the time, but it's like, when was the last? Like, how often do we have
Yeah.
debuff immune?
We had this discussion recently as well in another tier list, I believe.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but it's fair to
Yeah.
mention, I guess. Yeah.
Counterpoint. What buffs from Ryoma again?
I'm sorry?
Like what buffs does Ryoma have in his kit?
Yeah, like I
Like,
was
not
about to
many.
say, like if the argument is that he's
and art.
buff focused, he's not really.
Yes,
Like
well,
he
not
doesn't have
using-
much buffs.
Okay, if you're using multiple servants, or if you're using like just in general, because he has like team-wide attack buff and team-wide arts buff, both for 3 turns, whereas she has single target defense down, which is higher, but it's only 1 enemy, and then
But
arts
they're
resist
single
down
target
for 1
servants, so
turn.
it doesn't matter for the most part.
If
Well,
you're
again,
against one
like,
boss, so it might as well be.
It
Yeah.
it also has application in farming, because like the plus 10% charge, and then like
True.
more arts and attack that can also be pretty big, because you're gonna be pairing her with like an AoE. Like I have done like a dozen 90 plus nodes that are just caster Murasaki, writer Murasaki, and then double Castoria. So
Yeah.
like it is kind of notable at times how they can't benefit from it, but like the trade-off is like she has really good damage as is. I suppose her NP1 is inferior to his NP5 now, but like NP2 is like on par, if not better. Her cards are way better than his for NP spam because his cards are like kind of meh. And then she's got a better kit for looping. She just plays to the advantages of arts a lot better, and she also has super effective. So like if you're up against Earth, yeah, he's definitely losing.
Yeah.
I'm so torn between A plus and EX. I'm so torn.
Here's the thing, right? I'm actually more towards. I don't know. Probably EX. Okay. I don't think she's on the same tier as Kintoki and Ushi. Rather the other way around. I don't think they're on the same tier as her. So I like with that logic.
S tier?
No. Let's not do that. So like I can understand EX.
Okay, I'll plop her in EX for now. We'll see if that remains, but I'll start with that at least. Okay, so we can talk about the next servant. Okay,
like the
sound good?
MP is really what.
Yeah, I don't understand why they did that. That's the only reason why I'm considering EX again, because she has that MP upgrade for some reason. I don't understand why it happened.
With an anti-trade, by the way.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
Good anti-trade.
Anyway, we'll move on for now. All right. Another really, interesting and important one, of course. I mean, we've been talking about her a little bit here and there as well during this tier list as well. But yeah, can talk about the Habby Cat next. Habitrot, if you will. The smallest servant in the game, probably. Unless I'm forgetting someone. Yeah, this sprite is like the tiniest thing ever. So...
Inya's extra attack is smaller.
Yeah, I mostly meant not like the mount thingy she has. Like if you look at the her character size itself, like the thing she rides is like 5 times bigger than hers. So, yeah. Anyway, AOE arts. She's a DPS farmer, esports, multi-core. She's a lot of things. Maybe not so much as a DPS really, but everything else. Like she has so many different uses, which is the important parts. So 8.6k attack is alright. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it's an okay chunk of attack. She's got the gain stack of double arts, double quick as well. Sure, why not? She's not really crit focused anyway. First skill, 3 turn cooldown. Heals an ally for 2k. Gives them debuff immune for 1 turn. And 100% star gen for 1 turn. No, like if this was an old servant, this would be a 5-turn cooldown or a 6-turn cooldown. But at least she has a 3-turn cooldown, so it's not that bad. It's actually pretty useful if you actually are keeping her alive in some challenging content.
Yeah, immunity uptime really good with this.
Yeah,
and it's full 1 turn. It's not 1.
Yeah, for a targeted skill, it's really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, second skill, 7-turn cooldown. She gets 30% art stuff for 3 turns and an 80% battery. She does do 2k damage to herself, but she can't die to that either. And yeah, I mean, this is why Black Grail is so easy on her. Like with just this and the append alone, you could already get 100%, but you're probably going to combo it with supports anyway. So yeah, but it just makes it so much easier to work with her. Such a huge battery. Wow. And then the fun third skill, which we have been referring to as well. So it is a 10-turn cooldown, but the cooldown is pretty relevant when you think about it. So 1 female ally, so again, there's a bit of a requirement there, gets invul for 1 turn. They get a guts for 1 time 5 turns. They get healing for 5 turns, 2k per turn. Yeah, you remove their dots, and then she herself gets a delayed debuff, and after 1 turn she dies. Also, the guts is a 5k revive, by the way, which is a lot. That's like tied to like the best guts is in the game. So yeah, that is an esports skill and a half when you think about it. And even outside of esports, if you actually do boss battles, it's not even a bad farewell. It's such a lingering effect, especially with the healing. Like it's 10k healing. Wow.
Yeah. Sorry to butt in, but
yeah,
there's a lot of servants where, like, when I'm making hot takes about them, like, servants that taunt themselves, for example. Sometimes they lack survivability. The go-to solution I recommend people is just to use Habertrot, because that is so much extra healing, and it also gives you like one free turn of damage. She is like a actual just use her. She's like a big solution to a lot of problems, even for certain units, and of course, for quote unquote cheated solos. Obviously, this gives female servants are just better at soloing. If you want to count that as a solo because of this character. Anyways,
Yeah.
sorry, continue.
Yeah, I mean, it is obviously there is the gender requirement, but there is obviously a ton of servants like that, and mostly people favor female servants anyway. As much as I hate to say that, it is true. So yeah, I mean, the skill set makes a lot of sense. It's like the first skill is like DPS bosses. Second skill is like farming. Third skill is like esports. Like she has everything. It's interesting to think about. Anyway, she got 6% quick on the first passive. She's got 8% debuff success rates and then 12% crit resistance. Very nice on that passive to keep her alive better. Anti-Berserker append. Yeah. Wow. Good. And then the MP. Very interesting stuff. So before damage, 30% MP damage for one turn. Cool. She ignores defense on the MP damage, voice crack. It ignores so much that it went through my own defenses too. She gets a minus 100% star absorb for 1 or 3 turns. So which again, if you don't know how that works, it basically nullifies her star absorb, which means that even non-rider allies will get stars rather than she does. And then the overcharge is a base 20 star bomb scaling up to 40. Very cool MP. Is like selfish, but at the same time also, hooks up your team. Interesting how that works. So in a DPS situation, it kind of discourages her from being a solo DPS because she won't really be getting those stars. Even if you have like a Castoria support as a caster, she would still get the stars rather than her with that star absorb down. But yeah, very interesting. I mean, this turn is just crazy. It's just crazy. Such a the kit is so versatile. Definitely, I would say the most versatile 4-star in the whole game. I would probably go as far as to say that. To this day. Yeah. All these years later, she's still that versatile.
Before I even say anything else, if she was not a free MP5, I'd still put an EX.
Yeah,
I could see that argument.
There you go. Like it's
she's ridiculous, dude. She's just so versatile. Like there's so many things she does. She's really good at farming, both in like single core and in multi-core, because she's basically a Rash too. But if the cost isn't an issue, she's a better version of a Rash because she can 0% and kill herself off. Then she's got good refund, a big battery, so like no investment needed whatsoever to get her NP once, if not multiple times. I gotta restart my playlist. Sorry.
Yeah.
It just ran to the end again. She can also do some DPSing. I'm not a huge fan of her DPSing because that means you're probably gonna run her third skill on herself.
Yeah.
And like that does work. It's just like a bit annoying because it has a really long cooldown in that case. But like that's such a minor inconvenience.
Yeah.
I like using her as a support as well. Like I put her in the back of the party. And then, like, I've gone through all of my support. My usually a female DPS. She's like barely alive there.
Simp alert.
And then Habitrot comes out and she heals her and like puts like 3 or 4 turns of survival on her basically, and then it's a lot more secure. She's just like, yeah, EX definitely.
Yeah. It's just so easy. Like one of the best free servants ever released too.
Arguably the best, depending on what kind of stuff you like to do.
Yeah, for sure. Because like there's so many situations where people are how do I deal with this? I'm just bring Habertrot, and they're like, oh yeah, true, and then they they beat it, right? Like that's just how good she is. She is locked behind. This is like probably the best incentive for you to Lost Belt 6 because like, God, this character. amazing, absolutely
Yeah.
insane character.
Yeah. So, I mean, needless to say, at least an EX. We'll see. But yeah, I plopped her there. So, yay. Should not be a shock. Okay, moving on for
She
now, though.
deserves it.
Yeah, definitely. All right, back to summer again. We're going to talk about Canis, the latest of
There
NA
are a
summers,
lot
I
of
guess.
Summer riders.
There are, yeah, there really are. And we even got one last year as well. One of the new servants we have. And honestly, the hottest summer servant. Okay, we're going to talk about Canis, her rider variant. So, single target Buster DPS once again. Or actually, not she's single target this time, AoE last time. I digress. 9.5k attack. Good solid chunk. Higher than, average among riders for sure. Double Buster, double Arts, I think is fine. She likes them crits too. First skill 5-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. And then also, male or unknown gender allies get 30% crit damage for 3 turns, which includes her because she is unknown gender. So, yay. Pretty good skill, actually. Even if it's AoE, like, she gets a good chunk out of this anyway. So, not bad, actually. This is how modern summer, like, charisma should look like instead of the old ones like, oh, male allies get star gen. Okay, thanks. This is way better. Alright, second skill 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% Buster at Arts up for 3 turns and a 15 star bomb. Hey, won't you look at that? Skills that synergize. Imagine that. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a Guts for 1 time 3 turns, which revives with 3k HP. She gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. And then if you happen to be on water side, she gets 500% absorb for 3 turns and another 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So you can get up to 20 stars per turn, depending on the map. If you're not on water side, it's all right. It's not bad, honestly. It's not particularly amazing, but it's fine. But if you're on water side, then pretty damn good. Pretty nice. I mean, the kit makes sense. It's a lot of offense, but I think it's good. A lot of good offense that synergizes.
So some people get really hung up on her third skill because they look at it and they're like, well, we're not against water side a lot of the time, so we're not getting full value out of it.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah, like this rider
As a
does not
rider.
need more absorb. And
Yeah.
It's not like another rider later that rides or dies based on the map choice, which happens to be also water side related. We'll get to that later. But yeah, in this case, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, and then 10 stars per turn a lot of the time is enough to be gaining crits. Like
Yeah.
most Buster supports have some form of stars. Like she's going to be critting just fine.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to point out her NP gain is really solid because she has like 1.98% arts cards at base. And then
there's 2.
Yeah, she has 2 of them, and then she has an arts passive and then arts buff on one of her skills. So like her gain is really solid, and then she's also a rider, so you use her against casters. So she actually, even though she has no NP battery, she does spam her NP really easily, especially with Mighty Chains going on now.
Anyway, you got a bit ahead of me there for the passives, but yeah, 12% quick up. Again, very nice. And then the better version, one of the better versions of Divinity, she gets 8% arts. So hey, very, very cool for her deck. She's got anti-lancer on the append. She might be pretty solid, but this append is like whatever. The MP then. Ooh, there's a lot to like here. Again, the worst part is the water side requirement one, which is she gets 20% attack for 3 turns before damage if on water side. But then the other stuff, she always gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns before damage. And then base overcharge, 50% crit damage for self for 3 turns, scaling up to 100. That's a lot of nice stuff, actually. Like, again, even if you don't land the water side, those other 2 effects are still really good. Like, they're good.
Yeah.
It's only a nice bonus if you're on water side. It doesn't make or break the servant. So, I think Summer Canis is hella underrated. I never really hear people talking about her. She's just packed full of offense.
Yeah, she's probably the most offensive, like 4-star single target rider DPS, like even eclipsing a lot of 5 stars. Like the MP is just too powerful. Like the MP is so powerful. 50% crit ramp up on
Mm-hmm.
a servant who has such good gains and a rider, so she can crit very consistently. And the MP damage also ramps. So like usually for most servants, it's like one or the other. Like, oh, you either get crits or you get MP damage up. She has both on the MP. I think the MP is certainly one of her most like powerful parts, other than the fact that she can use it very often, despite being a buster servant, because of her really good gains in challenge quests. Once you ramp it up like I don't think it's ridiculous to expect it to be like constantly on like 2 stacks, for example. It's 40% MP damage, 100% crit up. That's kind of ridiculous, right?
Mm.
So I think this is the rider that you go for if you want pure, just complete offense, just damage. You don't care about anything else, and it's just so good.
I think she's a
I
good
like,
combo with
pure offense.
Castoria too, actually.
If you want, if
As
you
a
want to go
buster
more
servant.
defensive, she has
No.
2 good arts cards. Yeah, like I just think I really like pure offense characters. So like she is probably the best embodiment of that, and like her MP damage is really good. If you get her MP levels up and whatnot. So I don't know. It's good. She's good. Really good.
I'm proud of this character development. Like a year ago when we were going through the Rider Liz comparison with her, like Plushie was kind of a hater on Canis, but he's really come around.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So something people get hung up on with servants like Canis is like, so the way her NP works, she ramps up her crit. And people look at that and they see it as like, if I want to get good performance, I need her to like NP 3 turns in a row. The purpose of effects like crit on NP are not to just get omega
Like
damage for
after
one
you
turn on
run
turn
out of
3.
buffs.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
to
that too. Yeah.
maintain consistent damage output. So even when her skills are gone, she still has like 1 or 2 crit buffs active, so her damage does not fall off. And I find that pretty valuable because that means that like as a crit servant, like okay, you're going to be critting. And like if you're setting it up so you're cycling supports that can make stars, and you can like just keep critting and like doing more damage, and it's great. It's fun.
Yeah, her damage is just so good. Like after 1 MP, it's 80% crit up if you add up her first skill. Like, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it is really interesting because she has some really strong comparison with a later one. Not the next one, but we'll get to that later.
So I'm thinking one of the A's for sure.
Yeah. I personally even like to put her in A+, just because I like, very high offense DPSs.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I might do that too, and that's a rare actually upgrade from last year because I think she was a flat A then. But
yeah, because like she's so much damage. Like I tried her out obviously because of the argument, and then she just has so much damage. She has like way too much damage.
No.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Canis needs more love. Anyway, quite a big one next to another welfare. We got the Liz Redemption in Cinderella. So yeah, Elizabeth Ryder. Here we go. Single target buster DPS. 9.1k attack. Again, pretty solid. We like that number. Double buster, double arch deck. Also perfect sets with her playstyle. Good. Skills. Got demerits, but do they matter much? Maybe not. 5-turn cooldown. Self-invul for 3 attacks, 3 turns. And then 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Wow. She does get a 500 poison on herself for 3 turns, but even if, the MP didn't exist, this demerit would be like, whatever, yeah, okay, sure. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, great skill. Good defense. Helps with the offense too. Flexible with the uptime. It's good. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% Buster Up for 3 turns. She gets 50% Wild Beast damage for 3 turns. And then she reduces her defense by 10% for 3 turns. Again, not the worst Demerits out there, even if there wasn't a convenient solution to that. This is probably her weakest skill, though, because, not always you're fighting Wild Beast. It is kind of a rare trait, let's be real. But, still a good chunk of Buster Up on a solid uptime, so it's not that bad. Still fine. Third skill, 4-turn cooldown. She gets a 30 Star Bomb and a 30% battery. And then she does skill steal herself for 1 turn. Now, obviously, if you do use skills in an order of like 1, 2, 3, it's not that big of a deal. Although there is, of course, this thing that, skills don't tick down if your skill sealed like cooldown-wise. But again, there happens to be a kind of a convenient solution to all these debuff demerits that she has. So, yeah. Pretty solid. Again, you can use this fairly often. It's not that bad of a downtime. Always helps with the burstiness. Overall, it's just a solid skill set. It's not like crazy good, but it's just solid, right? Yeah, for sure. Alright, 12% quick up on the only passive that she has. It is unfortunate though, because she only has 1 quick card, but gotta make sure she's not really good in every case. Anti-Foreigner on the append. I like her, but maybe not that much. Alright, the MP then. So yeah, here's the convenient solution. So before any damage happens, she cleanses all her debuffs. Yay. Even obviously all the other ones that are not her own demerits, every debuff that can be cleansed from her will be cleansed before damage. Very convenient. And then overcharge for 3 turns before damage. All Fairy Tail allies get 20% attack, scaling up to 40, and she herself is a Fairy Tail servant as well. So, hey, very, very solid ramp up right there. And free MP5 hits hard. So she's just a really, really good single target. Like, she's a top tier single target welfare. Still, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
That skill set, like, the strength really comes in its cooldown.
Yeah.
Like I think I already mentioned this last time. Like I feel like they balance it around that she has a skill seal on this skill 3, so it's like, oh, technically the cooldown it's 665. It would have been pretty fair at 665, like maybe a little bit underwhelming in this day and age, but like but of course, there's a command code that even just prevents the seal to begin with. You can obviously remove it on the same turn. The MP does it. A lot of things that can deal with it. So now look at the skill set at cooldown of 554. Then it's kind of nuts. A really good uptime on a lot of this stuff. This is a 5 cooldown PFA essentially on the first skill. It's very similar, but it also has other effects as well. Other effect as well, like 1 effect, which is MP gain up, which is nice. She plays like a more defensive Canis. Rider Canis, because like Rider Canis ramp up is still like kind of insane, right? Like the MP, there's like no crit going up here with the crit steroids. At least there's a lot of it's consistent with the crits, especially she has like a big star bomb at a relatively short cooldown. I still think she probably is EX because of the free MP5. Like the free MP5 is pretty big, and I do think her kit is a lot more well-rounded than characters such as Kentucky. Like there are a lot of bosses where she can just kind of not take a lot of hits from throughout the entirety of the match because of that skill 1. And she has ramp up damage. The attack up even happens before damage, right? Like that's actually it's common, but like there are some servants that don't have that, and at the very least she has that and is 3 turns. So it's all on like a highest expectation in terms of this kinds of effects. Maybe I did overhype her a little bit last year, but I think it's justified.
No, I think she's absolutely top.
Yeah.
For a welfare.
Yeah, it's justified. Especially with the welfare rule in play. Really, really strong servant.
Any comments, Otto?
Yeah, I'd say EX for me as well. Just gonna like I don't really. I have like one little thing I want to add. So I have seen some people say that like because like the comparison between was recently her versus Kentucky. Kentucky does not have better NP spam than she does. Her, like, when you're looking at their cards active, like their cards with all skills active, that's what I meant to say. Her arts cards are handedly better than both his quick cards and his arts card. And then her quick card is, if I recall correctly, I want to say her quick card is like, I might be bullshitting here, but it might be better than his arts. No, I think, yeah, her quick card is on par with a lot of arts cards because she's got like the 30% NP gain buff, and then she already has solid arts cards. So that, and then like, okay, well, he makes some stars. Well, she has a 30 star bomb. I'd take the 30 star bomb over like some star gen skills, and basically any day. So her NP spam is better than his NP spam. I know he has the 50% battery, but like,
I wouldn't say better, because he does get crits way more often than Cinderella does, but it's not like a big reason why people should say like Kentucky is better, because I don't think he is. But yeah, fair. I agree to an extent.
She's also easier to support.
Yeah, true. That is true.
She's too new though, not in the shop yet, unfortunately.
That is kind of a shame. All right, we got a few more, or actually no, yeah. Well, I guess 4 includes few, but yeah, some 4 stars to go still. Next up, a permanent one. It's been a while, I think, but yeah, one of the Russian waifus. We got Dobrinian, AoE Buster DPS. Attack stat is at least very solid, basically 9.8k. It's a good start. I like the deck of double Buster, double Arts too, because she also has crit focus. Very, very nice. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 1-time 3-turn Guts with 3k revive, 1-time 3-turn debuff immune, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Pretty okay stuff, I want to say. Easy to use, decent uptimes. Yeah, it's just an okay skill. It works. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% Arts and Buster for 3 turns for self, and then 50% Dragon damage mod for 3 turns. Like, obviously, you're not always going to fight dragons, but even then, just a good chunk of Buster and Arts up anyway. So, it's still passable. It's not a dead skill ever, which is nice. And honestly, before we even get to the proper discussion after the kit, but I will say I probably wouldn't pick her against non-dragons too much, even if I kind of like her. So, there's that too. Anyway, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets a 20% battery, 30% crit damage for the full party for 3 turns, and then whole party gets 30% dragon damage for 3 turns. So she herself can get a total of 80% anti-dragon damage mod as a buff. Honestly, the skill set is not bad. Cooldowns are okay too. There's a lot of uptime here, which is nice. Passives, she has 12% quick up, which again maybe not so relevant with water quick, but there it is. 20% magic res though. That is pretty good. Anti alter ego, ooh, yeah. Again, not really, no. The MP ignores defense. Awesome. It does do a 1k burn on all enemies for 3 turns. Maybe not so awesome. 20% defense down for 3 turns, though, as a bonus normal effect. It is after damage, but considering it's just a bonus, pretty good, actually. That's ramp up. And then the OC, she gets 20% Buster after 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 40%. Honestly, it's a good MP. Yeah, I like the MP quite a bit. Wow. I think she's honestly a bit underrated, but yeah, at the same time, like I said, I'm not sure if I would bring her too much outside of non-dragon situations.
So
yeah.
So I actually have quite a bit of experience with this servant. To an extent where I grilled her on my alt. She's like NP390, I think. I think she really is underrated. She's one of those servants that just looks bad on paper. Because in application, like stars per turn, and then she's got like a bunch of things for her crits, and then she ramps up. Her MP damage doesn't look that impressive outside of Dragon, but she does maintain some pretty solid damage output. Her gains are pretty good, so she can use her NP fairly often. And then like ignore defense is always a nice niche. She just feels she's definitely underrated, I would say. Just being a crit servant and being a writer, it's always a really nice combo.
Mm-hmm.
Like damage wise, because it's just such a good class to be for that, because you're just always taking the stars.
Yeah.
I mean,
But yeah, 20% battery equals bad.
She,
So,
she's really just fun. Like you trade one of the anti-dragon effects for like a crit up generically, then people would think she's decent. Probably it's just like she's just all right. Like there's nothing bad about this servant. I think she has a pretty modern kit. Like especially Star Return is really good on riders, right? But I don't know. Like ignore defense is a nice effect as well for an MP, but she's just kind of released too late, I guess. Like the later you release, the more like eye catching traits you need to have. And unfortunately, her eye catching trait is dragon, and people are kind of indifferent to that, I guess. So yeah, probably underrated, but probably not like crazy either. So I don't know. She'd be.
I think we should give Ricardo a new friend.
B plus. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's pretty fair.
yeah, being Buster it's pretty easy to compensate for lower NP damage, I would say. It's just, again, it's the 20% battery thing. Like as soon as people see it's not 30%, no Buster loop, so bad.
I mean, they're not gonna loop with 30% battery charges, anyways. Most of the time.
Yeah, her damage wouldn't even be that incredible in looping that way, anyways. What the fuck just happened in chat?
Is that a little title of a YouTube video? I think so, yeah. Interesting. I can't wait to get to that. Anyway, for those listening, I plopped Dobrinian into B+ next to Ricardo.
It's just a video of a lobster. The fuck?
Okay. Alright, next servant. I guess this will be the next 4-star rider in NA as well. We got Mr. Pancakes, as I like to call him, aka Huang Feihu. There he is. Another cool servant that might be underrated as well, honestly. But yeah, single target buster DPS. 8.8k attack. If anything, again, the attack could be a bit higher, but oh well. Like the double buster, double art stack though. That's always nice. With stuff like, his kit. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% arts and buster for 3 turns. He himself gets the Prince buff for 3 turns, which he changes his own alignment from chaotic to lawful, because he is chaotic on base. So that's interesting. Comes into place too, dude. So I don't know. So I have to rant a little bit, dude. I have like my balcony door like creaked a little bit, so the air flows better and it's nice and cool here. But man, I don't know. So, some of my neighbors must be cooking in one of the balconies or something. I'm getting constantly like some kind of food smell here, and now I'm getting hungry, and we're not even close to the end. So fuck you, that neighbor, because you're making me hungry. It smells delish. I'm gonna go knock on their door. Anyway. Second skill, 6 turn. It sounds like salmon or something. Fuck, dude, I love salmon.
Yeah,
oh my god.
I smell good food. Did you know that I'm like a popular YouTuber? You should I'll plug you if you give me like a stick of salmon.
True. Send me all the salmon. You don't need to send me money. Just I love salmon, dude. Just send it all to me. I'll promo you without any money. Anyway, yeah, I'm okay with that. I love it. It's my favorite fish. All right, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets 20% MP gauge per turn for 3 turns, a one-time 3-turn guts with 3k revive. And here's where the kicker comes in. If he's lawful, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and if he's chaotic, he gets 50% MP gain for 3 turns. So if you use this before the first skill, he gets the MP gain, right? And if you pop the first skill first, he gets the crit damage. So it's nice that you can at least control that. Pretty cool. I mean, both of the effects are very nice, by the way, but, you know, depends on the situation, I guess. Good skill, by the way. 6 turn cooldown on the third skill. He gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. If anything, because of this skill, I think the MP gain looks a bit more enticing, because you already have some crit damage here, but fair enough. Depends on your comp, I guess. Honestly, a good skill set. I like this even more than Dobrinian's, I have to say. There's a lot of nice stuff here. Passives, we got many. 12.5% debuff res, 9% quick, divinity, no one cares. 10% buster crit damage, 2 stars per turn, and then another 10% debuff res. Wow, these are like some SSR passives over here. Pretty good stuff.
He has the foreigner passive, but it's a family bond, so
Yeah, of course. His family is aliens. Makes sense.
Dude, imagine if it worked with Van Gogh though.
Yeah,
But
and you know what's
it's
funny? His anti-append is against foreigners.
Oh no.
That's funny.
Uh,
for those who are wondering, he comes out on Halloween. He comes out with the horse girl.
Yeah.
oh, Hu Yanzhuo.
Yeah, Huyan.
Another
Yeah.
super good servant, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be
Tune in
week.
2 weeks when we talk about her as well.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Again, at this point, I have to say hopefully, but yeah, that's the plan at least. Anyway, the MP though, nothing besides damage on the normal effect, but he gets a 3-turn rainbow of 10% base OC, scaling up to 20. So that's pretty cool. It's a pretty good OC, I have to say. Ramp up rainbow. Wow. And I also forgot to mention, he's permanent, by the way, so getting some MP levels is kind of feasible here and there. Yeah, I think he's very underrated, honestly. Still never really see anyone talk about him.
Yeah. The one thing I every time I bring up, he's the only unit that can like on demand supply the rainbow for Yui, because I'm pretty sure he's the only one that has like a 3-turn rainbow on MP. I could be wrong. But I think he is.
You might
but
be
She
right.
has to be after him for that to work, though.
Yeah, but like the thing is, it's 3 turns. So like if it's a 1-turn rainbow, then yeah, you have to chain her MP after him. But like you can just have his rainbow up and then use her MP on the different turn. So like obviously I'm not gonna raise his ranking because of that, but like is a funny because I was looking for like people that can give themselves rainbows on MP, and it's surprisingly rare. So I mean,
So-
he's pretty solid. Oh, sorry. Otto knows more about him actually.
Yeah, I've used him quite a bit. Like I like comparing him to
Yeah.
Ryder Canis, so like I use him on a bunch of advanced quests. So he very much is like right out of the gate competing with Ryder Canis, because he's got like a bunch of crit skills. Like he's got 30% crit on his third skill, 50, potentially 50 on his second skill, and then he's also got card buffs. So he ramps card buffs instead of crit buffs, but like he by default he starts off with more crit. But he also has like this. I like the cool flexibility thing where you can either like you got 2 modes, either crit spam or NP spam. Because holy shit, his arts cards with his NP gain skill are just insane. Like they go
Yeah.
like without one application of the NP, they're 3% arts cards basically, and then he's also got 20% per turn. He's got the stars per turn, so he's critting really often, which is another thing she has that he has, and then also guts. They both have that. eh, I like her ramp up more because like her ramp up, like it is it's larger. It also results in higher NP damage, but like if you have a good NP copy on this guy, he is insane.
Yeah.
'Cause you can go 2 different modes, and it's a lot of fun.
He is more
So-
accessible than Reiner Canis for sure. because
Yeah,
of the
for
permanent.
sure. Would you say we should plop him next to her?
I
I think so.
I don't
I-
personally. Okay, this is where I disagree with him because I value the massive ramp up on BMP a lot on Canis, and
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
The-
yeah, I get that. It's just like the trade-off between the two is his ramp up is weaker, but his is a lot easier to achieve.
yeah,
Potentially.
Yeah, he's better
Yeah,
on base.
His baseline performance before NPing, I would say, is a bit better, but then like as they
Yeah, I
start
get that.
NPing, hers is a bit, yeah.
Yeah, because
I
like
feel like they've got a lot of apples to oranges on it, but they're pretty similar in power level, I'd say.
yeah, I mean, like
Yeah.
personally, I don't have enough experience with either of them. I'd say maybe, but like I have tried both of them out. I think Canis is just having the ability to ramp up, because like you did say ramping up, one of the more important, like more practical aspects of that is obviously being able to have sustained amount of buffs on yourself. So it is a better buff than his MP, in my opinion, of course, for that. And also, she has a better like ceiling after a couple of MPs. Like if you
Oh, yeah.
force her to ramp up, she just she's like more explosive than he is. So maybe because I like this kind of like extreme performance, I think Canis is a more of a min-max a unit than he is. So I enjoy Canis's playstyle a lot. Could just be her FA. I like
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
I
a
might-
hard contender there.
I might slide him into A, honestly. Because I kind of like the potential Cadence has more, even if he has a faster start from the gates. To say
I think another thing in his favor. I think he pairs with Korean Sky a lot better because
Oh, the skills are
like,
more valuable
his
to
skills are stronger than
recast.
hers.
Yeah, you're not
His
wrong with that.
NP
Yeah.
is weaker. And
Yeah.
like if you can double cast the skills or have higher uptime on the skills, that can you can have him end up winning on damage. It's just like it keeps going back and forth because that's kind of how Buster runs. Like you have the NP damage, but you also have card damage, and since they're both single target, it's not like it just kind of depends on like
How you like to play, right?
yeah.
yeah.
And again, like his consistency is pretty valuable because like really good cards. But then yeah, I think they're equal. Personally, I think they're both A plus.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
That's-
All right, fine. Also, when we started this list, I think I said there's 4 or 3 new writers. There's 4. Somehow I missed the final 4-star, but yeah, there's 4 new writers this year. And speaking of which, we're gonna move into the first of the new entries, and in my opinion, quite far the best one. I mean, I love Andromeda, of course, but I mean, you have the best summer servant of all time, so you can't even compete. I'm sorry.
Damn.
Yeah, bro.
So
That's
yeah,
a bold claim with this.
it is. It is.
She exists.
I say that as well when Okita has multiple summer variants too. I get that, but yeah, I mean.
Bro,
It's
I hate
perfection
them.
on 3 ascensions. You can't beat that. You just can't beat that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I hate them I hate them so much. You know that 4-star ticket? They did
Yeah.
not put any of last year's servants on that 4-star ticket. I
Oh,
just
yeah.
needed one, like one more copy and then one more bond level, and I could get her to 120. And
Well, I'm gonna worry about that on NA instead. So I'm not worried. I got MP3 on JP and I'm happy with that. NA, I'm gonna like sim to the moon and back. So it's fine. Anyway, we should probably voice what we're talking about. So yeah, Summer Suzuka, the first of the 4 new writers coming to this year's list from last year's summer. Very, very cool. Got an AoE quick DPS. Yeah. She's got 9.3k attack. Pretty good. Definitely above average among 4-star riders. Also, what she also has is that she's the hottest servant of all time. I can't stop saying it. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, double arts, double quick. I kind of have mixed feelings about the deck, though. I maybe would prefer double buster, of course, but
It's all right.
she's still the hottest, so that's all that matters.
I'll be honest, I prefer stage 2 over stage 4 or 3.
I love every single ascension. They're all amazing, so I don't care. Pick
Okay.
whatever. I still simp.
Actually,
Freaking hell. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. The party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then summer allies get 20% MP damage for 3 turns as well, and then 15 star bomb. Very good. I mean, for herself, this just works. Compare this to Voyager of the Storm. Like, come on, dude. Like, we saw so many of them. I mean, we'll see more later too, sadly. But yeah, like, just do the comparison. How sad. Like, this is so much better. Sure, it's a niche on the MP damage, but even without that, it would still be better. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 20% quick for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then an on-attack buff for 3 turns, and then she gets attack up for 3 turns when critting, which also activates before damage, so the crits are better. Yay. Pretty good. Lots of offense. And then the third skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Gives the target 30% MP gain for 3 turns, -1 cooldowns, and then she herself always gets the 30% battery. So the battery is not targeted. The first 2 things are. But you're probably going to use it on herself anyway, chances are, if you're going to bring her, because I would not bring her as a support. But honestly, a pretty tight pack for skills. There's obviously a bit of a glaring lack of defense, of course, as a quick servant. But, you know, there's a lot of nice things here, of course. Passives, 10% quick, lovely. 12.5% debuff res, cool. 6% arts, I mean, I guess she has that double arts, so hey, pretty cool as well. Divinity A, no. Anti-Lancer append, yeah, not that useful. The MP, so hey, before damage, 1 turn of Invul Pierce, yay. And then also, before damage, 30% lawful damage mod for 1 turn, cool. And then you want another damage mod? You got it. Overcharge. The base 150 to 200 range against Earth attribute enemies. Ooh, a very nice one. It's a pretty good MP, actually. I mean, obviously, it's niche as hell, but, you know, you have the Invul Pierce as well. 5 hits on AoE for a quick, so you'll get some stars, too. Rejoice. So yeah, you can loop with her too, but it's a bit tough on the refund though. So that's why I kind of like to see her more as a DPS, especially when the damage mod or mods land better. I'm not even sure how much I can talk about her because I'm biased as hell. But I think she's actually pretty good. I think she is legit though.
Yeah, I am biased as hell as well, but I have so much I can say about her.
Yeah.
So like from the top, like her, I know people give quick art stacks a bit of shit if they're like quick servants. I feel like she is actually an example of that executed well because her arts cards are like really, really good.
Yeah.
Like, at base they're what 2.2%, and then it's like 2.2 times 2.2 times 1.3, and it's almost 3% arts cards, which are great. I've had situations where I took her in a solo and she did NP art and looped, which is nuts. And she's able to NP, and I know some people might find it a little shocking because her NP refund isn't that great. But since she's able to spam with her cards really well, she ends up spamming in challenge quests really well. So like I kind of prefer her as a challenge quest DPS over
Farming.
a farmer. Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
like
though
Myst said.
and even then, like with farming, she still is fairly capable. I know people going about how like Black Grail is only possible against 3/3x casters, but like you can also run a 50% CE and she can do basically any node. So you just need to get like 29% refund on 1 or 2. Anyways, so Pierce Invuln and being able to NP back to back to back, just spam like that, and then she's also got some fairly common damage mods on her NP, and she's got like 20 attack, 20 NP damage, and then 20 quick. So she has pretty solid NP damage even at NP 1. It just like like she has so much stuff going on, and she can ramp up her damage because she's got the attack buffs. Like I'm down for A plus at least. Like honestly, she's
I'm
really
thinking one of
solid.
the A's too, but let's hear Plushies talk if you have anything to say.
I don't know. I don't have enough experience with her, but like honestly, this obviously looks really solid. It's got all the good stuff, like the MP itself, of course. Anti-trade scaling with overcharge. It isn't as significant as on an arts servant because it's easier to trigger overcharge on arts, but still having the potential to scale anti-trade overcharge
Yeah.
is good. Anti-lawful is a nice little bonus. I think 30% is usually kind of puny of an effect, but the thing is, it's kind of like a tertiary effect already. Like she doesn't actually need this to even be that good. So she doesn't need this to like be good. So it's like a really nice bonus on top of the Invo Pierce. Her kit just seems solid as well. I have to say, like the cooldown reduction by 1 makes the uptime actually deceptively
Yeah.
good on all of these skills.
Yeah.
Like that first skill on cooldown 4 is kind of ridiculous. So yeah, I would say she's a super solid, quick DPS just because she's got everything, that a quick MP
No.
spamming DPS would really want. I can understand A plus.
I'm gonna do
honestly.
it. I'm gonna do the A plus. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's like one
Very
of my
nice.
favorite servants right now.
Yeah, she's
have her at
oh my!
on
Like I was so mad when Santa, Gyaru Santa wasn't released to us. It was like people had all their own like gripes about arcade for the longest time, even before like stuff like Draco, Tiamat, etc. I never cared about anything besides Santa Suzuka. It was the only thing I was jealous of arcade. But then last year, summer happened, and it was like Santa, but then some. We got even a better resolution. We freaking won. The Suzuka Sibs freaking won, dude, and I was so happy, and I still am.
Let's be honest. We still want the Santa ones.
I mean, I'll take that one too, of course, if they want to. But I prefer Santa or summer though, so I'm happy with this already. Anyway, we gotta stop simping, bro.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, let's
Jeez.
go to this boring ass next one. All right.
Yeah. So the last
What's the
4-star,
next one?
also the second of the 4 new rider servants added. We got a Santa. Speaking of which, not Suzuka sadly, but we got a cutesy little Nemo here. So I'll be the first to admit, he left such a small impression on me. I don't even remember him that well. In fact, again, when I did my calculation earlier of how many new servants there, I said 3 because I didn't count Nemo because I forgot about him. So, in fact, I will even have to check what's his MP type.
It's ours.
Okay, it's art. So yeah, that makes sense. Of course, yeah, that makes sense. I had to make sure, but yeah, we'll give him a fair rundown here anyway.
Might as well have called him Dory for how forgettable he was.
Oh wow, I get it. Funny reference. Okay, so AoE arts DPS Santa. So so from what I remember now that I saw the MP type, he's basically a rider, or well, he's a 5-star, but AoE. But yeah, let's see here. So 8.7k attack, could be higher. Doesn't really start super well, but oh well. He's got the gain stick of double arts, double quick as well. Sure. First skill, again, Voyager of the Storm is back, I guess, to an extent. 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% MP damage, crit damage, and attack for 1 turn. I wish it was 3 turns. And then group servant allies that have that trait get attack 20% for 3 turns. I think does he have it? I forgot. He doesn't, right? I remember when I did my first impression on. He doesn't. I remember this. It's so stupid. It's actually stupid. Yep. It's a crime. Why? Like, so he only gets the 1 turn buffs himself. Wow, that is robbery in broad daylight is what it is.
Yep. None of the Nemos have it, which is I don't understand.
Oh, it's a group servant. It's basically a servant that has like multiple like characters in their spirit origin. Yeah, like Daikokten, for instance, the rats. Yeah. Then we got probably Sakamoto, who has Oryo-san, stuff like that.
Everyone that's in that challenge quest that we're getting with
Yeah, I mean, why
Oh,
doesn't
this is
Nemo
also
have it? He's
crazy.
got the Marines, but they're like, oh, but they're all Nemo. It doesn't count because it's the same character. It's like, why? Why you cripple him because of that technicality? He needs it. Come on. Yeah, Dioscreen, another example. So yeah, there's some. I guess I can click on this and probably show you anyway. So yeah, there's not a whole bunch of them. There's all of them. That's it. It's not a big list. So there's all your group servants. But hey, Rengoku, shout out. Wait, Bunyan? Oh yeah, Bunyan has it because she has some of the other VO servants. Yeah.
Right.
Manga
Brynhild
people.
summons Sigurd in her NP and
Yeah,
fucks
true.
all
That's
the
funny.
fans.
Anyway, moving on. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a guts for 1 time, 3 turns. Debuff immune for 3 turns. Hey, that's pretty cool. And then 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns. Actually, it's not that bad. It's fine. I think they could have made the gauge 20% too, honestly. But it's not bad. I like the good uptime on the immune for debuffs. That's always nice.
Yeah.
Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets 30% arts for 3 turns. The full party gets a 1-hit 3-turn evasion and also a 10% battery. Just like a better Harp of Healing is what it is. Because it has way more useful effects. Wow. Dude, I like the second and the third skills. I don't like the first one. Why? Why doesn't he get the 3-turn attack buff? Why? It doesn't make any sense. Whatever, dude. Anyway, it's not a bad skill set, honestly, overall. It's fine, especially for welfare. It's better than most in the game. Makes sense. He's not the most recent, but he's one of the most recent welfares. Alright, 10% quick up for the passive. Cool, divinity, yikes. 6% arts crit damage, and then if he's on water side or void, he gets a whopping 300 damage cut. So if you don't know what that means, it's not much. It's tickles away from you. At least the arts crit damage is maybe a bit better, and that's not required for the maps. Anti-saber repent, nah. The MP though, AoE skill seal for 1 turn, pretty cool. And then the power mod on the overcharge is the base 150 to 200 range against evil alignment enemies. Fairly okay, yeah. I mean, alignments are not super bad. You see those quite a bit. I mean, mostly for servants, of course, because most normal enemies, in fact, if not all normal enemies, don't have alignments, but you know, it's not bad. And I don't know how many casters are evil for servants, but I'm sure there's a good chunk of them anyway. Honestly, I mean, he seems fine, you know, right? He's not as void or water dependent as, you know, the 5-star one. Luckily, they learned from that, but he doesn't scream like anything amazing to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is actually really good. What do you guys think? Maybe he's just fine.
As an arts looper, he's definitely gonna feel a little bit disappointing, but like having anti-evil is always gonna be decently nice, especially it's an art servant. Its skills with overcharge, like it's really easy to trigger the overcharge with art servants with like Castoria's MP. Like you could even do it in farming, for example. And honestly, his skill 2 and like especially skill 3, like debuff immune for 3 turns is like for certain bosses is really scary. Because you know, like it just nullifies their gimmick for 3 turns. It's a full on 3. I love like full on 3-turn debuff immunities, right, instead of like 1-time 3-turn. And the skill 3 is honestly not horrible as well. 30% art sub is great for his own looping steroid. He has the team wide evade like David and Tristan to protect. And you know, it's more party charge with that third skill. So the first skill is really disappointing, I have to say, but the second and third skill is actually pretty nice, and the MP is also nice.
No.
So I don't have enough time with him, honestly, but I don't think he can be too horrible.
I mean, his looping numbers look fine too for both damage and refund, actually.
Yeah,
like if anything, he might be like a
too
side
bad.
grade to habit shots, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I can't really imagine him to be like anything close to bad. So,
I think he's way better than I thought he was gonna be, actually.
yeah, because like anti-evil, I think I did a lot of damage in the looping demo because the Kali enemy, not Kali the archer, but the Kali enemies from Lost World 4, they're actually evil, even though they're not servants. So the damage is a little bit skewed there, but still, like, it's
Yeah.
nice. I think his kit is actually pretty nice.
Apparently there's 7 evil casters, 16 evil zerks for the effective damage.
I just find them pretty boring. Like
I mean,
he's
yeah,
like
sure.
competing, like he's trying to do the exact same thing that like 5 stars in the same variety are doing, and because like for the most part, his kit is basically like a more damage oriented
Broken.
side grade of Da Vinci Lily.
Oh,
'Cause
Da
Da
Vinci
Vinci
Lily.
Lily has damage issues,
Yeah.
but like they both have the charge per turn, as well as the team
Yeah.
10% charge, the evade, the debuff immune. They have so much stuff in common. It's kind of hilarious.
I mean, it makes
True.
sense. They work together. They're like co-workers.
Oh, and then also, yeah, Bakken has anti-evil as well. So
Yeah.
it's,
I mean, this is
boring.
like a testament that he's not bad though. Like, you know,
Yeah.
he's got a lot of stuff that the SSRs have. Like, maybe not to the same amount of numbers, but it's really nice. Like, I like the like I when I looked at it, I was like, this is actually pretty nice. The first skill sucks, but the other skills are nice. He's free MP5, so I can see there's like maybe there's a evil, like even for 90 plus plus, if you don't have any other high MP options, he can be pretty nice. No A plus, not A plus. I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, he seems really
Maybe,
solid.
yeah, maybe we need more time with him. But I definitely like the free MP5 helps him as well, for sure here.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. He's fine. Like he's a pretty decent farmer from what I've seen. It's just he doesn't really do anything new. He's just boring. He's really
I
fucking
mean,
boring. He's just trying to do the same thing other people are doing. It's just like another farming AoE writer, and we've got basically all of the AoE writers are capable of farming to some extent. Like
uh,
him being slightly better at it is just boring.
I mean, the thing is, he also has like debuff immune for 3 turns. I
Oh
actually
yeah,
like the because
yeah.
like
That's pretty
it's
cool.
it's like you like Ryoma and Britomart, right? Like it's similar. Like it's not always gonna be useful, but like against certain things, it's gonna be really useful. And you know the skill 3 once again reminds me of Tristan. Now Tristan has the like yeah he only has this. It's not like he has the other the buff removal and stuff, but he's doing stuff that other people has already done, but he's doing it for free. So like I think that's something to kind of appreciate at least a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. It's all fine.
Maybe it's just the archetype AoE arts writer that kind of
Yeah, it is
fooled me.
really
I guess it's after Habitrot. Like Habitrot's one of the main points of comparison, and it's just like holy shit, like gonna come up disappointing regardless.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna plop him an A for now, and we'll see. But with that, we are done with 4 stars. That was quite long as usual, not shocking, but we definitely are still here for a while because there are, I believe, 18 SSR riders.
Oh my
So that's a good
God.
chunk.
Jeez.
Yeah. So again, definitely hydrate, get some more snacks or whatever. This is not ending anytime soon, even if it looks like it. So yeah, let us move on to the 5 stars. Going back almost to day 1. More pirate action. We got Francis Doreku, AoE Buster, DPS, and Farmer. A very interesting one at that, and I have to get my number reference data again because we upped the rarity. So at 11.3k attack, she's just hovering above average, or around that number, per among 5-star riders. She's got the nice double Buster, double art stick, and I have to say, her quick in particular is very nutty as well. She's got an insane quick card as well, which is funny. Hey, remember Voyager of the Storm? I do. We got A+, 17%. I think someone else had A+ as well, because I remember 17, but maybe it was Bart, actually.
I think it was Teach.
Oh,
no,
was
it's
it
Bart.
Teach?
It's Bart.
Yeah, it was one
No,
of
no, it
those
was
two.
Bart. It was
Yeah.
Bart.
So on a 5-turn cooldown, you get 17% MP damage and attack for the full team for 1 turn. Underwhelming. Okay, moving on. I've talked. I mean, some people might skip to this part, but yeah, I've already talked so much about Voyager. I don't want to anymore. Please let me go. Anyway, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. Now we're talking. So she gets 45% MP gain for 3 turns, 20% Buster Up for 3 turns, and ignores defense for 3 turns. That's a pretty sexy skill, actually. Yeah, that's a golden rule upgrade and a half. Lots of nice stuff going on here. Me likey. Third skill, hey, Pioneer. This is the, better. Like, we got Voyager of the Storm, and then we got Pioneer of the Stars, and this one is so much better. 6 turn cooldown, 50% battery, Invul Pierce for 3 turns, and a 10 star bomb. So hey, on both 6 turn cooldowns, she can easily stack her Invul Pierce and ignore defense. How cool is that? That's like so nice. Anyway, moving forward from the skills, 12.5% debuff res, nice. 8% quick, actually not nothing, because her 1 quick is pretty nuts. So, the 1 time is actually not that insignificant. Anti-archer on the append, Upgraded MP, but it's like a year 1 upgrade, so it's only damage. Unfortunate, so only damage on the normal effect, and then the overcharge is a base 20 star bomb, scaling up to 40. It hits okay though, especially if you have Voyager on. But yeah, Drake has good numbers and pretty good skills for the most part. MP could be better, but it hits okay damage. She's still good. She's good. Like, she's actually, she has aged pretty well.
Yeah,
So-
I think the buff certainly helped her.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So she's kind of an interesting case, at least with me, because for a really, really long time, I just sort of wrote her off as a farming servant,
Mm-hmm.
and like, so recently I used her in that Okuni challenge quest. I used her with Domon, and I gotta say I was very impressed because, like, having 2 skills, both of which can like combo together, just make her damage basically unstoppable. It makes it really easy for her to do damage, and then the fact that her NP gain's really solid, and she's constantly making stars because of her NP. Like that plus mighty chains, she really did. She has aged a lot better than I expected. It's just
Mm-hmm.
spreadsheets show her damage being kind of low in like farming setups or just at base, but she does well.
Like,
I like the chaotic evil thing too.
The reason why it's low comparison to other busters is because Voyager of the Storm doesn't stack. Like, that's literally it. Like Buster looping tier lists are a little bit deceptive in the sense that if you are planning to use them for non-standard looping, like if you're planning to put them into like a multi-core setup, their damage might be drastically different, because like double spamming your own steroids is huge for how Buster damage peaks on the final wave. So her damage is still decent. Defense ignore, great utility. Chaotic evil is one thing that I very often forgot about. I forgot that she was chaotic evil. Like
Yeah.
I have to get reminded like every now and then, but that is actually a really nice trait, of course, to pair with Dolman. Both for farming and challenge quests, in my opinion, honestly. For multi-core, because Dolman is so good for multi-core. She's just solid. Like there's not a lot of complaints I can have with her other than Voyager of the Storm. But like she already has all of her. Oh no, okay. Pioneer of the Stars is not buff, but like Pioneer of the Stars, in my opinion, is one of the best skills in the game. So I don't think that's
that's fine.
Yeah, Voyager of the Storm is probably the last thing that she needs buffed, and then when she gets buffed,
I think she could be EX, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I think I'm thinking A plus though, as is.
A plus. That's probably fair. Yeah.
A or A plus.
Yeah. I think she's just really good.
By no means the best AoE Buster writer, but she's still really solid.
Oh yeah, you said by okay. I misheard you at first. Yeah. Sure.
It's sort of like Napoleon versus Tesla type thing, except
I think Drake is way better than Napoleon, though. I know some people will debate me on that, but I think she's way better than Napoleon.
Her game's better. Her game,
like, she's better in every way, in my opinion.
Other than the anti-trade, yeah, probably. Like
sure.
Napoleon's anti-drone. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
comparable, though, I'd say.
Moving on for now. So, story locked, but an old servant regardless, and one that I am a victim of with Stockholm Syndrome on, sadly. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. So we got Queen Maeve, of course. Single target buster DPS. 10.3, well, basically 10.3k attack is pretty much 1,000 below average among riders, so that's not too great for her own DPSing purposes. The deck's fine, at least card-wise. The double buster, double arts. Hit counts could be better, though. First skill is interesting after the buff. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets debuff immune for 3 turns. She gets 1k healing per turn for 3 turns. 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then all male or fae allies get 30% battery. Now she doesn't qualify for this at all, sadly, not being male or fae, but it's quite a lot. I mean, that's 30% for 2 potential allies right there. Interesting. Very interesting. Good uptime on the debuff immune though, again, like Nemo. Alright. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. Male allies get another 20% attack for 3 turns, and then she herself gets a 2k heal. So it's like ever so slightly better than those early buffed charismas, because there's the heal on top. But yeah, there is some cases for her to be a legit male support because of the 40% attack and the 30% battery. But I guess we'll get to that a bit later. Anyway, third skill, 7-turn cooldown. 80% chance on max strength to charm 1 male for 1 turn and then reduce their defense by 30% for 1 turn. That's against anyone, by the way. This is a shitty buff. I hate this buff so much. It's so bad. It's so bad. They just added that defense down, and it's only 1 turn. Really? Like, that's so bad. I hate this buff so much.
This buff is like, not all males are simps for this kind of woman or something. I don't
Yeah, I guess they wanted to leave it at 80 or something. I don't know. It's stupid. Bad buff.
20% of men have to wait until after the first date. Basically.
True.
NP could count as a date.
Yeah, true. A pretty wild one, but yeah. Anyway, passive, 17.5% debuff res, cool, 10% quick. Unlike Drake, her 1 quick isn't as cool, sadly, but, whatever. Anti-Lancer on the append, yeah, no. Unless they're male, then maybe, but even then, Alright, upgrade MP, it's a boring one for the upgrade, that is. Nothing on the normal effect besides damage. Overcharge, she's got the standard 150 to 200 range of anti-male power mod, and then also reduces their mental debuff resistance by 20 to 60% for 3 turns. Now again, yeah, that helps with the charm, of course, but it's so annoying that you have to do it the MP first anyway, especially now that it also has the defense down as well. So it's like very backwards. I never understood it.
If she was a modern servant, the MP would have just charmed.
True.
Like, I don't.
She would be like Kama 2.0.
Yeah, she'd be
against
like
males.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it wouldn't even be as good as Kama. I don't understand why not, but sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually want to raise something. I think she is a decent farmer. So hear me out. That's weird, but
Okay.
for high-end multi-core stuff, she is actually used pretty commonly because of her ability to chart men as well as Fae. But Fae is a little bit less good because the attack up doesn't apply to Fae. But like, for example, a really common duo I see is her and Tez Kalipolka, because she also has like essentially spread charge. So this is more for high-end stuff, and Maeve kind of has to hit males in order for that to work out, but she doesn't necessarily have to hit casters. Like she can hit males because it's an upgraded anti-male MP. So like I see pretty commonly sometimes if you get to hit male on like a mid boss or even on the final wave boss, they do pair them up pretty well together for farming, which is interesting because her kit really screams DPS, especially with the is it called natural body? I forgot what it's called. Like, but
I think it's natural body.
Yeah, like those skills look very much CQ focused.
Or golden rule body.
Buffed. Yeah. Sorry. Whoops. But I think she actually has a niche in farming, because in CQs, other than anti-male, it's a little bit rough. Like she in CQs, she's specifically anti-male. Obviously, again, if you have a super hyper Maeve, she can pull off a lot of ridiculous stuff against neutral males, but that is once again just reserved for high end stuff.
Yeah.
But I still think she's more decent than a lot of people think she is. So I don't know.
Yeah. I think she's a bit overhated, but I still don't think she's all that amazing either, to be honest.
How about you, Otto?
So I find it really funny how little synergy she has with Nocnaria. Because if you want to okay, Nocnaria it does have the fairy trait or the fey trait.
Yeah.
So she can get the charge from Maeve's first skill, but when you use Maeve's first skill, that means the skill seal can't apply to her. So she can't get 30% charge from her.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing though. Maeve wants to sleep with men. Nocnaria only wants to sleep with Castoria.
Damn.
Checkmate.
I hope there's a Trojan about that, please. Anyways, I think she's like A to A plus. Probably.
I was between B plus and A, so I might go I might be willing to do A, honestly.
Yeah, A plus probably a little bit too high.
Yeah,
I think A is fine.
I do dislike though that even though she does synergize with Dowan in that she is chaotic evil, he's not a guy for some stupid reason. So
true.
Oh yeah,
he's unknown gender.
Yeah, that kind of sucks, doesn't it? Yeah.
It's not gonna knock her down or anything. Knock.
But yeah.
All right. As a side note, before we move on to the next servant, I learned from my previous mistakes. I've been kind of snacking on some little stuff as well, but I have some more meaningful stuff. I'm gonna open up a banana yogurt and snack on this as well while we're going. Because every time I end one of these frickin' streams, I'm like, I feel dead because I haven't eaten anything. Because they usually end after my normal dinner time. So banana yogurt now.
God. Do you still smell the salmon or the?
No, the smell from the neighbor is gone, so that's good.
Just knock on their door and tell them
I don't even know which apartment it is.
Please,
it would be awkward just to go to the wrong one.
I'll put your salmon in EXT.
I'll dox you live, otherwise.
Anyway, let's just move on for now. Iskandar alert. I have to do it every time because it's a meme. There he is. Yeah, the king of conquerors himself. And, Big Alex, I guess. So, interesting case. Not in a good way, sadly. But, AoE Buster DPS. His attack at 11.5k is a bit higher than average among 5-star riders, so that's kind of okay at least. Standard double Buster, double Arts rider deck. Pretty bad numbers though, and they even had to buff his MP gain because it was so atrociously bad. It's still not anything amazing from what I remember, but the one time they have buffed an MP gain.
It's pretty average for deck now.
Compared to Drake is so sad, and compared to another AoE buster we're going to talk about later, also very sad. So
yeah, it's just normal. Whereas most people in the rider class have above average.
Gain C class. Anyway, Charisma A. That's the start. 5-turn cooldown. 20% AoE attack for 3 turns. Cool. Meh. Second skill. At least they buffed this, thank freaking God. 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Is okay, 2 okay damage buffs spread out, but again, he has so little overall. Anyway, third skill really emphasizes it. 6-turn cooldown. 50% buster for 1 turn and 50% star gen for 1 turn. You're telling me it's a +1 cooldown just because the star gen buff for a normal mana burst? I mean, granted it helps with the MP, of course. It does a lot of hits, but what the hell? This skill is so bad. His entire skill set is still dog water. Everything. The second skill is passable, sure, but everything... Look, there's nothing. He's a limited SSR. He was absolutely robbed in this game. If they ever make an FGO 2, he better be EX+. Bruh, this man was robbed.
They buffed
Anyway,
this card game, by the way. That's so weird.
yeah, it was so bad. The only time they've ever buffed someone's MP gain, he got it. Oh my god. Anyway, positives. 12.5% debuff is cool. 11% quick up. Again, he's not Drake, so forget about it. Dividend TC, nah. Anti-Ladster, nah. The MP. 8-hit AoE though, Buster. Again, with the third skill, you'll get some stars out of it. Cool. Nothing on normal effect besides damage. Overcharge is base 10% crit chance down and defense down for 3 turns on all enemies, scaling up to 30 and 50 each. But after damage for the defense down as well, man, it's an unfortunate MP. It's cool as hell though, even if the animation hasn't aged super well. But man, that's what a tragic servant though. Like maybe one of the, if not the most tragic servant in this entire list. He's Iskandar, and he's this meh. Why? How?
So
2024.
I don't think he's really all that bad. Like
I don't think he's trash, but I think he's like a very average.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who place him as the worst 5-star. I think that's in the very
5-star
least
writer or
insinuating.
5-star.
So I think a big reason why people are disappointed by him is because of this huge fixation on single core stuff. Like NA hasn't gotten to the point. Like I'm sorry, NA players. I'm gonna try and rip the band-aid off now. Eventually, single core is just not gonna be cutting it for everything, and you're gonna want to like start switching over into more multi-core type of stuff. And that's where this guy can actually see some good use. Maybe not the best use, but like really just the biggest problem is he doesn't get his NP as fast as other people do. Because like Ivan's got a 30%, Drake's got a 50%, Yoruba has a 30%, like all of them have that. And I know you might think, well, since he doesn't have battery, how is he good for multi-core? So when I use him for multi-core, I usually use him with someone like Korean Dark, for example, because she already has team battery, and he helps buff her damage, she helps buff his damage, and then I just like take one other whatever servant, like someone with a 50% battery, and we're fine. And I know you guys might be allergic to the starting charge CEs, but if we're gonna constantly give the Buster looping benefit of the doubt by saying like, well, most events have 50% event CEs, then like it's the same thing here. Same thing applies here.
Here's a problem with that for multi-core though, because like if you're doing multi-core with 50 MP start Cs, sometimes depends on the event. It could be like it could just be a damage C. So you lose like 2 slots, for example, if you want 50 charge for 2 people. Like that is generally the issue I find with no battery charge.
There's also situations where it's like, okay, it's gotcha CEs. So like, what if you don't roll for CEs? Okay, so now you okay, like I'm married to these bond boost CEs. I really want bond boost on these 1-stars that I do not give a fuck about.
I mean, yeah, that is the argument.
I'm not saying he's a spectacular multi-core servant. It's just those are the situations where he is actually going to be powerful. 20% AoE attack, 20% AoE NP damage, and then like you've also got fucking crit. Like I know 30% crit does not sound like much, but on a 5-star, it is more than you'd expect. Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
he just fucking cleaned that yogurt.
He just
dude, I'm hungry.
Like I don't actually think his skill set is horrible. I think he just needs a battery. Like yes, the battery would also enable the looping. Like honestly, if he got a 50 battery, I feel like his looping damage might be a little bit scary because of the
true.
Stack.
Well, what I'm expecting is like if they made it like take his third skill, 30% AoE battery, and then do the usual thing they do with mana bursts. Then everyone is going to fucking fillet him. He is going to be the best thing ever for absolutely everyone. People are going to call him like the people are going to say he's better than Ivan and fucking everyone. Of course,
I
better
mean-
than Europa. Like, who am I kidding?
I mean, he would be like the
Yeah,
buff
probably.
the buff you propose is basically you said increase the Buster to 3 turns and AoE 30% battery.
Yeah.
Like that would literally kill Koyan Dark in terms of multi-core farming. Like people use Koyan Dark
you use them
just because
together.
it's, yeah, sure, but like people only use Koyan Dark because like people were using Koyan Dark just because she has AoE 30 Buster and charge. That is enough for people to use her in some multi-core. Yes,
I'm not
she
s-
has overcharge
Yeah,
for like Koliko and
I'm not
shit.
saying AoE Buster, by the way. No.
Oh,
But yeah,
never
if the
mind.
Buster was AoE, that would be fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it's just
I
like
mean,
easy
I mean,
MP for
still-
himself and then 50, 20, 20. That would be so
okay,
dumb.
never mind. Yeah, okay, that was a miss. But still, like 20% attack up. Okay, it wouldn't kill the Koyan Dark, but it would be like a side grade, I guess. And people don't really. I mean, he'd still be worse than Koyan Dark, but.
I mean, okay. Theory aside, where are we looking at him? I think he's mid. Otto's like thingy aside, I still think he's mid. He's not very good in my eyes.
Here's the thing. I really think no starting charge is a little bit awkward.
No.
For use cases. I could be wrong. I do own him, but I don't use him a lot. I don't generally try to fit him in a team. So it really is down to, are you allergic to the idea of doing like -3 bonuses for farming? Which
I mean,
honestly,
we're
I
gonna
think it's
probably
fine.
tax a lot of this stuff in the future, but regarding that too, especially regarding one meta support that we're not even ever considering, because she kind of fucks this setup too. So I feel like we should not really delve too deep into that stuff.
I guess. I mean,
I'm thinking a C plus, as hard as harsh as it sounds.
ooh. Nah, I think he's B. He's fine.
You think he's
I
B?
Yeah, he's B. B. You can even push to B plus, but I think B. I think
I mean,
B's fair.
I can't
He's
probably do
whatever.
B plus.
Yeah, he's a numbers guy. Like his own NP damage is really good. It's like some
Yeah.
of the best AoE.
That's what he's known
Damage
for.
But is it really good outside of the mana burst turn? Because I feel like Drake just shits on him in every way.
I mean, it's not like you're gonna have him NP multiple times in a row. So.
Yeah,
Yeah, but why wouldn't I pick someone that will MP multiple times?
Yeah,
Because they might not do enough damage. for
I mean,
that.
I still think B is fine. Like, I don't think he's horrible though. Like, I really don't think he's.
All right, I'm willing to place him in B, but I'm not gonna go higher than that. They need to
He's
buff
just
him
a
more,
numbers guy.
way more. Yeah. Anyway, oh shit, the next one though. All right, now that I've finished my yogurt, I can read again. Yay. Yeah, we go from King of Conquerors to King of Kings.
Oh man, people are gonna be so fucking mad at me for that placement, aren't they? Oh shit.
Probably. I mean, we'll do a shuffle
I
still.
can
We'll
see
see.
I can already see the YouTube comments.
All right, let's talk about Mr. Ozymandias, Ramses 2, etc. Sunboy, one of them, because there's multiple in FGO. Yeah, single target buster, DPS, just under 12k attack, which is very high for a 5-star rider. Double buster, double art stack works really well for him. Good stuff. First skill, unlike Iskandar, he has a buffed charisma. How about that? 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack. And then if you happen to be on Sunlight Field, you get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. And then the full party gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Pretty chill, considering how easy it is to activate this, yeah. That's quite of an upgrade. Second skill, good old IP. So 5-turn cooldown, 60% chance to get 40% attack and defense for 3 turns on self. And then a guaranteed 3k heal. Again, I hate this skill, but at least in his case, it's not the worst thing ever because third skill, 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% battery and then also 40% buff success rate up for 1 turn. Now, it doesn't fully match the cooldown, of course, but the MP also mitigates it a little bit. at least and when you're close to getting off cooldown anyway. So yeah, obviously with this active, you guarantee the 40% attack and defense for 3 turns. Granted, you use it first. Pretty cool. It's quite a lot of stats. So overall, it's not the most flashy skill set, but it works, and it works even better after you see the MP. Alright, 17.5% debuff res, cool. 11% quick up, cool. His quick is actually pretty good too, from what I remember. It's probably not as good as Drake's, but it should be pretty decent too. Divinity B, whatever. Anti-archer, nah. The buffed MP, still one of the craziest MP buffs ever. Just straight up. Okay, 20% defense down on the target for 3 turns after damage on base OC, scaling up to 60. Usually it's like 40, but yeah, cool. MP seal for 1 turn on the target. Sunlight field for 5 turns on self. And then, best of all, a full -1 cooldown reduction on himself. Like, what is this MP, really? How? Who allowed this to happen? It's crazy. This bat is crazy. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's a spammable MP too.
Who thought this was a good idea? All right, like who the fuck does it? This is actually the most stupid thing I've ever seen. Like, he does so much damage already. He's like one of the strongest. Like in min turns, he's like one of the strongest single target busters in the game. But he doesn't have any anti trade. He doesn't have nothing. He just has raw numbers and super short
I like that
cooldowns.
he's still on top of the crit damage sheet too, despite not even having a single crit damage up, minus the small one from the sun thing. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, but like, it's kind of, well, it's 30%, so it's kind of small. It's 5 turn cooldown, but then he starts reducing his cooldown.
Yeah, and then 40% attack, defense down,
like, dude,
high attack.
And if you're going for min-maxing, you're like resetting for, IP to land. That on 5 turn cooldown being reduced as well. Holy shit, this character is so stupid.
Yep.
I think he's like easy EX. He's like one of the most confident EXs for SSR. I like to me.
For sure.
I did underrate him like previously. I tried him like once. No, okay, this character should not be legal. I don't know. Anyways.
Anything to add, Otto?
His NP upgrade, yeah, it was so stupid. It's annoying to me because I've had a bunch of ideas for upgrades for other servants as a result of that. Like, dang, can we upgrade their NP and give them cooldown reduction since their skill cooldowns are dog shit or whatever? I mean, it's not. It's such an unfair buff because it buffs not only the NP, it also buffs the entire, like, all 3 skills because they all get 1 reduction in turn, like, per. And then that's every use, so it's even better in some situations.
Somebody asked me, is this MP upgrade more stupid than Luvia's MP buff?
Yes.
Question.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's better, for sure. I mean, Luvia didn't need it either, and it was ridiculous, but his is even on a higher level of ridiculousness.
Here's the thing, right? Luvia's MP was already... It already had anti-evil, right? Like,
they added the Invul Pierce.
Yeah, it was already decent. Like, his MP, like, look at his old MP. It was just alright. It was alright. Like, MP seal for 1 turn, defense down to 20. It was fine. Like, they added the sun field, basically making it permanent. Like 5 turn sun.
They added with the first buff to this skill as well because of this having sunlight field requirement.
Yeah, so like the first skill is just like you just remove the requirement. Like basically,
this literally was what you were talking about earlier. This is a case of a double buff. They clearly planned this ahead, and they were released so close to each other anyway. This is actually an instance of a servant getting double buffed. Yeah. In one go, basically.
You would have still been top tier without the cooldown reduction. Like, why does it?
I'm actually kind of. This speaks to a larger thing. I'm actually kind of in the camp that Estrella's buff was stupider because, like, this in a vacuum, yeah, it's stupid. I think this buff was ridiculous, but I think the problem with Luvia's buff is it shifted the expectation for, like, the universal single target arts thing, And
I mean,
that I think that's
yeah.
part of why like we have all of the broken
yeah.
ones these days is because she sort of pushed the envelope in that regard.
She
So
is still one.
so it was a domino effect, which led to us getting the insanity that is Summer Castoria, basically.
The reason why I said this is more ridiculous is because, like, once again, Luvia's MP was already good. It was just
Yeah.
like made the jump from the unupgraded MP to the upgraded MP. In my opinion, at least, the Aussie one was like it's
Oh, yeah.
night and day. Like it's his old MP was just fine. It was.
You mean it's
even
more
kind
like
of whatever.
only day now? Get it?
Yeah, yeah. No more night. It's so
Yeah, never night. After you MP for the first time, 5 turns, yeah, you're never gonna see the nighttime again for the rest of the battle.
I mean, Luvia arguably could be a better. I'm not having this
Yeah,
conversation, but like,
it's a very different situation though, because like with him, it like in a vacuum, his NP upgrade was just so crazy, but hers was
oh
it
shit!
was a domino effect.
Somebody asked, "What about Summer Musashi?" True, Summer Musashi was okay. Like, y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop with these MP upgrades, bro. I mean, actually, I lied. I like this. Just,
No,
I
just
mean,
make it
you know what? We're gonna
Honestly,
talk
they
about
gotta-
those in the
no, they gotta
Berserker and extra
continue with
class
these
tier
NP
lists.
upgrades. Look at where
Yeah.
we're looking
yeah.
at.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Ozzy is king. Still shocking. But yeah, next is an interesting contrast, though. Maybe not in the best way, but yeah, we're gonna talk about Quetzalcoatl next. Yeah. So back in the day, they were like basically interchangeable. She and Ozzy, they were like whichever you have, just use them. You know, there's barely much difference at all. But nowadays, ouch. Anyway, 12k attack. So even the attacks line is basically the same. She has like maybe 2 digits more or something. So yay, easy dubs. Good attack though, by the way. Same double buster, double arch deck also complements her pretty well too. Skills. They buffed her charisma too, not luckily. So on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 21% attack for 3 turns and a 25 star bomb. It's not bad. It's just not very like it doesn't have that staying power. But you know, it's
On a writer,
a buff
it's
is
not
a
bad.
buff. Yeah,
For sure, like Star Bomb.
it's all right.
Yeah, it's comparable to the conditional buff that Ozzy got before he got the buff. That
Yeah,
forced the
before, yeah.
condition and
Yeah,
gave
that
him a
was
bunch of
actually
other shit.
balanced before the MP upgrade.
Yeah.
Like it was even a little bit. I feel like I don't remember, but like I feel like people even thought it was a bit underwhelming. Like before the
Yeah, I
MP, 'cause
probably
they're,
did too. Yeah.
Oh, it's like it's conditional. Who cares? Well, just no longer conditional. Have fun.
Charisma of the sun, and it's less powerful than his, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Anyway, second skill, 7-turn cooldown. Targeted guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 1k revive, and then also gives the target 30% buster after 3 turns. Bad combo, because the buster up suffers so much from that guts upping the cooldown. Bad combo. A small uptime on the guts too. This is the Sigurd problem all over again. It's so bad. Like, bro, why? You need to split these better, these effects. Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 600% absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and a 30% battery. Again, it's bursty, but man, 6-turn cooldown? Really? For this? It should be at least a 50% battery. Then, like, come on, dude. Really? It just hasn't aged that well. Compare this to Pioneer of the Stars. And that's a year 1 skill too. Ouch. This skill set is not terrible, but it certainly hasn't aged well either. Yeah. Oh well. Passives though. We got the famous 50% debuff res on base. I mean, that's pretty amazing at least. And then 12% quick up. Again, her quick is not really all that impressive compared to Ozzy and Drake. And tap in is against Foreigner. The MP, so much like Ozzy, has an MP seal for 1 turn. We like an MP seal, but then you get a burn on the overcharge, 1k damage for 5 turns, scaling up to 3k per tick. It's a 1-hitter as well. Bro, look, like... It's so sad. Where's the buff? It's been so long. How does Ozzy have the best MP upgrade of all time when they're so interchangeable? And she has this. She has this.
They
Even Oz, like the funny
accidentally-
thing is, Ozzy's MP was better on base anyway, because the defense
'cause the
down ramp up
defense
was
down.
better than the burn regardless. And then they buffed that one.
They
Now it's
accidentally
night and day, yeah. Oh my
Put a buff
god.
on Cool Con. The buff.
Oh
They
my
just
god.
they screwed up the files and put the second set of skills on Cool Con again. That's why she's like. Nice one.
Dude, that's why she got the star bomb. It's so she could enable
Cool Con.
Cuckoo's
True.
skills.
It will allow Cool Con to upgrade hers. Yeah, it's really sad, like, to not see her get any buffs during Lost Belt 7. It's like, I feel like a lot of people are super disappointed with that. The fact that she didn't get any buffs during Lost Belt 7. It was just really sad. And I think she's worse than Iskandar.
Really now?
Damn.
I think she's at worst the same tier. I would maybe put her a bit higher though, but maybe like a plus higher.
I mean,
Really?
maybe in a vacuum, but like it just makes her look so bad in comparison. Like I don't know, because like there has almost never been a servant so utterly outclassed by another servant that is so similar in archetype. the only thing that she has is targetable guts. Like I have seen her used in like funny Arash min turns to give him guts. That's literally it. That's the only use I've seen her in modern play.
Yeah.
So that I don't know, man.
She's very meh.
Yeah.
I don't see her being that much better than a Skandar, honestly, because he's at least like wave clear. She's like, there's so much other single target riders, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the free one in EX,
Yeah.
like Buster as well.
I'm gonna put
30
her next to Iskandar then. Frigate, dude.
Yeah,
B tier for Cuckoo.
Yeah, because like, I mean, like Summer Canis just feels so much stronger than her these days.
Oh yeah, Canis, dude. Oh my god.
Summer Canis.
Yeah, like compare their
Mhm.
kids. It's so sad. Yeah. Oh well. Come on, buffer, dude. Come on, man. She's a big goddess. Come on, she deserves it.
Buffer.
Just give the exact same buff that Ozzy got, and it still wouldn't be that great because the skills don't pair as well.
Dude,
Yeah.
they're about to give Cuckoo a buff before she dies. I swear to God, these people.
Anyway, next up, a servant that also might not be so impressive, sadly. We talk about Maid Altar. So we already talked about Santa Altar earlier, and now it's time for the Maid, the Summer Maid. 10.7k attack on a single target quick DPS in this case. Again, under average for SSR riders, sadly, doesn't help her case. She's got double arch, double quick, which I don't really like all that much. Unfortunate. First skill, 6 turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack for 3 turns, and then the full party gets 20% quick for 3 turns. At least this one, despite being simple, you know, is her main card type. It's an attack up. It works. 50% combined. Pretty cool. Second skill, the buff. 6 turn cooldown. Targeted cooldown reduction by 1. Cool. The target also gets 50% star gen for 3 turns, does 1k damage to them as a demerit, and then the buff, they get this build upper thing, like a delayed buff for 1 turn, and after that 1 turn they get 3k max HP for 5 turns.
Oh my god.
What is this buff? Like, excuse me? That's the only thing they
this is-
added? Excuse me?
Yeah, this is like the worst buff. I mean, this is the most like joked about one because it's so.
I think the
pointless.
Martha one is worse, but yeah, this one doesn't really do anything either.
I mean, if you look at that versus the Martha one, we're talking 3k HP versus 1500. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
And you can use this on max
Look at me.
HP as well, so there's that. But yeah, it's still
This
trash.
This at least had a direction that made sense, I guess. They were like looking at the demerit and they were like, how
What?
do we make up for the demerit? Well, you can for one,
Yeah,
you
just
can
remove
the
it
demerit.
and add something else. It's
That's
again,
one
I
thing
was
you can
talking
do.
about this earlier. Why have a demerit if you're gonna make a band-aid for it anyway on the same servant? And in this case, they didn't even add anything else. They literally just put a band-aid on it. And it's like, yeah, cool. It wasn't even
it's like-
needed.
It's slapping someone in the face, then handing them a popsicle. Like,
Yeah.
Did the cooldown even change? It
not
didn't.
slapping in the face.
The
I've heard a
cooldown didn't
similar
change.
saying.
Yeah.
Basically, they said like FGO designers really like to break your legs and then give you like crutches. It's really stupid. It's like I don't know. It's the same with like MP drain effects on like we've seen in like Archer and Saber tier list both from like Shiki and whatnot, and then they give a battery so you can counterbalance it instead of just removing the requirement, which is I don't know how I feel about that. I guess that's a whatever.
Anyway, the third skill, I like the concept for what it's worth. It just fails on paper. So on a 3-turn cooldown, we get 30% quick up for herself for 1 attack 3 turns. This should be a 1-turn cooldown. That would be so cool. Make it a 1-turn cooldown. That would be awesome. It might not even be even that practical even then, but it would be so cool.
No, just make it 3 turns.
Or
I think they tried to pull off the same kind of flavor with Sugitani a little bit better. It's also
it is clearly the same because it's supposed to be a gun reload, right? So
yeah. It's like they kind of reworked it now on the 3-star.
This is a skill set and a half, though.
All right, but which one is better at shooting? The person who is known for missing their target, or the person who is king of Britain but evil on a beach?
Yeah,
that's hard to say. She shouldn't know how a gun works. Anyway,
yeah, this skill set is like whatever. Hasn't aged well. All right, 17.5% debuff resistance, cool. 8% quick, also very cool, and 12% crit. Hey, yeah, honestly, her passives are good. So there's that. Good passives. Anti-saber append, Odo. MP, 6 hits, single target, so a few stars and a bit of refund. She gets a 10% battery from the use alone on normal effect, no scaling, so a bit more refund. The overcharge is 30% crit chance down on the target for 3 turns, getting up to 70. I like the effects at least. Well, the battery's like whatever, but the crit chance, cool. So the effects wise is not that bad. But the problem is, her damage is kind of dog. I don't know what it is. On paper, it doesn't look that bad, but
yeah, I remember back in the day, people comparing it to Kintoki is like, oh, but she has better damage than Kintoki.
I didn't see the hit count on it. Sorry.
Oh, what did you say?
Yeah, her damage. No, I was gonna say like I remember when
I'll
I first
just look at her page. Don't worry about it.
When I first started playing FGO, people were like, "Oh, but Maid Alter at least does better damage than Kintoki." But I think that requires her to be MP2 or something, which is yeah, she doesn't actually have that amazing damage, unfortunately. Which
that's the thing that balanced her against Aussie for a while. Like, she actually had like a little bit better damage than Aussie, and then
because of quick scaling does help with the damage for sure on MP. But yeah, unupgraded MP. Maybe they can. I mean, what if she just got an MP upgrade, right? Like there's always chance to turn it around. We never know.
But I don't think she's a difficult fix by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
I think she's easier to fix than Cats, for example.
Probably.
I guess her damage wasn't as bad as I remembered, honestly.
Yeah. Also, like, oh, this is weird to say. Because, like, back in the day, people were like, oh, but there's so many good free single target quick riders. Obviously, they still exist, but I think single target buster riders are just, there's so much more competition nowadays. So, like, maybe it's easier to make her feel relevant again with, like, a MP upgrade to make her, like, good damage. All right. So,
the MP seems to do decent damage already. They should just fix her skills.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure the list does count the reload, though. Like,
yeah, it does. It does count it.
They should count the reload. To be fair, you should count the reload absolutely. But I don't know. Her kid is.
They should buff the reload, in my opinion.
That'll be interesting as well. Yeah.
Like 3-turn cooldown for 1 card.
I could see. Them make it like okay, now it's 3 turns instead of 1 time. 3 turns.
Oh, it's kind of twice because of the coaching.
Battery.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I could see them.
Okay, so maybe it's a bit deceptive, honestly, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. which is weird.
I'm still not convinced, honestly, too much. Maybe she's not bad as I thought, though.
I think she's just a bit better than Cats. I think B+ can be fine. I don't know though.
Hmm.
I think she's better than Cats. She has to be better than Cats. Like
Yeah, I might actually agree, actually.
at least in my opinion. It's just I just think Cats is so underwhelming. Like maybe it's because of the strong competition, but
I mean, it's a
think she has to
criteria.
at least be Cats. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do B+. I'm okay with that, I think. Yeah. Friggin' dude. Sure. All right. Next one, though. Ooh, a big boy, quite literally. Let's talk about Mr. Ivan the Terrible. There he is. One of my favorite writers in the game to this day, and also my personal favorite Lost Belt King. Still. Wow. Hot takes. We got him. So we got AoE Buster, DPS, and Farmer. 11.6k attack. Pretty good. Definitely above average among 5-star riders. Double Buster, double art stack with very nice gains, especially with his skills active. Speaking of which, they buffed the first skill, so on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 50% MP gain for 3 turns, 30% battery, anti-lawful and chaotic damage mods, 30% each for 3 turns, and then also a full debuff cleanse on self. Yeah, this and Drake are good examples of how you should treat golden rule buffs, because these are some good, solid choices. Wow, 5-turn cooldown, really, really nice. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then 40% buster after 3 turns. I'm still shocked it's 40 and not like 30, but yeah, it's 40. It's a good chunk. Wow. And then the third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 1-turn invul and then full enemy buff strip. What? And then also reduce their attack by 20% for 3 turns. So yeah, bosses, huh? Wow. That is a skill and a half. Jesus. It's a nice kit. It's a really nice kit with pretty short cooldowns too overall. Wow. 12.5% debuff res, cool. Riding EX. His quick is okay, but nothing remarkable. Anti-Avenger passive. Upgraded MP. Enemies get minus 30% buster resistance down for 3 turns. It is after damage, but man, that is a lot. And you can obviously ramp it up as well. And then before damage, he gets 30% MP damage on base OC for 1 turn, scaling up to 70%. Again, and his numbers are really good too. He's just so nice. So nice after the 2 buffs. It's crazy.
Yep.
Wow. His farming numbers are obviously not insane, but man, is he a good servant though.
Why did he already got 2 buffs?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they wanted Lost Belt Kings to be like more remarkable or something.
Yeah, he's one of the strongest AoE for like, at least for CQ purposes. I'd say he's probably.
I would say he's the strongest.
Right? Yeah, he's probably the strongest.
Let's be honest. The reason why they buffed him twice is because he was the weakest Lost Belt 1 servant. All right.
Wait, no way. You're talking about Salieri, though.
No.
You must have forgotten about him.
Yeah, because Salieri got buffed once. Anastasia got buffed once well after he got buffed twice.
Yeah. He was already the best Lost Belt 1 servant. But
yeah,
for sure.
But they buffed him twice before they started working on the others.
Yeah, for like general CQ, you might as well just be the best one, like in general. Yeah.
Yeah, they buffed Anastasia last year, but it wasn't a good buff. Anyway, you'll see it next week.
But like, this is just...
So why he is so good in Challenge Quest, it once again goes back to the win conditions thing I was talking about. He
has everything.
Removal. He's got buff removal. He's got his own invuln. He's got reliable ways of getting his NP very easily, as a matter of fact. He's got so many really solid things. It's not on par, maybe not on par with like how many crazy things Musashi has, for example. But still, for an AoE, like he has so much stuff.
I guess he could be EX actually. I don't know.
I mean, I'm definitely
with
thinking EX. Like I could not place him under there. Not at least yet.
If we got Drake A+, he's EX.
Yeah.
Because like, even though Drake is really good, like I still think he's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's the Tesla of the rider class.
That's a great
Kind of,
comparison. They're really the two. Like they're just remarkable servants on their own right. Like they just do so many things.
Too bad he's not
and have good
chaotic
numbers.
evil.
Well, it's fine.
If you
He doesn't
spin
need
him
it.
into being chaotic evil, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just the icing on the cake for sure.
Right.
We're gonna get a servant that can make allies chaotic.
True. I'm sure that's gonna happen at some point. Make like a really weird Astolfo or something. Anyway, next up, I think I need a bathroom break real fast. So, do you guys want to read through Achilles? I can't obviously show you what you guys are reading, but you know it's probably gonna work fine anyway. So you guys can talk about him.
Sure.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
I'll try to be fast, but there you go.
I'll pull him up right quick just so I can.
Yeah.
So Achilles has
Enjoy.
decent NP gain. He's got like a quick art step, which say what you will about it. Like he is more of a crit oriented servant, so I do understand like some people wanting buster cards on him instead.
I mean, his
but-
crit does lean very heavily on spamming his MP though, so I do understand.
Yeah, but like having 2 arts cards that does help him spam it more often. But that more on that later. So his first skill, which you can't see on screen yet, it's 20% quick for 3 turns, and then 20 to 30% quick.
Yeah.
And then 30% crit for 3 turns as well. So like a little bit of damage for his NP, and then a little bit of crit damage. Not really that high in numbers, but like 30% on a 5-star is deceptively high. Kind of depends on attack stat. He's got like sort of middle of the line attack stat, higher than average on riders, I would say. His second skill, he's got 2 hits of invuln for 5 turns, which is it's kind of rare. Usually it's like 2 hits 3 turns, but it's 2 hits 5 turns. So I guess you can precast it a ways ahead. But he's also got defense for 3 turns, so that would get whiffed. But yeah, it's sort of like PFA, except better in ways. Because usually PFA isn't going to last more than 5 turns anyways, and you probably want it to be gone at that point.
Yeah, 5 turns is way too long.
Yep. And
not
then
way too long, but like long enough, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, it's a low cooldown for that type of an effect.
Yeah.
Because like what comes to mind is Europa or Marie, who have 6-turn cooldowns on their 3-hit invulns. It's a bit different. And then you got 500% chance to draw attention of all enemies to self by 300%. So like if you have like buff chance down, it's going to land regardless. So that's how most taunts are, as a matter of fact. But yeah, he has a self taunt, 1 turn of NP generation of 30%, and then 30% battery. So that's a turn. So when you use this, you're doing it because like you almost got your NP, and then bam, you NP, and you're going to get more gains because you got the NP gain buff, and then you've also got the taunt, so you're going to be taking defensive NP gain as well and protecting the team a little bit. A whole nice combo. It is worth noting that the NP rate does not affect defensive NP gain because it expires before the defensive turn for some weird reason.
Yeah, they did the same thing with a Faker's taunt, which I really don't like. I don't know why. Like I was so like convinced that it was supposed to be more for defensive MP gain because it's on the taunt, but it just doesn't work like that. So
also, hello, I'm back. What did you guys discuss already?
We're just getting to the passives. Yeah, he's got 15% debuff resist, which is kind of middle there. Then a passive 11% quick, so that means he's sort of passively got 41% between his first skill and his passive, and then Divinity for whatever. Archer is whatever. And then lastly, his NP got an upgrade somewhere along the way. So it's got 1 turn quick buff before damage, 20%. So with his first skill active, he's actually got like 61%, I believe. 61% quick. So that's basically all that's going to be applying to the NP. And then also he gets a crit buff of 50% for 3 turns, and those are both overcharged. So you increase the overcharge level, and it's going to be more damage. And he also applies Confusion for 3 turns, AoE, and yeah, that's a skill seal chance. And that is kind of random. Some people like to call it a bit of a demerit. I don't really. So I understand why. I think skill seal does make sense in tandem with taunt skills. So that's what makes sense for me. But also, bless you.
Bless you.
Thing.
But also, like, so the reason why people give skill seal shit is because you're guaranteed to get attacked more. So you might take more damage and die as a result. But I think that the confusion thing is kind of funny because, like, okay, you got a 30% chance of the enemy definitely not using a skill and attacking you, as opposed to a high percent chance of them not using a skill and attacking you. So it's like either way, like, okay, it's slightly more likely to use actions instead of skills.
I mean, yeah.
His
Yeah,
overcharge is.
you got anything you want to add to that?
Dude, his overcharge is really good.
Yeah,
It's really good.
I never actually got why he was that good, because like he pulls results, but when I look at his skills, I'm just like, this is good. This is really solid. This is all right. But like he just has a lot of crits, I guess. I am maybe just once again too attracted to the idea of Two Buster, because like honestly, if you look at his kit, it's very similar to Rider Canis, right? It's like 30%. It's even the same number, 30% crit up on the skill, and then another 50% whenever he uses MP. So he can be really explosive with his damage by just using his MP, and it's upgraded as well. So the MP itself also does good damage. The taunt is mainly there just to help him gain MP back, I suppose. So it's not really a protect. Like I feel like the taunt here serves a very different role than Andromeda. Like people really like to compare them because they're both AoE quick 30 MP charging riders with taunt, but I think the taunt here has a completely different reason to exist than Andromeda. I could be wrong there, but I don't know. He's just like really generally solid. I think maybe he wouldn't be as good if he didn't have an MP upgrade, but he does, so he's
Yeah. Also, man, I assume you talked about it, but it kind of sucks that he doesn't have a double buster deck, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I think Otto mentioned earlier when we were talking, because like his crit damage very much relies on the fact that he can loop his MP.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah.
So if you're actually able to use your MP more often, maybe your arts crit can. I mean, depends on your setup, of course. Like if you're using Summer Scotty, obviously I don't think that's gonna happen. But like in general, maybe sometimes your quick crits, extra damage can make up for the lack of two buster cards. So I don't know. I don't have too much experience with the character. Once again, this is one of the characters where, because of how popular he is, I don't really find the. I don't find a.
I don't think he's all that popular. He's semi-popular, but not like crazy popular.
Yeah, he has a lot of good results though. He probably still deserves to be an A+. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking around one of the A's too.
Because like it's similar to Rider Canis. Like there's no reason for me to praise Rider Canis's like pure offense utility and not actually praise Achilles equally. But I do not think he's EX though, like for sure.
Yeah, I think EX is too high.
I think that's fair.
Okay. All right. Good. Nicely covered. All right, next up, one of probably my favorite rider in the game, because, you know, me, big silly simp to all Ojo-samas. No bias, of course. But yeah, we're going to talk about Simayi, aka Rhinus. Let's go. So, back to a support. Very fun. They don't have that many in the riders. Shocking. So, here we got one of them. So, she's got 13.5k HP. Honestly, it could be higher, because she actually has a decent attack as well. So I feel like they could have nerfed her attack more to get more HP, but, you know, it's a good chunk anyway. She has double arts, double quick, and honestly, despite not even having triple arts, her gains are like the best of all the mainstream supports. You'd be surprised. They're nuts. Like, her crits with the arts cards are absolutely disgusting. So yeah, don't be fooled. Even if she doesn't have triple arts, they're really good gains. Alright, first skill, 6-turn cooldown, party 25% defense up for 3 turns, and a 400 damage cut for 3 turns, and 10% battery. So the damage cut is like whatever. It combos okay with the defense, of course, but hey, that's quite a bit of AoE defense up, of course, and the battery helps as well. It's slightly weaker than Waver's version. Yes, a bit better, but it's not a big difference at all. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill. Ally gets 20% gauge and 40% attack for 3 turns. And then also she herself gets a minus 20% attack for 3 turns, which completely irrelevant. Again, she's a support. This will not go on the target, by the way. So, it's basically not even a demerit. It's totally fine. Unless you're fighting like Arjun Alter, but you would get blasted by MPs anyway. So I digress. Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Another targeted skill. Ally gets invul for 2 hits, 3 turns. They get 30% debuff rest for 3 turns and another 20% battery. So if you do the math, she can offer 50% battery total, with the 20s being both targetable, and you know, you can split them however you want. Cool little flexibility. So she's a good mix of offense and defense in my opinion, and she's not tied to any card type, which is also good in my opinion. There can be a lot of opinions about that, but I very much like her as a generic support. Gives her so many nice use cases. Past this, we got 17.5% debuff res. Very cool. And then 8% for quick at arts, amplifying those gains even further. Anti-rider on the append. Again, she's not going to be your DPS, so forget about it. And then, we talked about Ozzy's MP buff. This is also one of my favorite MP buffs in the game. Her MP was like whatever. It was alright in the past, before the MP buff. But now, let's see what we got. There's a lot of stuff here. So first of all, basically, unless the enemy is debuff immune, they get on MP1 minus 30% defense for 3 turns. Then your full party ignores defense disadvantage for 3 turns. Which means that, let's say she's a rider, if you're fighting assassins, she now takes neutral damage instead of, 2.0x. Now, your party at MP1 also gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns after the buff, gets a 1-step, 1-time, 3-turn overcharge buff for 3 turns. She cleanses her own debuffs, and then all the enemies get minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 60. Wow, talk about a loaded MP, huh? And again, I'm surprised they even made the MP gain a scaling effect based on the level as well. So if you're a simp like myself, you get 50% MP gain for 3 turns from 1 MP on AoE. Balanced. Yeah. Yep. Very, very cool. What a nice MP upgrade. And obviously, because the overcharge being there, she's also used in Immortal comps. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, really, really cool MP. Now, I think this could be a hot take. I think her MP is only second to Castorius in support MPs. A lot of people will say Merlin, of course, or something like that, or even upgrade like high MP level Lady Avalon. But I think Rhinus has the second best support MP in the whole game. That's me. I mean, I'm not going to Van Gogh because she's like feds. She's like buff, support, like damage. But yeah,
I mean,
fair.
for general use, yeah. For not for pure offense, but like for general use, yeah. This is probably one of the strongest MPs in the game post upgrade.
She was already one of the like very high damage boosters. Because skill 2 40% and high MP level, even pre-buff, would be minus another 50%. So that would be 90% attack up essentially. So she was already a huge like damage booster. She has great utility, being able to protect, I really like the Volumen being able to be targeted on one unit. The debuff resist is actually interesting. If you combo with other debuff resists, it can actually you can try to make like 100, for example, and like
the debuff resist has actually been clutch for me in many boss battles. I'm not gonna lie, even if it's not 100%, it has helped resist a lot of nasty debuffs.
Yeah, this is a really nice effect that most people overlook. But her charge spread is also really nice. 20-20 and then spread 10 is a really nice spread for like even farming. There are certain farming comps that specifically needs her charging spread in terms of numbers. And the MP, of course, post upgrade. I do think she's better for immortal comps than Himiko.
Yeah, she's safer for sure.
Yeah, and like in some ways, if you're running an arts team, like if you're like your normal card damage might be better than like Himiko would boost your crit damage, but like your normal card damage, if you're spamming like a 50% a defense down on the opponent, and like this also makes the entire team get their MP back way easier because of the MP gain buff. Right, like you use one arts card and your MP's back. So this is like the safest. This is like the safest solemn spam team in my opinion. And like just in case you get hit, the crit, the crit chance down as well. You're not gonna get crit. So this is like the ultimate turtle. And of course, the eliminate defensive weakness. This is really strong with berserkers. I highly recommend trying it out with like some of your strong berserker DPSs in normal challenge quests. It very much makes them very bulky. Like some of the berserkers have surprisingly high HP, but like you never feel it. But then with this added into the mix, they can actually tank a couple of hits and become really bulky, and that's really scary. So I think she's one of the strongest supports in the game. Period. So either EX or of course, I mean like Habertrot and her are just like kind of in a league of their own, but I think just put it, one tier is fine, the same tier is fine, but she's for EX.
I mean, there could be some arguments for EX plus, but I feel like I'm just gonna leave her at EX for that because again, she's not a must-have, like a complete account changer, but she's just very like she is a top tier support anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I would rank her definitely like right behind the meta supports, probably one of them.
Yeah. Like behind the game changers, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, like the card type ones.
Yeah. Anything to add, Otto?
Day by day, the 20 to 40% attack buff for one ally on Miss Crane's NP just looks shittier and shittier. Like, why do all of the other like big supports have 30 to 50% scaling on their stuff? Like she has 30 to 50% defense down on her NP, and also 30 to 50% NP gauge, and not NP gauge, NP gain. Why does it suck to be Miss Crane? Like she's not bad. It's just like,
I mean, at least she has her uses though. Yeah.
If you don't need, like, Crane still has the free switch out. Like you're kind of forced to use her for a lot of comps, but like damage stacking or of course min turn, like there's some cases where you're forced to use Crane, but yeah, her numbers are a little bit low in comparison to some of the, like, once again, Yui's a new caster as well. She has really good numbers compared to her. So
but yeah, I guess more on those two next week. Wow, teasers.
Oh, true, next week.
Yeah. Well, hopefully next week. Again, we have today, hopefully, but yeah. The plan
Uranus is like one of the best supports that you can have for the CERN fight. I tell you what, she's synergized. Like it's such a clean setup between her and Castoria because you're constantly
they love each other. It's such a great combo, dude. Yeah. Oh my!
She's
they just ridiculous. Complement each other so freaking well.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, enough Rhinus simping as much as I, love her. We're going to talk about the next servant, which is Ryder Da Vinci, or Lily Da Vinci, whatever you want to call her. The original, because, Summer we'll talk about in some weeks as well. So, AoE, arts, DPS, and a farmer. One of the many. Her attack is a bit low at 10.8k. compared to the average among 5-star riders, but it's not a terrible number. Could be higher though. Double arts, double buster, cool deck. It works. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a debuff immune for 3 turns. She heals 1k every turn for 3 turns and gets 20% battery every turn for 3 turns. Really good. It's really solid skill. No real issues. It just does a lot of things that are nice. Second skill, 4-turn cooldown. She has the Summer Ishtar skill, so evasion for 1 hit and also 50% crit damage for 1 turn. Not the best uptime, not the best effects, but you know, it could be worse, I guess. Third skill, she on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% MP damage for the full party for 3 turns. Then everyone gets 10% battery and also overcharge by 1 step, 1 turn flat. Pretty cool, and obviously overcharge is not bad for herself either. We'll see that in a second, but yeah, it works. Good chunk of damage, good uptime. Why not?
What you drinking, Plushy?
Probably.
Coca-Cola.
Well,
Man.
like OG.
Coke. Diet
Alright,
Coke. No.
Oh, zero?
Okay.
Okay.
Sponsorship on that, or are you just gonna plug them for free?
Plug them
Well,
for free.
to be honest, you
Diet
asked.
Damn.
Okay. The skill set is a bit
Hey,
basic,
Starbucks,
but I
wanna
think it kind of
sponsor me?
works though. Like the skill set is fine, considering she's also an art servant. You know, there's a lot of nice stuff here. It's not amazing, but it works. All right, she's got 8% quick up, 6% arts up on the passives. Very cool. 20% debuff res and also 20% star gen. Cool little, you know, bonus version of magic resistance. Anti-alter ego. Oof, that's abyss. On the append, that is. MP, when you use it, 20% party battery. Pretty cool. And then before damage, you get 20% arts up for 1 turn before damage, getting up to 40. So it's not obviously like any kind of crazy ramp up or anything, but you know, she still enjoys a little bit of overcharge from the third skill as well. So for some more damage and refund. And speaking of refund, it is good. It's pretty good. She has a very nice refund. And her damage is not bad either, because she can obviously easily Black Grail loop as well.
Bro, she could have like a she could have a buster NP and she would refund like 40%, wouldn't she?
Oh, because of the passive charge.
Yeah. Yeah,
All right.
It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, she would. 40% is the absolute minimum when you have the first skill active.
I'm gonna come out the gate swinging, because I know people really like Da Vinci Rider. Okay. Do you want to say something first?
No, I was about to say, I think I'm probably going to agree with you. There's going to be some people writing, but I don't think she's like, I think every year she looks a little bit worse, sadly.
Yeah. So I think her damage is not good enough to be a main DPS anymore. She's mostly gonna serve as a sub DPS.
Yeah.
She's like a good engine for Castoria, like especially the overcharge. You know, Castoria loves overcharge, right? So like she's a good engine for your arts team. If you bring multiple DPSs, she can do some damage, but also charge your team's MP very well. She's like she's like a weird mix between like Merlin or Tamamo, I guess. It's basically helping your team to get their MP back easier. But I think as a main DPS, you're sacrificing a lot of damage. You are actually sacrificing a lot of damage for her to have more consistency with the arts team. Now, I don't think she's horrible. I think she can definitely use a buff, especially in the damage department. Once again, for servants such as this, which are, you know, have absolutely zero trouble looping their MP, the strongest buff would be an MP upgrade. Like if she got an MP upgrade, I'd reckon it would be something similar to Voyager, for example. Like it would be a really decent buff to a servant that was good at MP looping but didn't have the greatest damage. But as of now, because she doesn't have any buffs, and I think her damage is quite lackluster, personally, I put her in like A, probably at most. Like,
Yeah.
At least.
So at this point, I want to quickly. I wasn't gonna really focus on the chat much, but hey, Divine Miracle and Babylon, thanks for the raids, dudes. Just wanted to get that out there real fast. I do see it, even if I might not comment on everything that's happening. I do see the stuff. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, her kit is really good. Like spamming charge for the team. I actually talked with my chat about this like a year ago, like what servant embodies the arts archetype the most, and I think she's like I think she was like the one we came to conclude that was basically peak arts comp stuff, because she helps the team charge their NP. She helps Castoria both by giving her charge and by giving her the ability to overcharge. Just like it all works really well together. Her only problem is her damage is not good. So she's basically got Black Rail glued to her. But that's not even that big of a problem because her NP gain is good, and then she has her own self heal, so it offsets that.
I actually rate her low for the exact same reason, which is really funny. It is exactly that she embodies the arts archetype too well, that I think right now arts is so broken that I would rather go for arts DPS that just pure offense. That's just pure offense, because I don't need to actually work well with arts to work with arts because of how broken it is. I can just bring someone like Summer Musashi, for example, she doesn't have any team utility. She doesn't necessarily work well with the arts archetype. She's just, I'm going to do a crap ton of damage as fast as possible and kill them before they can actually, break through my solid defense. And that is at least how I feel nowadays with arts. Like, it's just so ridiculously powerful. And like, you can even not really play into the actual archetype and you get away with a lot of bullshit is basically what arts is nowadays to me. So I mean, that is just my opinion. I could be completely wrong on that as well. It really depends on the fight, because like if the fight is like really high pressure, then sometimes you can't get away with it. Sometimes you really appreciate arts DPSs that play well with the arts archetype so you can stay as safe as possible. But in most cases, man, damn, I'm just gonna brute force stuff, unfortunately.
Dude, so I'm so stuck between A and A plus. I can't decide.
I mean, I'm definitely on the more negative side on the Da Vinci Rider. So you don't have to like take my word.
Which one would you pick, Otto?
Makes sense. I'm fine with A.
Like, you know what? Okay, sure. I mean, we already farmed a lot of angry comments anyway. What's one more? What's one more?
Yeah, dude, put her on a Scandar tier. That book with
No. I'm not gonna be like absolutely unreasonable though, but yeah.
But holy shit, that would.
Okay.
I know B on Iskandar is already just gonna be.
I mean, I might bump him down later. We'll see how I feel, but yeah. No. Anyway, moving on for now. Yeah, we got another Greek servant. Won't be the last in this list either. Not even close, by the way. We got Grandma Europa. There she is. Wouldn't be able to tell if you knew, but yeah. There it is. So she's got 11.7k attack as a buster, AoE buster DPS. Pretty okay. Just above average for among the 5-star riders. The double buster, double art stick suits her totally fine. No worries. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets invul for 3 hits and 100% debuff rest for 3 times. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Pretty solid defensive skill. Resist 3 thingies. Resist 3 attacks. Good. Stay safe. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts and buster up for 3 turns and a 30% battery. I mean, it works. It's not amazing, but it works. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown, 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn, and then also reduce their defense by 20% for 3 turns, and 20% crit chance for 3 turns. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure this is like just a better version of Shuten's AoE charm, right? Because it has the crit chance down too. I think otherwise it's the same, if I remember correctly. So that's pretty funny how that works. Just straight up power crept her. Okay, the charm is nice when it lands, but when it doesn't, you're going to be feeling sad because it's a 7-turn cooldown otherwise, so you better hope the charm lands. And unlike Marie, she doesn't even have that band-aid of getting, like, debuff success rate up or anything like that. You could run the Love's Curse on her to help with this, but even then, I'm pretty sure it doesn't make this guaranteed. Overall, it's an alright kit, I want to say. It's kind of basic, but, it has a lot of, good building blocks. So I'm not mad about it. It works, kinda. 15% debuff res, cool. 11% quick, maybe not so cool or useful, rather, in her case. Divinity TC, whatever. Anti-ruler, good joke. On the append, that is. The MP is an interesting one. So before damage, she gets 50% defense up for 1 turn. Okay, George. And then she gets 20% buster up for 1 turn before damage. On base OC scaling up to 40%. I don't like the MP, honestly. I don't like it. It's like, I think it makes way more sense for Andromeda, who we'll talk about later, because she at least has a taunt. Europa doesn't. So I don't know why she has this big defense up here. I think it should have been a more offensive effect instead. So, and it's not even buffed, so the MP is like, ooh, I don't know. She's basically a 5-star Marie. That's how I've always seen her.
The defense up sometimes does feel kind of wasted with the invul up, because like you kind of want to, like, you're either tanking the MP with the you're either tanking damage with the MP or with the invul, but like sometimes they overlap. And the defense up doesn't last. I would have liked it more if it is like a lower number but lasts multiple turns, so you can like or even another idea is potentially it's like a one-time defense up at 50% instead of 1 turn. But then she can stack it when she's hiding it under the invul. Maybe that could be interesting. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting things they could have done with Europa, but they didn't. So I mean, I don't think she's horrible, but
So her only problem right now is everyone she's competing with has an NP upgrade. Like if you look at AoE writers, like absolutely everyone does have an NP upgrade. Every single AoE buster writer, even Blackbeard, has an NP upgrade, and she does not. And because she has that lower NP multiplier, even though she has a pretty nice spread of buffs for herself, it just ends up not being that much damage. That being said, I have found that her card, like, you can actually run her as a crit DPS fairly well, and I know that sounds kind of weird because she doesn't.
No, I believe you looking at the skills.
Yeah, but like she has so many things that affect her cards between her 3rd skill and then her 2nd skill and her NP. You can run her as a crit DPS. I like how survivable she is. You don't really need any support whatsoever keeping her alive. I just think her only problem is her damage just isn't that great. I think I'm not sure if I want to put her in B+, but it's going to be her versus Iskandar in that regard. And
I like her more than Iskandar personally, but you guys might disagree.
No,
Sure, MP does less damage, but yeah, otherwise I like her more in every single way.
Yeah, she's a lot more of like a challenge quest type DPS, whereas he is more farming focused for sure.
Yeah.
Shout out to how many people in chat or in the comments have her grailed. It's me. I'm the only person, probably. Hello.
I don't actually know anyone that does, so point proven, I guess.
I found like 2 people on Ray Shift on JP that have her 120. I think they're the same person. So
nice.
They both have Summer Hokusai grailed.
Wow. Busted.
So, yeah, it's
also, funny you should mention. You said, like, yeah, it's true. Like, she's competing against anyone with an MP upgrade. Because I actually thought she had an MP upgrade. I forgot she doesn't.
Yeah.
Before you mentioned that, yeah.
And I'm kind of worried about that because when they added Shingen, like, you look at their damage and it's basically identical, which means, like, they're probably not going to give her an NP upgrade if that's the case, because otherwise they'd be invalidating his damage.
Yeah, so, and Japanese servants gotta be king.
Yeah, dude. She's literally Zeus's butt buddy here, and that's what we get.
Fair enough. All right, we're gonna jump from one Greek servant to another, and this one is a very interesting one. We got Mr. Odysseus, aka Odysseus. I had to do the joke. I'm so sorry. There he is. Not so old man in FGO, but you know what? Ladies, guys, he's sexy. All right. AoE, arts, DPS, and a farmer. 11.8k attack, give or take. Pretty good number. Not bad at all. He's got the double gains, aka arts and arts and quick, doubled up on his deck. It works. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. You choose one ally. They don't get taunt. The other two do for 3 turns. Cool. I always like this mechanic. And then the whole party gets 20% arts and quick up for 3 turns. Yeah, very cool. So basically choose someone you protect for 3 turns. And I like that it's a double taunt because it splits the damage way more, meaning it's more safe. I mean, obviously it's more random too because you can't really control who's getting hit, but it does offer you a bit more spread on the damage, which I like for bosses. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets a 30% battery, 1k absorb for 1 turn, and also charm immune for 5 turns. So he basically has 100% uptime on charm immune when you think about it. If that ever is a problem, then there's one option, I guess. It's an interesting skill. I don't think it's like particularly amazing, but you know, it's all right. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. 1 turn invul for self, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, and then 30% defense for self. That's a great defensive skill. Not only is it the 1 turn invul on the better 5-turn cooldown instead of the 6, it comes with 2 very nice synergistic effects. No one's yoinking your buffs, removing them, etc. And then even for follow-ups, if they happen to have invul pierce, you get that defense up as well. Just a very strong defensive skill. So the kit is basic, but you know, it kind of makes sense. It's not the best for farming, but for bosses especially, it kind of feels good to use. All right, 17.5% debuff res, cool. 9% quick up, also cool. He's immune to Kirike's Pigify, cool, but even better, 10% permanent arts up, very nice. Third append against riders, and the MP, very cool as well. Before damage for 1 turn, 30% MP damage on base OC for himself, scaling up to 70%. And before damage, removes enemies' defensive buffs. Great utility is back, hooray. 3 hit on the AoE arts, so he also can loop pretty okay. Not bad. He seems basic on paper, but he really is solid, is the thing. Yeah. You don't sound convinced, oh no.
No, I mean, I think he's good. I think he's just like, he's like really tanky, and you know, the taunt manipulation is obviously very interesting as well. Especially as an art servant, where because you know Castoria has solemn defense, you can kind of manipulate where you want the hits to go. I mean, he's not a great looper. I think it's fine that he's not a great looper. But at the same time, you know, a lot of servants actually get a lot of shit for not being a good looper. So like, I don't know if he should get the equal amount of shit, because like people usually don't give him shit for not being a good looper, which is funny. I mean, I guess that really shows how his character charisma works, right? Or it's just his helmet. It could just be his helmet, but like he is obviously super cool. And like, once again, I like how defensive it is. The third skill is probably one of the best defensive skills in the game, right? Is 5-turn cooldown.
Yeah, for self skills, yeah.
With a buff removal res as well. Like, you just can't really remove it. You can't deal with it. And it also comes with a decent amount of defense up even after the first turn invol. But like, honestly, like look at that second skill is pretty whatever, right? To be honest.
Yeah.
And the first skill is very interesting for sure. I always keep a level 1 copy for that first skill alone. It's pretty cool. There's also a nice spread buff. Yeah, there's also a nice spread buff for your solo for a little bit of cheating. So I don't know. I think he's still solid, but I don't think he's actually that crazy. Like, especially compared to some powerhouse DPSs with upgraded MPs like Achilles. Sometimes when I don't need that much tankiness, I'm not even sure if I'll take him over like just a super powerhouse offensive threat, to be like, for example.
Okay, fair enough.
That's just my take, but
I think he's really solid, honestly. I love the fact that he has a spam ENP and it's also defensive buff removal for damage. So he's got that Summer Ibuki thing going on, but he can actually counterclass, and he's also very tanky. like 5-turn cooldown on an invuln, and then there's also the defense buff on that. And he can also control the flow of enemy attacks, which like even though we have Castoria that helps deal with that type of thing, you can control who loses their stacks of uh, of invuln and whatnot
Yeah.
that way. So if you have like another support there, a second support that you don't want to have live as long as him and Castoria, then you can make it so the taunt applies to him and that support, and like between his own defense buffs and then her like targetable invuln and all that, it's really easy to keep him alive and put pressure on the other one. So he's one of those ones that just works out really well, and like his gameplay loop is really really clean in my opinion, and his card game is like insane.
Mm.
Yeah, his card game is pretty insane. True.
Yeah, I think utility, and it's just like he has a lot of boxes that get checked, and I feel like he brings more to the table that's uniquely good than Da Vinci Lily, if that makes sense. 'Cause, like,
True.
Yeah, I
'cause,
do
like,
agree
what
to
she
that,
does-
actually.
what she does, like, I mean, it's like team charge and all, but like eventually you're gonna have overflow on that, I guess. So like having that type of like, I mean, I guess if you're gonna be borrowing a Summer Ibuki, there's not much of a reason to be bringing him instead. But like, still, I think like he demolishes casters really good, you know.
Like, but okay, here's the thing, right? Speaking of Summary Buki with the defensive buff removal, I almost feel like he would have appreciated offensive buff removal more. Like, I don't know, like his only like
Mm.
weakness is Invul Pierce on that third skill, so you might as well have something that removes Invul Pierce. Like, why you want defensive buff removal on someone like Summary Buki? Because she's very offensive. Like, she is not in that way, but like she's very like offensive. She like if she removes her
She's
defensive
offensive to the
buffs,
meta.
you're dead, right? You're dead, right? That MP is slam, you're dead. But like Odysseus, obviously, against casters, he's still doing good damage, but like he's not like a super offensive powerhouse. So I really think a slower servant like this doesn't necessarily care that much about the ability to actually remove defensive buffs rather than offensive buffs. I think he would actually fit better if he had a offensive buff removal. That's just me though. And like once again in arts, it's the same reason why I don't like Da Vinci Rider that much. I would personally put him in A, but like really high A. But I think he's a little bit
I
worse
think
than-
I like the defensive buff removal more because arts is such a safe card type anyway. You don't really need like that much more defense. Like you said, you prefer the arts DPS to go more, in on offense than defense. And in his case, I definitely agree actually as well. I think he already
I
has
guess.
enough of defense anyway.
I guess so. I don't know.
But I guess like Trevor is saying, there is a lot of unremovable defensive buffs too. But I mean, so there are a lot of unremovable offensive buffs too, from what I've seen. But yeah, it kind of goes both ways.
Yeah.
But I was thinking A plus. I think he's really good.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand. It's like either A plus or A for me.
Yeah.
Personally, I like the tiers more even, but yeah, that makes sense. I think I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah. All right.
We're staying pretty well balanced on these tiers this time instead of shoveling them all into A.
Yeah,
and A
true.
plus.
I mean, there are a lot of NA and play A plus, of course, but it's pretty balanced, kind of. Yeah. All right. Next up, kind of an maybe not the best case, but an interesting case study at least. Can talk about the 5-star Nemo now because we covered Santa earlier. Same class, by the way. Was Abigail the only one that has a variant in the same class? Kinda. Well, maybe Arthur, yeah, because of Lancer, but at least they're kind of different in that way. But yeah, I digress.
Yep.
So yeah, Nemo, the 5-star version, the OG permanent single target arts DPS. 11.4k attack, so hovering around the average among 5-star riders. Double arts, double buster deck, totally fine, ain't nothing wrong there. Hey, Voyager of the Storm is back. It's on a 5-turn cooldown. 12% AoE arts, or AoE MP damage and attack for the full team for 1 turn each. And then if you happen to be on water side or void map, you get 10% party attack for 3 turns. That is a big difference if you get that or not. Like, man, the skill either is like trashed here to decent at best. Still a big difference though if you have that map or not. Okay. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown. He gets a guts for 1 time 5 turns, 30% battery, and then an on guts activate buff for 1 time 5 turns, which matches the guts duration. Very cool. So if his guts is procced, he gets 50% battery. And I believe, again, this works on any guts at all. It doesn't have to be this one if you happen to have stackable ones too. Just any guts that procs within the next 5 turns gives him a 50% battery, although it is for 1 time only. You can't get that multiple times from 1 activation. Pretty okay though. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, and then again, if you happen to be on water side or void, you get another 20% arts for 3 turns, and then a 15-star bomb. Again, fairly big difference. Either 20 or 40% arts. Literally doubling the number. So yeah, unlike Santa, there's already big differences in how the map affects the servants. Like, the skills already, like, if you don't have the map, they're like whatever. They're very much meh. But if you have the map, they're like, okay, definitely above average. Not god tier or anything, but, you know, pretty good. Alright, passives. 11% quick. Not that useful for him. Divinity A, yeah, no thanks. 10% arts crit damage, cool. And then again, map, if it's those two or one of those two, you get 500 damage cut. Oh, that one is the most insignificant one so far. Anti-archer on the append, MP, oof. So overcharge, 10% MP damage on base for 1 turn before damage for himself, scales up to 30%. And then also normal effect, 150% super large enemy damage mod. Flat, cool. So that's what those always happen. That's what you get when you're just everywhere. But then if you're on water side or void, he gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, and also sure hit for 1 turn before damage. So yeah, he really is quite different depending on if you meet that map condition or not, sadly. And I'll be the first to say that I think without the map, he's mediocre. Very, very mediocre if you don't have the map ticked.
Yeah, is for sure. He's at half of his effects, like almost half of his effects, at least the really relevant ones, I feel, just tied to the water side. So like a lot of his damage is tied to water side.
Yeah.
It really sucks, honestly. He just has it's just damage. Like it's mainly damage. Like most of the things that tie to water side for me, it's just damage. Like I don't know. Like he can still, how do I put this? He can still do some stuff if he hits anti-trait. Like super large can potentially work.
Yeah.
It doesn't even scale with overcharge. I really hate how it doesn't scale with overcharge, to be honest. Like especially since he's an arch servant. It's really easy to trigger his overcharge with Castor as MP. I really dislike how it doesn't scale. The overcharge is horrendous, in my opinion. Like,
yeah, it's weak.
What this is, like, it's so bad. This is like Saber Medusa's overcharge. Like, I really don't like this kind of stuff. I don't know. I think he's mid. I think he's really mid. Because there's no consistent way to give, Void space.
You can get water side from the old man caster, though, I guess, but is it worth it at that point? Who knows?
He's not even guaranteed, isn't he? 80%.
Unless you bring the Bonsi, but yeah.
I must point out, if you bring the other Nemo, you are guaranteed this effect.
Oh, true. I guess that's supposed to be the combo.
I think he was designed as the buff for this character.
It's but he's not multi-servant.
Yeah.
So it's dumb. I don't know. I think it's like I get the flavor, but damn, you know, like he basically what he needs is the Aussie MP buff,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like the set water field for 5 turns whenever he MPs. Then yeah, he'd be cooking. But obviously it's
Yeah.
not gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen, by the way. Like if
And even
they
if it
actually
does
did
happen,
that-
it's not that crazy because you would have to delay your skills for the first MP anyway.
True, that would be a little bit annoying. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man.
He's kind of just like an arts beat stick. Like he
Yeah.
doesn't have much anything unique, I would say, in most situations, but like he can do stuff, I guess. Like
Yeah.
you can throw 2 Castorias on him, he's gonna do a decent amount of damage.
He's just saved by his card type again. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with B, honestly, because like if you peel away like all the niches, he's not too much different from Cats if you think about it.
Yeah. It's
Like,
just
he's
carried
like
by the card type again. And like
it's like they both got the guts and the 30% charge and like team wide damage buff, and that's basically it.
like at best B plus, but yeah, I can understand.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go B.
Did I say Star Bomb? Because they both have a Star Bomb too.
Yeah, you didn't, but yeah, that is true. Also, honestly, I think I would just use Sakamoto post buff way more than him. At least he's, you know,
True.
always gonna work, and his MP hits pretty hard.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Oh
Out of
well.
curiosity, if Nemo was always on water side, what tier would he be?
I think A or A plus.
He'd be probably A plus, right? I mean, let me
Yeah.
look at the numbers again.
I wouldn't even put him in EX if it was always water side,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah, I don't
He's
think
not
so,
even
yeah.
that good, even on that map.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
for the most part, it's numbers boosting.
yeah, it's just
Yeah.
damage.
Team-wide. Yeah, you get
I mean,
Well, I
he
guess
does hit
Arthur
hard
doesn't
there, but
have-
yeah, but still, like, he wouldn't be top tier even on water side.
And you would get sure hit as well, and
Yeah.
I don't think there's that many. Now that I think of it, there's not a lot of
Riders with sure hit or invul
riders
pierce.
that have like,
Yeah.
sure hit or pierce invuln.
Lancers were
common.
filled with them. I learned that last week. They were
Oh yeah,
filled
ignore
with them.
defense is everywhere with lancers, and then
Yeah, and sure hit
is
and invul
everywhere.
pierce too, especially sure hit. And same with archers. It's crazy. Anyway, let's just put him on flat B for now. All right, let's talk about. I think this is the latest one on NA. Yes, sir.
Yep.
We got Mr. Taikobo, aka Taigong Wang. I can't pronounce Chinese names, sadly, but you get the memo. There he is. He's an interesting case. AoE, quick DPS, and farmer, and a support of sorts. He's kind of a jack of all trades as well, in kind of a good way, actually. He excels in many different things, even if he, you know, has a lot of use cases. So, 11.6k attack, not bad. Could be higher, but certainly above average among his peers. Double arts, double quick deck is fine, I think. Sure. Yeah. Then the skills, which are very interesting. 7-turn cooldown though. First skill. Full party gets 15% quick attack MP damage, all for 3 turns. Yeah, that's a lot in one. It's literally the 3 damage types as well. Very cool. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies are skill sealed for 1 turn. Then he himself gets damage mods, 50% against divinity or divine enemies and demonic enemies for 3 turns each. Again, fairly common traits as well. Not bad. Both on bosses, normal enemies, servants, you name it. And then the third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% battery and he gets 30, so he gets 50 total. Pretty cool. It's an interesting way to do a 50% battery, I would say. Yeah. So yeah, he's an interesting case. Very like I always like to kind of compare him to Dome in a weird way because he's like AoE quick that does a lot for the team as well. Anyway, passive, the only one he has is Riding A+, so 11% permanent quick. I mean, main card type, so can't really be mad about that. And he has fairly nice modern numbers, so that's good. Anti-foreigner in the append, The The MP, flat 150% anti-divine damage mod. There it is. And then the overcharge is AoE quick resistance down for 3 turns, base 20% scaling up to 40 after damage though, sadly. But yeah, also a 6-hitter, so decent stars and gains. Yeah, he's a man of many uses. Good for multi-core as well.
He's unfortunately not listed more accurately on there because I think
Yeah, there's
think
only
with,
that super scope comp, yeah.
yeah, I think there are setups you can do with them that have like Black Grail. Like for example,
Probably.
with Ushigozen, I think he has better MP refund than Ushigozen, but Ushigozen, like if she can Black Grail if you use Bride and double or Scotty. So I'd assume he can do the same.
I mean, on casters he can BG. I think I just did it last time, but
Probably.
Yeah, that would
Probably.
make sense.
yeah, on caster he can BG. So I think he's amazing. I'm tempted to put him in EX. Like Ushigozen's actually a very interesting comparison, not because the refund, at least for me, but like because they have the exact same like anti-trade spreads. It's 250% on power mod on a skill for 3 turns, and it's a 150% special effect damage on the MP. His doesn't scale with overcharge, but once again, I think it's a little bit harder to trigger overcharge with quick. He's like Ushigozen, but a little bit less. He's not as strong on the crit side, but he is more on the he is more supportive. His battery obviously is a very nice spread. Self 50, spread 20 is very nice. It's not as good as spread 30. If it was spread 30, he'd just be like Tez quick or something like that, right? But it's still really good. Skill seal. Sometimes people use it with Bazette. I think it's a bit.
Yeah, I think it's mostly a meme though, but yeah, it is doable, I guess.
Yeah, it's just good. I don't know. He's just a good utility. I've used him in a lot of cases for like multi-core farming. If the opponent is divine, it's just over. Like it's so much extra damage against divine. He does so much damage when he hits divine trait. Less so on demonic, but like if on the off chance where you actually get to hit divine plus demonic, his MP damage is insane. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Insane. So yeah, this character, I think just because of how versatile he is for like multi-core farming, and because he has a super strong niche, and even in single core boss battles, because of how strong his MP damage is, if you hit enough traits, you can even use him as the sole DPS. I would like to put him in EX, but I know some people disagree, so that is.
He really feels like Dolman in that way.
I mean, Dolman's a better support though. Like the numbers are so big. 100% crit up, 40% attack up, 30%. And like if you count his Bonsi, it's another 30% MP damage up, which is ridiculous. But yeah,
I think he's really solid. I don't know about EX, but I definitely would rank him high, especially like for a farming perspective. Like when there is a wave with a divine enemy, he just demolishes them. He was my my Valentine buddy because he just like NP1 he was demolishing that first the final node on NA's Valentine's event, and there was the first wave was like one of those slime god things from Gouda Gouda, and it's divine.
Oh, that thing is
and it had like 200k HP, and he just wipes it. So I was doing double Taikobo, and it was working great.
Why does no one use him? I'm actually very frustrated by this because not enough people put him up in support. When I was farming for the Christmas Lotto last year, there was a node where it's like divine casters, and I could just double Taikobo and plus I think Oberon or something, some random crap, and I could farm it. But like not enough people put him up on the support, so I actually had to like fish for it. It's kind of annoying.
If you have MP2 Taikobo, you should absolutely max his skills, bro. You should have already done it.
Yeah, at least max the battery, probably. Yeah, at least do 9910, I say.
Yeah, dude, there's so few lures these days. Like,
I think I might honestly EX him, actually. I might actually do it. Because even at MP1, again, it's not even that hard to hit those traits. And this is an MP1 grade here. Like, he can do crazy damage even at MP1. And that's not even all he does, of course, so...
It sounds like he only works if it's divine. I mean, yeah, but it works so super well. And like his spread charge is still good for support. Like the thing with modern farming is like you have to take advantage of hitting traits. Like if you're someone who is more used to looking at single core loop farming damage, I can understand why it looks underwhelming. It's like, oh, what if he doesn't hit trait, right? But hitting trait is kind of the name of the game here, especially if you have a very strong anti-trait, right? If you have a very strong anti-trait, you're able to not have a bunch of support being added, you don't have to dedicate a lot of damage to that one DPS in order to still achieve the same amount of damage. Like anti-trait is worth a lot more than it used to, at least in my opinion. But I don't know.
I did it, by the way. I made an S tier and put him there.
You definitely need to hit traits in multi-core 90. That's most things though. Like that is most things for 90 plus multi-core. Like otherwise you need like a 120. Then obviously we're not talking about the same thing here.
Oof, excuse me.
EX tier is not anti-trade reliant. Yes, but the EX tier, a lot of them is mostly CQs, not farming. Like which one in EX tier is like good at farming? Is like better at farming than he is. Like actually, maybe Habertrot.
Rhinus.
Maybe Habertrot. Rhinus don't count. Right? Like
You made me laugh so hard. I got a hiccup.
Dude, Taikobo might be used more than Rhinus for farming. I'll be real. Like recently, like. Okay, Draco's not fair because Draco's anti-trait is like, if you're a servant, get fucked. But like, if you're a servant of 7 class, get fucked. But like, I genuinely think he's one of the stronger farming units. Period in EX. Like, he's like the second strongest one if you don't want to count Habertrot. If you do count Habertrot, right? So I don't know.
All right, let's move on for now, though. We'll again do the shuffle later and whatnot. It's fine. So, I guess this is gonna be, the next new SSR on NA. We got Mr. Michael Jackson himself, aka Constantine, the Byzantine Emperor himself. Woo. So, very unique case. He's like a tank and a DPS at the same time, and a damage mitigator. Again, kind of a jack of all trades, but we'll see how well he fares. So, 10.9k attack is, honestly, is not that high, considering he actually does kind of want to DPS as well, but it's not a terrible number either, of course. We've seen some lower already. And it's not even the worst thing that he has a lower attack and a bit more HP, because again, he does have that tanking side to him as well, so, you just want more of both of the stats, I guess. Oh my god, I have to skip this song. Fuck you, whoever requested this. I'm sorry, I can't. Jesus Christ, I can't even think listening to that. Alright. Deck, we got double Buster, double Arts. Pretty well. Or works pretty well for him, I would say. Alright, then the skills. 6 turn cooldown. He gets 50% MP gain for 1 turn. He gets a taunt for 1 turn. And then a 20 star bomb. So, glaringly, that's a lot of downtime, obviously. It's a lot of cool effects, though. But certainly a lot of downtime. Second skill, 6 turn... Oh, you want to say something about it?
So I want to nip this one in the bud, because this is a skill that I keep seeing people talk about. So, okay, downtime on this. It sucks. How do you feel about OG Mash's third skill?
It's good. Honestly, this could be a hot take, but OG Mashu's third skill, I mostly love it to just get her MP for free.
Yeah. And
this is like, it's so much MP gain.
It's 1 turn duration. It's basically the same skill, except this one has more general application because you can use it to make someone crit, which also increases NP gain. So it serves a very similar purpose. but it has
Yeah,
more-
similar, but not the same. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah.
By the way, person who says that it's 400% NP gain. So if you math it out over here, this is a 50% increase in NP rate, and then crits are a 100% multiplicative increase. So this is a 300% increase. So it's. Do you really need that much? Like, you need
Yeah,
the
I feel like a
400%?
lot of the times the master one is overkill anyway. But yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
All right, we'll
Anyways,
do some more comparisons very soon. But yeah, fair enough.
moving on.
Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. Buster up for 3 turns, same amount. And then also, hey, Roman allies get 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Which I believe he himself is, right? Yes, indeed. Yes, of course. So for himself, hey, that's a pretty good DPS skill, needless to say. And depending on your lineup, might be even be very good for your teammates as well. Not bad at all, actually. Third skill, wow, we got a doozy. 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 30% battery, 30% crit damage for 3 turns. He gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then an on death activate buff for 3 turns. So whenever he dies, the last ally gets the same buffs. So they get a 30% battery, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Interesting. So he basically, it's not even a transfer because it applies the buffs again to the ally, but it kind of is a buff transfer when you think about it, like at least in theory. Interesting. So, you know, if he happens to fall while tanking, then hey, bonus. Although it's not always up anyway, because it's a 3-turn buff anyway, and this is a 6-turn cooldown, so sometimes he might die when you don't have it active, sadly, and lose out on those nice thingies. But yeah, there's the skill set. Kind of an interesting little set. Alright, let's see the rest, because it's about to get even more wild. 9% quick up on the first passive is like whatever, not that big of a deal. 18% debuff risk, very cool. 7.2% crit damage, also cool. Anti-archer, append, nah. And then the fun part, the MP. So, on MP1, he gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. He gets an invul for 1 attack, 1 turn. Or all Roman allies get 5,000 damage cut for 1 turn, again, including himself, because he's always Roman. And then the full party on overcharge gets a base 100% defense up for 1 turn, scaling up to 200%. It's an MP that divides. I mean, not just the MP. He himself divides so much opinions. Like, people either think he's like the worst servant ever released, or really, really strong and underrated, or something in the middle. There's like, depending on who you ask, you will get, like, you could get any rank from the tier list. I swear, any rank, depending on who you ask. He's probably the most controversial writer to this day. Maybe not even just writers. Yeah.
I mean, it's just because tanks are hit or miss for people, I feel, especially considering he is fully dedicated to tanking. So he can't like do normal stuff, quote unquote, like someone like Andromeda, right? Like she is a tank, but she also can do quote unquote normal stuff. So that's why people don't like him. I have had he actually, like, some of my more like popular videos, one of my most popular videos was actually featuring him fighting like Arjuna Alter and taking 0 damage. It was really fun. I just feel like maybe I don't actually know how to use him outside of solos, because I don't understand how this servant functions that much, and that maybe contributes to why I underrate him. But here's the thing. I don't even like base smash that much. I don't think you use her these days, like, period. Like when's the last time you used golden mash, like the not
well, okay, this could be a hot take, but whenever I go into a challenge quest, because I don't do TAs, she's basically always in my backline 100% of the time.
She's really cheap.
Yeah, because she's 0 cost. It's the easiest backliner ever. Like, she's so good.
It's not even about TAs. I think as a backliner, I prefer Ortnox Smash.
Fair
Because
enough.
she has 2 taunts. So like I don't even like base mash that much. For
Ooh.
backlining, I actually use the new mash that everybody likes to shit on more so than the old one, because it's 2 taunts and one of the taunts comes with an invul. So it's like 1 free turn of no damage, and the second turn, she can die off or even, still use her MP after taking damage and getting the MP back, right? So I don't even I don't think she's weak. I just think base smash isn't even that great as it used to be, right? If I want immediate like protection for my team, I can also use someone like Habertrot if I'm using a female DPS in the backline. So I honestly I feel like at least it lines up, because like I don't even think, if I don't think base smash is that great, I feel like there's no chance I think this guy would be that great
I mean,
either.
you're only evaluating base Mashu as a tank, though. He's also a DPS. That's the
Yes, he
problem.
is also a DPS.
Mashu is not a DPS. She will do 0 damage on base. Even Orthodox has a little bit of potential because of Bashu, but base is like it's like minus damage. But at least Constantine is like also made to be a DPS at the same time. So I feel like the comparison is not the most fair thing ever.
Yes, I agree with that for sure. Because like I did use him. I do use him as a solo. I did a 3-turn Kiara with him, which is really funny when he came out, because he doesn't have a damaging CE. But like his cards alone was enough to. I mean, it's not a hard fight by any means, but like his card does do damage for sure, guaranteed. But the thing is, I don't know. I just don't know how to build him as a pure DPS, because I feel like I always want more damage from him, like. And then I tried to like bring him as a sub DPS, but then he kind of like takes the stars and he wants to be the main DPS, and I don't know what to do with him. I just feel like there's not a lot of combos that I tried out, at least, that works with him. So I think I'm just not using him right. Once again, I've only used him in solos. His solos are really funny because his solo is literally, if I get to MP every turn, I win. Right? Like,
Yeah.
You can't kill him.
Until ignore defense happens.
It's 5,000 damage cut even. So it's
yeah, that
not
handles face
necessarily
cards alone. True.
Yeah, it's not necessarily gonna kill him either. So like it's just, you need to like invul pierce, defense ignore, and then use an MP to finally maybe break him on his MP turn. So he's pretty fun. But like I don't know how to use him. And his MP rate, I think, is slightly nerfed because they don't want, at least for solos, they don't want him to be able to loop his MP that well. But it doesn't look nerfed though. I don't know why I have trouble getting his MP back.
His quick card is like okay, but his arts cards are actually pretty good. So Mighty Chains only benefit him so much.
Yeah. Wait, was Mighty Chains a thing when he came out?
No.
No.
That was a bit before that.
Yeah.
A few months later. It was anniversary, right? So a few months later
really
or something.
Shouldn't be allowed to NP every turn though, because that would be pretty unfair. Because
but that's
first off, you use them against casters, so you're gonna have plus 20% on NP gain, regardless. And if you can just NP every turn, then okay, he never takes damage. There's no risk. It's just like fucking easy.
Yeah, like I was trying to do that with Gatia because it was funny. Like, 0 damage. It's funny. It's funny when you take 0 damage, right? But like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know how to use him in the team. Like, someone asked me, what about Roma, Boudica? I just feel like maybe I'm not that good at building defensive teams. Like, I either go full.
Honestly, personally, I wouldn't even run like Rome supports with him. I would just he doesn't need them because he gets the Roman stuff from his own kit anyway. So I feel like you just bring kind of standard supports.
Yeah, I don't think you need to force Romans to work with him. Like the damage cut is only 1 turn on his MP as well. It's not gonna have like that great of an uptime. So I think it's actually fine. It's like he has like 3 layers of insurance to not actually take damage, which is really funny. But it's only 1 turn uptime. So it really depends on how often you can spam his MP, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
So I have a good bit to say here too. So sorry, this is going to be a bit of a okay. So something I've mentioned a few times, like one of the strengths of Buster is you can use your cards in place of NP damage, and like just stronger crits being able to replace NP damage at times. So he's like a weird experiment they did where they still committed to the buster crit aspect, but decided to try replacing the the offensive NP with a defensive NP, and that just like prevents people from taking damage for a turn. So I think one fair way of looking at this is it's sort of like looking at it like the Skaha's NP stun, sort of, because it's just a turn where you're not taking damage, except you're not doing damage with the NP on that turn. However, he has a lot better crits because of that, and I know it's he's just a really complex one to understand, because like also we gotta think like how much do we actually need to win? Like, do we need to have NP damage to win? And because like there's a lot of times with a
No,
buster,
because you solemn spam. You don't need MP damage to win.
well, there's a lot of times with buster teams where we're going to heavily rely on card damage anyways. So
yeah, but his his card damage actually that good?
Seems to be
I
decent.
think so. I mean, like
Is
he's got
it?
60% crit after 1 NP. He has 50% buster and
Oh, I
20%
guess.
attack.
He's really
That's
high on the crit sheet too, behind like really
Yeah.
buffed other servants that are notorious for good crits anyway.
Yeah, I think people do focus a lot also on the gimmick of his third skill, which I think it just doesn't really matter most
Yeah,
of the
you-
time.
I think it's just a
I do
bonus if you happen to get it.
You shouldn't focus on trying to get him killed.
Yeah.
It's kind of stupid.
Because you
Yeah.
don't want
I
him to die. He's not one of those tanks you want to die. You want him to be alive. It's just a bonus if it happens.
Yeah, I don't know. I have not used them enough.
I'm thinking like a flat A, honestly.
I'd be fine with an A. I just think he's one of those servants that, since he plays so differently from everything else, a lot of people just don't know how to react to it. And then also, even when people try him out, they're not sure what to do with him, so he just ends up not doing what everyone else does.
QSH done wrong. I actually disagree with that, because like QSH can't block AoE MPs. What are you gonna do about it, right? Like, but he can block AoE MPs. Like
True.
it's defensive 100%, unless it's a defense ignore MP blocks AoE MPs, right? So like, I don't know. Like, it's the same. Like, people don't even highly rate Qin Shi Huang anymore. Qin Shi Huang's another like. There's like
Yeah, that's another can of worms for later.
Yeah, 50% people say he's washed. 50% people say he's insane. Still, like it's like they're in a similar situation, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll plop him there for now, and we'll move on. Shuffle in after 3 more servants.
Yeah, I'm just glad he's not getting like C or.
I don't think he needs to be trashed. I don't think he's a top tier, but I think people overhate him, honestly.
Attack.
I'm gonna do a lot more experiments when I get him on NA as well, where I have like all my main nice servants and whatnot to combo with. I'm gonna experiment a lot with him for sure, because he seems really fun. I never used him on JP so much. I'll be the first to admit. But yeah, I'll correct that on NA.
Yeah.
Anyway,
one of my other Grailed servants.
I've been
Another
considering maybe
one I
grailing
really
her
like.
too. She's really fun and nice and looks great. I love the design too and whatnot. But yeah, speaking of which, Kyoktae Bakin, there she is, also coming this year on NA. Not that long after Constantine actually. There's not that big of a gap. So we got an AoE arts rider again, one of those. She's a looper and a DPS. 10.7k attack, again, could be higher, but you know, it is what it is. She's got the gain stick of double arts, double quick, sure, why not? Skills are pretty interesting though. 6-turn cooldown, gets a 30% battery for self. The full party gets, the other 2 members get 10%, she doesn't get this sadly, and then a 15 star bomb. Pretty standard stuff on the first skill, but then the fun second skill happens and boom. You want to see an interesting targeted skill? Well, here it is. So on a 6-turn cooldown, what do you get for the target? You get a 20% rainbow for 3 turns, You get 20% crit damage, 20% MP damage, 1k heal, 1 hit, 3 turn evasion, and 1 time 3 turn debuff immune. And these all go to the target. Everything. Like, it's such a fun skill to just use and then like do the skill skips like you just see like crazy amount of buffs just fly by. It's a very satisfying skill to use. So in my opinion, it's basically the better version of Kayron's third skill, which already is not that bad of a skill anyway. So that's kind of cool. Pretty good skill, honestly. Mostly DPS focused, but has some utility as well. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She herself gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, and then an attack buff for 3 turns. And then whenever she attacks with arts cards, the party gets 5% attack for 3 turns. And this includes her MP, by the way, because it's any arts card of hers. Now you might say 5% is not a lot. It's not that much anyway, but you know, you get this effect for 3 turns. There's no limit, and you know, at least in one cycle, you can proc that 3 turns or 3 times minimum per, you know, per the buff being active. So that's not too bad. It's a nice little bonus. It's like Hawk size, third skill, but instead of defense down, it's a buff instead. They could have made this 10% in my opinion, for sure. But oh well. Playing it safe, I see. Interesting kit though. Love the second skill though. It's my favorite for sure. Is it before or after damage? I believe this is after damage, sadly, which another reason I think they could have made it 10%. So sadly not before. It doesn't help her MP immediately. Okay.
So her second skill, I wish they amped up the numbers and made it not targetable, because like I've never really wanted to target it on someone else. Like the only time I actually went into a quest intending to do that was one time when a chat member of mine made me use her as a support for Hozuin Inshin.
No.
And I fucking hated it.
Fair enough. They probably can't increase the numbers a lot because there's so much, but maybe like 25%ers for the most part.
It doesn't like 30% wouldn't be that crazy for most of those.
Yeah.
It's like 1k heal, like 1 time evade, or why not 2 time evade, 2 time debuff immune.
I feel like on a 6-turn cooldown, if you improved everything like that, that would be quite too much. But yeah, I don't hate the idea though, because whenever I use her, I always use it on herself too, for sure. But anyway,
now that I think of it, that would be pretty funny if you had that on a 6-turn cooldown versus Durga's like rainbow.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Yeah.
All right. Passives next. 8% quick up, cool. 17.5% debuffers, cool. Divinity C, not so cool. Anti-foreigner, man, these writers hate foreigners though. But yeah, not very useful, sadly. MP, 30% anti-demonic damage buff for 1 turn before damage for herself. She gets 8 stars because, you know, she's all about the number 8, if you know the lore. Hakkenden and all that. And then the MP has a standard 150 to 200% damage mod against evil enemies. Not just servants, but yeah. But basically mostly just servants because, you know, mostly other enemies don't have alignments. Cool. It's a 4-hitter, so it loops okay too. With decent damaging numbers for sure.
Double trade again with the 30 and the SC combo. I feel like we've seen this already.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
Is it anti-lawful on someone?
They're Suzuka, yeah, Suzuka, yeah.
Yeah, that was what it was.
Anti-earth and then anti-lawful, which is generally a better combo, honestly.
I mean,
the attributes tend to be better than alignments for sure because they're way more widespread. But yeah.
I mean, the good thing is,
didn't Evon have, what was his ones again? Was it lawful as well?
His on skills, right?
Chaotic.
Yeah, his was on skills only.
Oh,
you meant skills specifically. Okay, I thought you were just talking about lawful in general.
They also did something similar with Durga, but that was a couple weeks ago, where she has anti-demonic and anti-sky.
Yeah, demonic is 50 though. I think. Oh, Sky. Sorry, Sky was 50. I think
Well, Sky
it's
is
not
more
30.
rare, I'd say. So
Yeah.
I don't like her low card gain. For some reason, she has like her card gain at base is worse than it should be, and she has like
Yeah.
50% arts, and that's like all well and good. But the thing is, like, okay, you stack other buffs on top of it, it's still going. Even if 50% gets it to normal numbers, that means as you add other arts buffs, it's not going to scale like if it was on Odysseus, for example, because he's got over 2% arts cards. So 50% arts on him would be so much more than on her. But however, I know 8 stars doesn't look like much. It actually is a bit more impactful than you'd realize. As from my experience, she actually does crit quite often if you're looping. However, I think part of that is because her extra attack has like 6 hits, which is more than normal, so she makes more stars, and then also maybe class score. I don't know. Her gain, I think her refund is slightly better than Odysseus's, but her card gain is worse. Like her quick cards are not good, and then her arts cards are meh. And like if you're going to be in a challenge quest, that matters more. But if you're talking from a farming perspective, I'm pretty sure she outclasses Odysseus because they have the same battery levels, and if she has a little bit better refund, she also has some anti traits which can help her for wave 3 or whatever. It's
Yeah.
but he has nicer utility. He has more focus than she does. She's just trying to be more of an offensive version, I'd say,
Yeah.
sacrificing utility in favor of damage.
Here's the thing. There's a group of servants that I believe that actually legitimately
All
got
right.
affected by Yui because the one problem with Yui is you can't really use her MP multiple times that easily outside of Arts because Arts team has Castora's spread battery. It's easier to use her MP multiple times, but Arts is balanced by the fact that it's really hard to get quick and buster buffs in their card type, so it's harder to actually get full advantage of their MP. So the 3 major Arts servants with 3-turn rainbows, I think, legitimately became stronger because of the existence of Yui.
You mean
Now, I'm not
Kato,
going to.
Bakin, and Feihu?
No, not Feihu. Feihu's Buster. Kato, Bakin, and Durga. I think these servants are.
Feihu, he has a rainbow in his MP, though.
Yeah, he does. But what I mean is, it's easier.
Oh,
to
you meant Arts as an
spam
MP
support.
type. Okay.
Yeah, it's easier because it's Castoria. It's easier to use Yui's MP like twice back to back if you are fitting her with Castoria, because Castoria has spread charge instead of someone like Scotty, which you might be forced to use Scotty's battery on her, or in Buster, and you can't actually use Koyan's battery on her because you don't want to, because the cooldown reduction will be wasted. So Arts is definitely the card type that uses her MP multiple times the easiest, and I do think it was balanced until you have like art servants with rainbows that last for multiple turns. So it's just a small thing I want to bring up. I don't think that's gonna raise her. I'm not gonna raise her ranking because of that. Because I know people don't.
I mean, we
like
might
her
as well
when they
be,
do.
in depth here anyway. So why not?
Yeah. Rainbow well, Murmas, if his rainbow was like 30% 3 turns, sure, amazing.
Yeah.
But no, it's not. Like I think she's fine. Like she's
I'm
she's
between one of the A's, I
probably-
think.
She's sweetened on me over time, I'd say. Like earlier on, I was like, dude, why does she only have 3 hits on her cards? Because they feel like they should be 4 hit with how the gains are proportioned. But
here's the weird
that's like the
take I
main
have.
gripe I had.
The weird take I have is I think she should be an A, but I also think she should be in the same tier as Odysseus. So I don't know where to put her.
I'm okay with having her an A plus, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Yeah, I'd be more okay with that now than I was before.
Yeah.
I do want to try using her with Yui a bit more, but I haven't gotten around to it because I got a strong copy of Yui.
Okay, before
I've
people get
actually been
crazy
using
about all the big swaps around, again, let us just do all the initial placements first, and then we'll do the final rodeo before locking in. So calm down,
Yeah.
guys. Okay, calm down. Okay.
Yeah, I've actually been using the two of them together for the 90 plus on JP right now, because the last wave, like the two damage checks you have to hit, one is demonic and one is evil. So Bach ends up working there, and if you use, wait, hold on, I think I said this last week. Now I think of it. Am I high? Oh no, I was. That might have been on my. I don't know. I have no idea. Let's move on.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. Time for the last two servants. And they're both new. Shocking. So the third of the four new servants for riders. The first of the SSRs as well. We got another new Guda SSR in Mr. Takeda Shingen. Pretty legendary for Japanese historians, for anyone else like me. Not sadly super familiar with him, but yeah, definitely an important historical figure there. So what are we working with? We got he's full on red. I'll tell you that much. He's just he's so red that yeah. Okay. So let's see what he's made of as a DPS. 11.1k attack. So that's a lot of ones there. It's okay. Again, slightly under average among rider SSRs, but not too bad. Full gorilla deck. There it is. Like I said, I think I just realized he is actually the only rider with a gorilla deck. I didn't realize there wasn't one before. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, well,
cool.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, honestly, every class should have every variant because it's fun.
It's still waiting on that art stack, though.
Wait, for who?
For riders, we don't have.
We got Martha.
Martha.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah.
Damn, I was the person who forgot about art. Damn.
Happens. You can't remember all of these, but yeah.
Hey, you should edit this out.
Yeah, sure, totally. Anyway, first skill, what do we got? 6-turn cooldown, party gets full 20% attack for 3 turns, and then targeted portion, reduce cooldowns by -1 from one ally. Cool. That's I mean, yeah, it's a +1 cooldown on the charisma itself, but you can use it on himself too, and it helps the other skills. So, it is kind of nice that it's targeted, I suppose, just for the cooldown part. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% buster up for 3 turns, 50% battery, and a 20-star bomb. Yeah, pretty good. It's very comparable to Pioneer of the Stars. It's double the stars, same battery, same cooldown, but instead of Invul Pierce, you get his main card type for 3 turns. So sometimes, if not most of the time, I think this is a better version of Pioneer of the Stars, actually, funnily enough. So, not bad at all, actually. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 3-hit, 3-turn Invul for himself. Nice. He gets a 500 damage cut for 3 turns, and then 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Again, just a nice defensive skill with some okay gains as well. I think his skills are basic, but I think they work, honestly. He's got a good mix of offense and defense here, with some utility. Passives, we got 10% quick, whatever, 12%, 12.5% debuff res, cool, 5% arts up again, whatever. 10% crit resistance though, that's kind of cool. Very nice. Anti-ruler on the append. Ooh. Oh yeah, my small correction to last week's tier list when plus you joined late and we were talking about Bima. I was thinking about Takeda when I said, or someone else, that when they had an anti-ruler pen. Bima does not have it. He had like anti-berserker or something. So yeah, it did make him look even more impressive than So there you go.
It's worth noting that caster bosses, unless they have buffs, they generally peak at 10% crit chance.
Ah, yeah.
So
true.
So yeah, defensively, he's really nice in situations like that.
True. All right, the MP then. So, I didn't mention, but it is an AoE MP. So before damage, MP seals all enemies for 1 turn. Cool. And then also before damage, AoE rainbow resistance down for 1 turn. Base 20% effectiveness scaling up to 40. That's a nice OC, man. Even though, it's not a ramp up one, of course. is cool because it guarantees all your cards are just better for that turn when you MP that are hitting the enemies. Very, very cool. And I love the MP seal as well, which is 100% on base. 8 hits on an AoE Buster also will generate a good chunk of stars. Not too shabby. Like, he's just a guy that looks basic, but he's actually kind of good, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like if you look at it the way like all of his skills are cooldown 5, he's actually pretty interesting. He's also a unique case where he gets to loop like a Saber Artoria, where you can do where you can do like you can do K scope with not Atlas. I know nobody loops like that, but that's just interesting because like any 50 charger with 5-turn cooldown can do that. But I mean, I like his gorilla deck.
Yeah.
I think that does push his damage, and it also allows his like quick and arts cards to be pretty decent in terms of gain. His kit is very simple, but it's it's decent. This third skill is like nice survival. He has big 50 battery that's up to standard. It's just like, how do I put this? He's a servant where if you invest a lot into him because you like him, then he's probably gonna function pretty well because like he got most fronts covered, but it's harder to justify bringing him because like, for example, if you're bringing something like because he also doesn't have an upgraded MP, so like if you're bringing something like, for example, like Taikobo, why he's so good, because if it's against Divine, I don't need to have good investment in him to do insane damage. Well, he doesn't really hit anything super effectively, at least in farming, so that is he can Buster Loop like a normal servant, but like other than that, his Buster Looping isn't anything amazing. His CQ, I did try him out. I tried soloing with him, with like just trying to spam Mighty Chains and get his MP back and like infinitely seal the opponent's MP. That is more fun than practical, but it is kind of testament to how good his gains are on his cards. I don't know. He's really solid. I really don't. I don't think he's like super mid. I just think his design is kind of boring, and the only highlight of his entire kit is the triple Buster deck. Maybe he needs a little bit more, but in terms of power level in a vacuum, definitely pretty decent as a servant in my opinion. I probably put him in.
I'm actually fully expecting him to get an MP buff at some point, even before Kets. Even though that sounds brutal, I think he will get an MP buff before her.
Yeah, at least not before Europa.
Yeah, true, her too. You said around A tier. I might agree with an A tier, honestly.
Yeah, dude, I really like the Buster deck because, especially in this day and age, where the main Buster supports, like the main top Buster crit supports,
is Star Absorb Buster. Yeah,
specifically to your Buster. That can be a bit annoying in some situations, like if you're trying to crit on more cards and then like, okay, your arts card has no stars on it because but like for a writer, I wouldn't think it's as much of a problem, but for someone with lower absorb, like a caster, could be a problem, I guess. Yo, where's a caster with the Buster deck?
True.
That shit sounds really based.
Some buffed up homunculus or something.
Maybe.
Well, anyway, Takeda he's fine. He's good.
My stripper named Buffed Up Homunculus.
You heard it here first. Look up all the clubs in his area. He'll be performing.
I don't know where the nearest strip club is, honestly. Probably Atlanta or some shit. So
plot twist, he lives in one.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I literally live in the GTA 5 strip club because that's the only one I've ever been to.
Wow. I mean, I would be lying if I said I've ever been to one as well, so yeah, fair enough. All right, are we ready to talk about the final servant and also the latest servant of FGO as of recording this in the 3rd of March 2024? Wow, we got the brand new servant. So yeah, Andromeda. If Suzuka didn't exist on this list and Ryan is, she'd be like the hottest, for sure. But Too bad for her. There's two better waifus in there. But we'll give her a nice rundown anyway. So what is she? She's AoE quick, DPS, and also a tank. So, you know, I guess, I mean, I don't want to really compare her too much to Constantine, because they are very different overall, because, you know, at least she has a damaging MP, and, you know, her taunt uptime is better, and etc. But yeah, she's an interesting case. So again, as a tank and a DPS, you kind of would like both of her stats to be as high as possible. 15k HP is definitely good, but 10k attack, I think, is the lowest among all the 5-star riders. I just realized that. So
It is, yes.
Yeah,
It is the highest
unfortunate.
HP, lowest attack.
yeah, makes sense with that split, yeah. So it's either good or bad, depending on how you use her. We'll say that much. So double arts, double quick deck for them gains. Easier to spam that MP, which is not the worst thing ever for her, in her case. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 15 star bomb, and then also 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. Then she gets a 1k damage cut for 3 turns, and a 30% battery. I like this skill. I think everything in it looks nice, and for a 6-turn cooldown, it's not bad at all. I do like this skill. Second skill, I guess, depending on the use case, the bread and butter. So 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 3-turn taunt. She gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, and then an on defense buff for 3 turns. So whenever she gets hit, she gets 10% battery for the next 3 turns, and then also increases crit damage by 10% for 3 turns, also on taking hits. Interesting. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts and quick up for 3 turns, and also 30% MP damage for 3 turns. So there's her damage, I guess. You'll get some crit damage from the second skill too, but really it's all about the third skill for the, you know, raw damage numbers for, you know, everything. Passives, 11% quick up, cool. 15% debuff risk, cool. Again, for a tank, it's a little bit nicer to have debuff risk, because, you know, single target debuffs land on those taunts. She gets an on guts activate buff as well, which is an interesting thing for a passive. I remember when I saw this in my first impression, I was like, wow, that's the first on a passive. So yeah, whenever her guts is activated on her, she gets 10% attack for 3 turns. It sounds cooler than what it is, sadly, but, you know, it's a cool passive. And then also, if she's on water side field, like, you know, Nemo wants to be, she gets 5% MP per turn. Pretty good, actually. It's like a pre-Merlin passive. Anti-append is against Berserkers. Very, very cool. And then the MP. So, AoE quick, 6 hits. Decent stars. Skill seals all the enemies for 1 turn. And then, much like Europa, she gets the 50% defense up for 1 turn, which for her makes way more sense because of the 3-turn taunt. And then also before damage, all enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%. Very nice that it's before damage. Very cool OC. Now her damaging numbers, they're not bad, but her refund is not like super good, right? Yeah.
I mean, okay. So my memory is still fresh. I just made a hot take video on her about a week ago. So this servant is, for farming, it's pretty underwhelming. The looping is very similar to Summer Suzuka, so not the best in terms of refund. She also doesn't have any anti-trait, but her entire kit actually works very well together. Her entire kit makes sense. So her whole game plan is basically, she has her taunt up, she uses her MP, she gets the defense up, she skill seals all the opponents, so all the enemies will attack.
True, I forgot to mention that, yeah.
They all attack into her. She gets the crit up, she gets the MP charge. Basically, she gets like 30% passive MP charge from that skill too whenever she MPs, so she can use her MP pretty consistently in the challenge quest context, back to back to back. So, and the 50% defense up makes sure she is protected during those 3 turns, as well as the damage cut not being, 6 hits, for example. It's just 3 turns, so she can take 9 hits with the damage cut. So that is basically how her entire game plan is going to function. You're just trying to redirect all the damage onto her And while she is taking damage from the team, she also gets a lot of benefit from it. That second skill's crit is actually pretty decent. It's like a slower version of a 50% crit for 3 turns, I'd say. Because for the first turn, it's going to be 30% crit. And for the second turn, it's 60%. And then for the third turn, it's 90%. And then, the skill runs out and it drops down to 60%, and it drops down to 30%, drops down to 0. So it's actually a longer lasting crit buff than a 3-turn 50% crit up, but it's like distributed less evenly. Her steroids is actually not bad. 30% MP damage up and 30% arts up, and the 20% defense down before MP damage is not shabby. It kind of makes up a little bit for her low attack stat. But all that being said, like, she's really fun, and I actually appreciate her card type being quick, because like protecting your Scotties is more valuable than protecting your Castorias with a taunt, in my opinion, because like you don't need to protect Castoria at all. And I've also of course tried teams with like Castoria mixed with Scotty, because Castoria skill 3 works well with the taunt. I've also tried Habertrot with her. Habertrot's taunt works well with the Habertrot's invul works well with the taunt. But all that being said, taunt playstyle is just this is more mean, and this is kind of a reductive argument, as Otto put it earlier. It's like, if you're just comparing everything to the best option ever, then nothing is gonna seem impressive at all. That is basically what Andromeda is, in my opinion. Like, tankiness right now in the metagame is just it doesn't, like, I feel like she needs to get more out of just taking damage from the opponents. Yes, she does get a lot of crit buffs from it, but like, both of her passives don't actually work that well. Like, I think her third passive is trash. Like, Guts 3 turns 10% attack up whenever Guts trigger on this tank servant that doesn't even want Guts to actually trigger. She has a Guts on her second skill. She doesn't want to actually have it trigger. And also, it's taunted Guts again. It's like Rasputin. She can still die. She can still die on the same turn the Guts trigger, right? So like, it's just it's like she doesn't get enough out of it. Maybe it will be too broken if she gets like 20% crit whenever she gets hit, then that may be a little bit too broken, but like, it's hard to balance her numbers, I'd say, because of how she's like designed. Maybe they could have given her better passive. I don't know.
I don't feel like she's undertuned or anything. I feel like she's okay. She just has a different playstyle
She's
than
okay.
everyone else.
Yeah, she's okay. I definitely think she, at the very least, fits an A. But like, she would need a little bit more to push to A plus. At least that's my rating with her. I guess I really want her to be not overpowered, but like above average in power, because her playstyle is so unique, and I really want someone like this to be strong, and for people to like, actually try to appreciate this interesting gameplay, because like, her entire kit works so well together. It makes sense. The skill seal, the taunt, the defense up on MP, the damage cut, it all works in tandem very well. But the power level is just average, which people are not going to use.
How about
That's just my
healing?
take.
Is that an issue ever? Because Quick is not very healing focused, and she doesn't have healing either.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, generally, the teams that she shines in are the ones that prevent her from taking damage at all.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
She, like, between the damage cut and using her NP really often, like, she doesn't take much damage at all. Especially if you're up against casters, they do no damage to her.
Yeah, for sure. If you're against casters, she's just taking 0 damage for 3 turns, which is really nice.
Yeah.
And as for healing, like, there's 2 routes you can go. If you think the fight is gonna be long, of course you can use like someone like Habertrot to patch it up. Habertrot is like the ultimate answer to these like sustain issues, right? But like, she's honestly, like, the reason why I like her as a tank unit is because she's doing the tanking, but the tanking also helps her do damage, right? The tanking helps her refund her MP, but it also boosts her crit damage. So she's dishing out like respectable damage while she's tanking. So after she's done tanking, the opponents are like half dead, so she doesn't really need to like last on the field for like 50 turns, for example, right? So I do like this kind of logic behind a tank servant where they're not just tanking, they're actually also doing damage while they're tanking. But maybe I don't know. I don't know. I did experiment a lot with her, but maybe not enough time. She is very new after all. So
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty fresh still, all things considered. Like I said, she is the latest servant, not just in this list, but the whole game. She's the latest servant to be added, to be playable. So yeah, the reference data is still, not the oldest. We need some more cooking time probably.
yeah. Oh yeah, the very interesting thing, the conspiracy theory is, I don't know if you played this event's a challenge quest yet.
I don't think I
Because
did actually.
Andromeda in the challenge quest basically has a permanent guts, like it's infinite until you deal with the other like lackeys, I guess, that she summons.
Yeah.
So if you're using an AoE MP, you will accidentally break her bar, and then she gets the 10% attack up from her passive. So like the passive literally is designed more for the CQ than the actual
Yeah.
playable version. It's so weird. Like that is my conspiracy theory.
I don't think it was designed for that. They probably made the CQ in mind after having designed
Oh,
it. There's
true.
no way, but yeah, I can
Yeah.
see why you would think that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because it just doesn't work well on her, man. It just doesn't work well
Yeah.
on her at all.
It's one of those
Unfortunately.
things where it's better on the enemy side, sadly, than the playable side.
Yeah, imagine that passive on like Herc or like
Mhm.
Tyra, like gut spamming units, right? That would be a lot
Yeah.
more useful than someone like Andromeda. At least it's I did yap a lot about Andromeda, my bad.
Yeah, it's
Otto,
okay.
you
But
got
yeah,
anything to
I
add?
guess with that, we are now done with the initial placements. So now we could, do the grand shuffle, whatever you want to call it, where, we're probably going to move some stuff around. Maybe not too much, though, because again, I still want to keep this pretty casual. So most of them will stay on their initial placements. But, now would be the time to do a little bit of discussion between you guys, myself, and chat, of course. So, yeah. Let's see. Chat starts to wake up as well. Ivan lower to S. I disagree. He's EX. He's one of the more firmer EXs.
Yeah, I don't want to budge on him either.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree. I think we can remove S. I
You
don't think I
think?
want to move anything into S.
Yeah, it kind of complicates things, doesn't it? It does.
Yeah.
But where should we move Taikobo?
In my opinion, EX.
Yeah.
In my opinion, at least. But
I mean, yeah, I might do it. Fuck it, dude.
Constantine's 2 at Andromeda is better. I do like Andromeda's gameplay loop better than Constantine because it's easier to understand. Like she's got the synergies built into her already. So I don't
Otto,
have
are
to
you
use
okay
my
with
brain.
Constantine on B plus?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not that committed to the guy. I'm not married.
Yeah, I'm gonna move into B plus.
I mean, just because Andromeda's better doesn't mean they have to be in a different tier. By the way, I'm just like I'm replying to the comment.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, this looks pretty okay. I just maybe like personally, once again, I would put both Audi and Bakken in A, but that's just me. I don't know.
I might be willing to do that, but I don't know. Man, people really want to see Da Vinci go up, though.
Oh, never mind. Okay, forget about that. I have one thing I want to move. I want to move
Yeah?
Boudica into A plus.
Ooh.
Oh,
Above everything else, I think Boudica at the very least deserves to be only half a tier below EX.
Do you
think,
agree, Otto?
I will defend this decision over any other opinion I might have with moving the list. I think she's good.
Why is so high getting the most out of her with the Roma CC is RNG? Okay, so here's the thing with RNG, right? You put the Roma CC on your main DPS, right? And then you are bound to get it within 3 turns. And
Granted, no
Boudica
one
doesn't
dies.
have any. Yeah, I mean, who's gonna die? Boudica's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
gonna die.
I just had to get because it's a technicality anyway. I mean, obviously,
Yeah,
no one's
yeah.
expected to die in the first 3 turns.
Yeah, chat. I mean, the only reason why you might care about the card RNG is for TAs. Do you have TA brain rot, chat?
Damn, the reverse Uno card.
Do you have TA brain rot, chat? What the hell?
So wait, Otto,
Huh?
do you agree on the Boudica thingy?
Okay. Remind me what exactly you mean.
He
by
wants
agree.
Boudica to go to A+ from A.
I'm fine with it. I mean, I was a fan of the idea of assuming people had the Roman commit.
All right,
Roma
frig it. I'll do
ranking,
it. I'll do it. Frig it, dude.
so-
There's gonna be so many people in the comments saying, "Oh, there's way too many high ranks," but I don't know. Ryder is a pretty solid class, man. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Sometimes it'll be like this. There's a lot of good servants among riders.
Marie is so lonely there. Can we
I'm
move?
happy.
They said Bart and Alex deserve C+. I don't know about Alex. I think he's like whatever. Especially because again, we
Well,
consider
Alex-
competition, so.
Oh yeah, I don't know why I was okay. Yeah, I'm fine with C plus Bart. Yeah, give her.
Yeah,
a
sure. We'll
friend.
give Marie a friend. I'll move Bart to C. I don't think I'm gonna move Alex still because again, competition really hurts him. Bart at least has some Eve sports uses and whatnot.
Unfortunately, she's pulling her hair to the side, so he's not going to
But-
be too happy about it.
True.
But Mata Hari. Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
whatever.
but I mean, C+ is still like average when you think about it. It's not. I mean, yeah, Matahari will be higher, so don't worry about it.
It's not like I'm giving the Nobel Prize. or
And
anything,
they're
it's
not.
just C+.
She's not always straight up better, you know. And sometimes Bart might have an edge. So you know, even though maybe in most cases, but yeah, I feel like C+ is
Oh.
fair.
Oh,
I mean, yeah,
something.
this one does
Someone.
boost damage for them.
Someone said this in the Discord server. Should Columbus and Red Hair be on the same tier?
But I like the Three Stooges.
You think Columbus is worse or something? I mean,
I assume they think that he's better.
Columbus is higher.
Yeah, I think they think he's
Not
better.
I think he makes more sense to use than Red Hair.
I
don't know. I think
But
you
they're the
say
Three
Three
Stooges.
I could see
No.
Columbus's Mo, and then
Like Red Hair has Invul Pierce. What if I need it? Like I just think they're all like whatever. And especially considering I think ranking them in the same tier also makes a lot of sense because they're both story locked. Like that is a big issue for 3 stars, and they're not extraordinary even without the story locked. Red Hair should go to E. Blackbeard at least has permanent guts. What is he gonna do with the permanent guts?
He's gonna stay alive for a while longer and do like minimal damage.
like what is he gonna do with the infinite guts,
Instead of
dude?
permanent guts, can he have permanent 5-star stats?
Red Hair's Invul Pierce and RNG. True, you're right. Actually, yeah, never
Yeah,
mind.
it is, but yeah, it is. He doesn't even get that
Oh,
guaranteed.
Also, I heard. Okay, this is completely a joke, but like Ozzy's multi-core potential is hampered by Tez because you can't put them in the same team. Tez turns off
Oh,
the
yeah.
sun.
Oh no. Anyway.
That's it. Never mind.
Okay.
But yeah.
People are really like talking about like the Da Vinci, Odysseus, and Bacchian triangle.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a lot of
it
talk
really
about
depends
that.
on what you like. I feel because like Da Vinci Rider is like the comfort pick. I feel like you feel very comfortable. You're never gonna run out of team MP and whatnot.
Do I just
but
bump them
think
all to A or bump them those two down? Should I just put them all into A?
I'm more towards bumping them to A just because they don't have a.
I might do it actually.
But I mean,
fuck
I
it.
don't know that.
I'm gonna do it. I think.
I mean, how about Otto? I don't know. How do you feel?
Oh,
I'm sure Otto wants to see them in A+, but yeah.
I don't know. These days, I still feel like Odysseus is better than those two.
Yeah.
Because Odysseus has like they're all 3 farmers. and even though he's like in between the other two as far as farming goes, I would say uh, he has like better utility in survival. But then again, like survival only matters so much.
But he has a question,
Yeah.
right? Is he better than Andromeda?
Is he better
I
than
don't know.
Andromeda?
I'm
I
actually
feel like
not
they
sure
can kind
about
of be on the same tier, honestly. I think this is kind of makes sense. I mean, sure, I
Yeah,
might
I literally
agree
made
that
a
I
video.
think Odysseus might be it maybe even slightly better than Da Vinci, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna move him up or anything like that. I think they can be on the same tier
You know,
overall.
Chatter brings up a good point. What about putting Suzuka in EX?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
If this was a waifu
don't-
list, she would be EX plus.
I don't think she's EX.
Yeah, when we
I'm
did
sorry.
a multi-world tier list of the characters one time on the podcast, and she was like,
Oh yeah.
EX tier. I'm not
Where
sure.
would I
if-
put Iskandar with the
I'm not sure
battery?
if Plushy even agreed with that one. It was like, yeah,
Okay.
I'm
Does she
putting
have
her-
the pounds factor?
Oh,
She's got everything, dude.
she's not a dinosaur, if that's what you're looking for.
Also, someone asked, where would I put Iskandar with a battery? A minimum for sure, because his MP would hit very hard and he could loop. But yeah, depends on what they do with it, though. If it's we'll have to see. Hopefully, they do something.
Iskandar with a 30 MP battery.
Oh, yeah.
Iskandar with a 50 MP battery. Ooh.
Yeah,
Iskandar with an 80 battery.
Someone
I
should
don't
make
know
a
why they're
meme about that.
Iskandar with a 98.5% battery.
Amazing.
But it kind of works with the append, though.
So
Yeah,
okay.
true.
So something I kind of I didn't really mention much when I was like defending him hardcore. So part of the reason why I like him in multi-core is because he hits so hard that you can use him at neutral very reliably. He doesn't need a trait or anything. If you're at neutral, like without a CE, NP1 is 37,000 damage. So with the CE, you're going up like probably 45,000. And then you got other servants that are going to be buffing. So him hitting 50k at neutral is, I feel like that's really valuable, even though he doesn't have his own battery. It's worth it.
I feel like the multi-core argument. I kind of agree with Chad that it's a lot of copium, though. But yeah, fair. Honestly, I'm still thinking whether I'm gonna bump him down to C plus instead.
No, I don't think he needs to be C plus. For
Okay, okay.
I really don't think he needs to.
All right, sure. Okay.
Using
Like,
Rider for neutral? What's wrong with using Rider for neutral? It's just what?
Well, it depends on the no. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a meme, and I think for the most part, the Iskandar multi-core thing is copium. But at least that example was, not the worst. Okay, I think I'm locking it soon. Anything else before we do that, though? Let's see. Mordred to C plus, maybe. Do you guys think that's fine? What? I mean, honestly, even though the MP drain is RNG, but if it lands, you're gonna have a nice time against bosses at least.
Really?
Wait, I'm sorry. Who are we talking about now? I was reading.
Surf Mo.
Would you?
Oh, Surf.
Like, I mean, drain's not that. It's not that valuable anymore. It depends on depends on what their MP is.
I mean, she's arts, so in arts, yeah, true.
It's an arts team. You're just gonna tank it anyways. You might as well tank it.
I just don't see like NPing every turn that valuable, I guess, these days, because like so many servants can do it. Like all of the other AoE arts writers, you can easily get them to NP every turn now. Like challenge quests or farming, it's just like she has extremely low damage for some reason. That's it, and like.
Yeah.
Hi. I was just. I mean, it's alright. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy, honestly. I mean, yeah. I think this is good. He's way too high. Nah, dude, he's got very legit DPSing, and his farming is not that terrible either. The MP upgrade helped him a ton. That was a big key.
Achilles. Yeah, Achilles was a servant that I actually tried to argue with another person because his kit looked kind of whatever.
But the numbers speak for themselves.
It's like the same case as Summer Canis. Like there's even an argument like Achilles is better. I mean, we shouldn't compare 4-star and 5-star, but like
Yeah.
the logic is very similar. Like Achilles might even have an easier time looping his spamming his MP depending on how many enemies he's fighting, because it's an AoE quick MP, right? He also has a taunt. So like there are ways for him to get his MP back relatively easy. And there's 50% every time he gets it. So like his crit damage kind of goes crazy when you like.
Yeah.
He doesn't have 2 Buster cards, but what if the quick cards hit as hard as other people? I mean, it's hard, but it's probably not gonna. But you know what I mean.
Also, he benefits more from mighty chains because
Quick,
he's got a quick NP, which makes some stars and refunds a little bit, but he's also got the damage from Buster cards and then the NP gain from arts cards that he gets bonuses on. It's nice.
Honestly, and this is funny because chat never even comments on this, but I think now is the time to lock it in. A lot of chat is saying that too, which is funny. I always just say it randomly, but this time chat is like, "Hey, dude, just lock it in. This is good." So yeah, I think with that we're gonna lock it in. Gonna zoom out a little bit so you can see all the tiers, even if there's nothing on E this time. For once, there you go. And again, yeah, there will be some people saying like, "Oh, there's way too many high ranks and whatnot." But again, you're just being honest. There's a lot of good writers out there. So some classes have overall better quality servants. It's just what happens. Blame the developers. But it doesn't seem like a bad tree anyway. I like this. I'm happy with this. Yeah, I'm happy with this. This will work.
My girl got to be on the very top of the list.
Yeah, I was thinking about her. I'm not gonna lie, but I think it's fine to let her stay in EX. I think it's fine. She's good. The MP buff is the reason why, really. If there wasn't that, then one of the A's for sure. But yeah, okay.
I'm not gonna lie. Ushi's probably my favorite Avenger right now. Wait, Wakamoto? What do you mean?
Huh? Yeah. Jokes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, yeah, Tyra's really good.
Wow.
Wait a second. That's not the Ushi Avenger I was talking about. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with this list.
Yeah. All right, so with that, we are going to conclude the writer tier list. And wow, this was definitely the longest one so far. The first video to be over 7 hours for sure at this point. So yeah, cool, I guess. But at least you can't, I hopefully let the Plushie and Otto talk their piece this time. So, do let me know in the comments whether you think I'm still interrupting too much or not. Please do be honest. I try to improve.
I think that was a lot better than before, so yeah.
Wow, thank you.
I think we've improved. However, I
mean, it takes some time, right? We gotta get more comfortable. I mean, you guys are probably already very more comfortable because of this mobcast, but I'm easing into it.
Yeah.
Do you want this Three Stooges anime? Yeah, that would be funny. But yeah, okay, with that, if you're watching this on YouTube, I mean, chances are you probably didn't watch this full thing, but if you somehow did, and even if you didn't, if you can at least just, press the thumbs up button on the video, because it really helps out. Even, again, if you disagree with some of the placements, understandable, not everyone is going to have an identical list, that's impossible, but, if you can just at least respect the effort that went into this, because, yeah, that's a lot of time talking nonstop and discussing servants. And on that note, do subscribe not to miss out on future videos as well. Hopefully next week, the caster tier list, continuing the cavalry. And also, very importantly, do check out my lovely co-hosts, Otto and Plushie. Their channels will be linked in the description. They are awesome and they make awesome content and podcasts and everything. So give them some love as well.
Tune in next week to see where we put Castoria. You guys will never guess where we put her, though.
Yeah, shocking. But yeah, with that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, wherever it is, or wherever this comes out. And do hope to see you in the next video. Take care, and peace out.
Bye-bye.
There you go. Nice little outro there. Wow. Jesus. Okay. Cool. Honestly, I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to do this full list today, because when we started, even many hours before we started, I had a kind of a headache. It's actually better now. I still have a small headache, but it somehow got, ever so little bit better as the list went on and on. I don't know how that works. You would expect the opposite, if anything, because this is a lot of talking and, just sitting around. But yeah, I'm glad I managed to do it, because, I don't really want to split these if possible. And obviously, I got you guys to wake up for this as well. So, I got to respect your guys' time as well. It's not just me, on the line here.
That was fun, yeah.
Yeah. Again, I'm pretty happy with this list, so very cool. Gonna have it up tomorrow for sure. It's gonna render and upload overnight as usual. Oof.
I got all my favorite characters to satisfactory ranks. Like,
Yeah.
they're all in the top 4.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I got Ryder, Carmilla, and B. That's nice.
I mean, I'm glad she got up there. Like, I was worried you'd argue for lower, but
No, I mean,
I'm glad
like,
you learned from last year. Like,
where did
underrating.
Where did I
Draco
put her
and stuff.
last year? Dude, Draco was like, I was fully okay. Here's the thing: I was fully expecting them to release like extra classes everywhere. Like, okay, she would be ranked. She would not be a good servant if extra classes were everywhere. She's like one of the most polarizing servants, depending on what Lasengo decides to throw at you. Right? Like, come on.
Yeah.
There's a risk, right? There is a risk with her. It just ended up that the fear I had did not happen, and she just proceeded to just destroy everything in her path. But might happen next year. Who knows?
Wow,
There you-
foreshadowing. But yeah, anyway, I'm not really gonna keep you guys here for too long. Are you still doing Smobcast later today, by the way?
I don't think so. There's like
Yeah.
Okay,
nothing
yeah,
that
fair.
I have go right now.
Sure, and you
Unless
probably need a break
later.
anyway.
But yeah,
Unless later, like in less than an hour, we learned something, and then like
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want to anyways.
All right.
yeah. Honestly, it's probably just I don't know, community
Fair enough.
worthy only.
Yeah. But yeah, shit, dudes. Thank you so much for doing this with me again today, and hopefully see you in the upcoming week, same time for the funny casters. If anything, I think that's gonna be the longest list of the entire thing, because there's quite a bit of casters from what I remember. Oh boy. But yeah, obviously do let me know if you can't make it, and if neither of you can, I can probably figure out something else. So no stress, of course. If you need a break, just do let me know, because it's a lot of work here. Let's be real.
Yeah.
But always appreciate you guys tuning in to
Have a
this.
good one. Goodbye, chat. Thank you for being nice to me, except for when I was defending Iskandar and I got called Coke Beam.
Dude, it's still better than when I do my takes. You'd be surprised. So you're fine still. You're fine.
They don't know me well enough to be mean to me.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go grab my lunch.
Yeah, I'm gonna have maybe a small dinner and then head to bed at some point.
I'm gonna go get some fucking burger or something for my
Oh,
dad.
dude, that sounds good. Anyway, enjoy that, and see you again hopefully on Sunday. See
you next
ya.
Sunday.
Goodbye.
All right, there you go. I let my friends go, and now I'm so lonely. But yeah, frick, dude, what a list! What a freaking list! I'm happy I managed to do the whole thing again. Not to sound like a broken record, but yeah, I wasn't sure. But hey, happy ending, I guess. And yeah, hopefully casters this upcoming week, and hopefully my head will feel better as well. Because it's not nice doing these with a headache, but done. So before I go, let me read some resubs that happened during the stream as well. In fact, let me enable alert box back as well. So, frick, dude, where does it begin? Darku with the 23 months, Martin with 22 months, Snooze with a full year, Dan with 8 months, Miller with 5 months, Merc with 8 months, Yugid with 25, Oda with 7 months, Mithy with 13, Trinity with 9 months, Tasso with 38, Vagar with the 9 months, and Black Ink with the 6 months. Hey dudes, thank you so much for the big resubs, and a big welcome back to the Gao Gang. Awesome. So yeah, most likely a fairly normal, tame Wednesday to Sunday week again, incoming this upcoming week. Probably at least, it's probably already Monday for a lot of you guys as well, in which case, you guys should probably sleep. Also, shout out to anyone watching this full thing, by the way. That's crazy. Like, actually. Like, it's already crazy enough for me to do this, but for you guys to watch this, if you did, yo, shout outs. And even if you just watch some of these parts, hey, I still love you, okay? You the MVP, okay? But yeah, if you missed anything, there will be a video later with timestamps and everything, so you can just check that tomorrow, okay? Was the whole thing. Well, you watched it in spirit, Rista, because at least you have the time zone excuse, so hey, I still appreciate you tuning in at the end. That's cool. But yeah, with that, I really need to go because I need to grab something small to eat, then just probably gonna chill for the rest of the night and hopefully get some good sleep and recharge my batteries for the upcoming week because I will need it again. But yeah, for today, thanks for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, thank the bits, the tips, the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday or Monday, wherever it is you're at, and hopefully talk to you again on Wednesday. Okay, take care, and peace out.